Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2002. Translator 549690339. What is this place? These magical treasures are so strange. There's no spiritual energy fluctuation at all. They can actually fly everywhere. Yeah, it's really amazing. Along the way, the Yuan family members who had never seen the world were extremely surprised. They were shocked by everything they saw. However, Jiang Fei was already used to it. After more than half an hour, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the airport by hover car. "Everyone, follow me," Jiang Fei said to the Yuan family's disciples behind him with a smile. "Let's go." Following the order of the fifth elder of the Yuan family, the 60 to 70 people followed behind Jiang Fei and walked towards the designated tarmac. "Everyone, please come in. I will send you out of the territory. As for what happens outside, that will depend on your own plans," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Anyway, these people were already a bunch of cannon fodder at his eyes. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not mind giving them a smile before they died. The fifth elder sneered. However, he thought to himself, "If the spiritual energy on this planet is too thin, I will snatch your territory first." In the eyes of these people from the five directions, the quality of a planet was not whether it was rich in resources, but whether it was rich in spiritual energy. After all, these people came from the five directions under the cultivation system. Therefore, the standard of evaluation of things was different from the technological races in the outer universe. Because they had ridden a hover car before, these Yuan family members did not care too much about the transport ship. In their eyes, it was just a large-scale transport magical treasure. These people looked down on these technological products. They felt that these things were too slow. Jiang Fei knew what these people were thinking. However, these people were so arrogant. How could Jiang Fei explain it to them? In terms of speed, have these country bumpkins ever seen an interstellar jump? Just as the members of the Yuan family were boarding the transport ship, Jiang Fei suddenly made a move. A terrifying spiritual power engulfed these people. These guys were all knocked out by Jiang Fei's terrifying spiritual energy. Jiang Fei sneered and then nodded to Aurelia, who was beside him. Aurelia nodded slightly. Soon, a team of construction robots rushed over. They carried these Yuan family's disciples and sent them to the seats of the transport ship to be fixed. Then, the cabin of the transport ship began to release anesthetic gas. Not long after, the temperature in the cabin began to drop, and the Yuan family's disciples, who were originally unconscious, entered a state of hibernation. Hibernation was a method used in the early days of interstellar travel. At that time, due to the limitations of technology, interstellar travel often required a large amount of time. It could be decades, or it could be hundreds or thousands of years. In order to not waste their lives on such aimless travel, intelligent life forms developed this hibernation mode. They would only wake up the passengers when they reached their destination. However, with the development of technology, especially the development of Stargate and interstellar jump technology, interstellar travel only took a few days. Therefore, there were no longer many people who used hibernation pods. However, in order to prevent these guys from causing trouble and to ensure that the transport ship could smoothly send them to the designated location, Jiang Fei had decided to use this method. When they arrived at their destination, he would wake up the cannon fodder. 10 minutes later, the robots finished all their work. Then, they exited the transport ship. Although these robots were not valuable, they were still meat no matter how small they were. The transport ship that Jiang Fei had chosen was a one-time use. He had no intention of letting the Yuan family members return. Therefore, he did not plan to waste these robots. "All right," Jiang Fei said to Aurelia with a faint smile. Aurelia nodded. Then, he immediately contacted the airport and asked them to prepare for the departure of the ship. Very soon, the departure route of the Kid-class one-time use transport ship was cleared. Then, the ship started firing and slowly left the airport. Automatic navigation activated. Target Sargo Cloister confirmed. Adjusting course. Vector engine off. Warp engine activated. Warp to Stargate. As the warp engine was activated, the transport ship jumped into the phase space and warped towards the Stargate at warp speed. It would arrive at Sargo Cloister after more than 10 interstellar jumps. That was the battlefield of the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At this time, the Sorrow Corridor had become a paradise for players. The players from both camps were killing each other there. After these variables in the Yuan family passed, they should be able to distract their attention. All right. After sending off the group of cannon fodder, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia. After all, there were more experts from the 5 directions waiting to be settled in the small square. Jiang Fei did not plan to send the Wang and Xiao families to their deaths easily. After all, these people were completely under his command. This meant that they were on his side. Therefore, Jiang Fei would not let them die in vain. As for the people from the Moon Goddess sect, Jiang Fei had not thought about it. If they were obedient, Jiang Fei would let them live for a few more days. If they were disobedient, they would be like the Yuan family. They would be sent to the front line as cannon fodder. After returning to the small square, Jiang Fei found that there was no one else there. He casually asked a staff member. Only then did Jiang Fei know that Bella and the others had already arranged for these people to be sent to a nearby hotel. Skoda Planet might be a military-industrial planet, but there were many different types of hotels. After all, there were many reception missions here before. As an arms dealer, how could they not treat the people who came to purchase them well? Therefore, there were many hotels and rooms on Skoda Planet. Bella and the others simply arranged for the people from the Xiao and Wang families to stay there. For some reason, Yulingji also expressed her willingness to stay. Moreover, she temporarily listened to Jiang Fei's orders. Therefore, Bella and the rest also let them stay in the hotel. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he quickly found Bella and the rest. Bella took the initiative to ask for credit. It had been hard on them. The Wang and Xiao families had treated them well. As for the Moon Goddess sect, Bison had asked someone to keep an eye on them. These people were most likely heinous thugs. Don't let them bring harm to the engineers, Jiang Fei warned. The Moon Goddess sect was an out-and-out evil sect. They had done many things like killing ordinary people to refine evil magical equipment. Moreover, in the eyes of these people, ordinary people were no different from ants. Jiang Fei did not want his engineers to suffer such an undeserved disaster. Chapter 2003. Translator 549690339. After settling the people from the 5 directions, Jiang Fei gathered the girls for a meeting. Husband, there are a total of 395 experts from the 5 directions. Among them, there are 85 from the Wang family, 92 from the Xiao family, and the rest are from the Moon Goddess sect. Bella explained the situation to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had seen these people before, so he had a rough impression of them. However, he had not counted the exact number of people. There are a total of 9 true immortal level and above experts. The rest of them are all around the void interpretation stage. Bella said, "These few families are not bad. They are actually so courageous." Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that these few families were very diligent in exploring the outside world. However, the Yuan family members who had the same goal might be in trouble. When they woke up, they would be surrounded by the tragic starry battlefield. There's one thing that you should pay attention to, Ah Fei. The people of the Moon Goddess sect seem to be quite strange, Bella suddenly added. Jiang Fei was stunned. Among these people, many of them are sneaky. However, so far, they have not done anything out of the ordinary. All of them are staying in their rooms obediently, Bella said with a frown. Turn on the surveillance cameras in the hotel and keep a close eye on their every move. Jiang Fei did not have a good impression of these people from the Moon Goddess sect. If they did not come to him to be cannon fodder, how could Jiang Fei let these ruthless people into his territory? Yes, Bella nodded. Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei asked. Everything is as usual. However, Sarnaga seems to have provided another batch of battleships and has sent them to the front line, Aurelia said. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Vinolin had given him the authority to issue quests to players, it was impossible for him to issue all the quests to players alone, Therefore, it was normal for him to provide a batch of battleships to reward players who fought on the front line. Jiang Fei asked again. The battle is still ongoing. Both sides are equally strong. It is difficult to determine the winner and loser when there are victories and defeats, Aurelia said as he provided Jiang Fei with some battle reports from the front line. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he flipped through the battle reports as he asked Aurelia, "How is our direct line of ships now?" The 5th Aiken-class battlecruiser has already been launched. It is currently training its crew. It will be ready for battle very soon, Aurelia said with a proud look on her face. After all, she already had 6 main fleet-class super warships under her command. Moreover, the auxiliary fleet was already fully equipped. If everything was taken into account, the fleet under Aurelia's command had already reached more than 2,000 ships. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. As the number of production lines increased, the production efficiency of Skodastar was indeed amazing. In just a few months, the size of his fleet had almost doubled. Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Aurelia and Jiang Fei looked at each other and smiled. This time, Jiang Fei had brought in so many experts. If he did not make a big move, it would be a miracle. All right, you two can stop playing charades. Bella could not stand it anymore. Bella was even more belligerent than Huang Milan. When Jiang Fei said this, his eyes could not help but flash with a golden light. Big? Bella asked with a little excitement. Jiang Fei said, "Sneak into the safe zone of the players?" Fei, how confident are you? Nina frowned. It's a little risky, but it's not a good idea to keep dragging things out. The players are getting stronger every day. Jiang Fei said as he clenched his fist. He did not have much of a plan for this adventure. However, this opportunity was too good to pass up. Moreover, after entering the safe zone, even if he could not enter the Gamma dimension through the portal, it would still be good for him to understand the situation in the safe zone. Huang Milan stood up and said, "No need." Jiang Fei said, on one hand, he had really arranged things for the girls. On the other hand, he did not want them to go with him on the adventure. After all, the safe zone of players was not fun. However, no one knew what was behind a golden light screen. If they were really in danger, Jiang Fei could still rely on the power of the 10th dimension to protect himself. However, the girls around him were not so lucky. Bella asked. Jiang Fei said, "What?" Bella was confused. The terrain of Salhu Cloister was too spacious. There was nothing there. There were no planets, so there was no gravity well to warp through. If they wanted to pass through there, they had to slowly push forward. If Jiang Fei really wanted to attack the resistance, that was not a good place at all. Of course, I know that that place is not suitable for advancing. I just want you to focus the attention of the players there, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia asked. No, Bella and the others will bring the people from the 5 directions, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia was stunned. Jiang Fei had always tried his best to maintain the balance of power between the two sides in order to prevent the game from ending prematurely. However, his decision now would lead to the destruction of the main camp of the resistance army. Don't worry, you will not be able to take down the capital of the Vizari army. The development team will definitely intervene. When the time comes, you have to pay attention to your own safety. Jiang Fei said. He had set up such a big scene not only to attract the attention of the players. The development team was what Jiang Fei was truly afraid of. Chapter 2004. Translator 549690339. After he had made his plans, Jiang Fei left the girls to their own matters. He then went to a separate apartment. The apartment was actually right next to where Jiang Fei and the others lived. There were only 3 people living in the apartment. Other than Blood Mistress and Jiang Shui, there was also Xie Tianxin, who had been brought back by Jiang Fei. Xie Tianxin asked as soon as they met. At that moment, she was most concerned about the situation of the Xie family. Jiang Fei smiled. Since the Mountain of Beasts had already promised him, Jiang Fei believed that the female Beast Queen would not go back on her word. Jiang Fei estimated that the day when the Mountain of Beasts would release the people was not far away. That's good. Xie Tianxin nodded. Jiang Fei said to Xie Tianxin, He asked Bella and the other girls to lead the 5 directions to attack Sorrow Cloister. The Wang and Xiao families should not be a problem. However, just Bella and the other girls would not be able to stop the lunatics of the Moon Goddess sect. Although Mo Lishang's strength was reasonable, it was still difficult for him to do it alone. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted to find a helper for her. Therefore, Jiang Fei's purpose for coming here was to let Xie Tianxin take charge. The leader of the Xie family was slightly stronger than Blood Mistress. According to the measurement of the goggles, her combat strength was as high as 43 million. It was almost the same as Mo Lishang at his peak. Tell me, you are my benefactor now. If you have any requests, feel free to ask, said Xie Tianxin with a smile. She was still counting on Jiang Fei to save her clansmen. How could she not give him face? Hee, I have an operation coming up. I need you to go. Actually, there's no need for you to do anything specific. You just need to go with Mo Lishang and the others, said Jiang Fei with a smile. No problem. It's just being a bodyguard for your little girls, said Xie Tianxin with a smile. She had already met the people from the Moon Goddess sect. They were not too powerful. Therefore, she was still confident. Thank you very much, Grandma. When you return victorious, your clansmen will definitely be released. Jiang Fei bowed to Xie Tianxin. As the duration of this battle would not be too short, the interstellar journey alone would take about a month. Therefore, it would take 1 to 2 years to reach the 5 directions. Jiang Fei believed that the female Beast Queen would have fulfilled her promise by then. I want to send them to the dragon race's territory, Xie Tianxin asked tentatively. It was not that she felt that Skodastar was not good. It was just that this was a technological planet. There was almost no spiritual energy here. After the Xie family members arrived, their training had been abandoned. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. Although there were many planets with rich spiritual energy in the outer universe, they could not be compared to the 5 directions, heaven and earth. Jiang Fei did not have any objections. After he finished instructing Xie Tianxin, Jiang Fei gave Mo Lishang a few more instructions. This woman was now Jiang Fei's death servant. Therefore, it was much more convenient to give her orders. However, Mo Lishang's identity determined her position. Almost a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei estimated that the people from the Yuan family should have woken up. He did not know what would happen to these people in the completely unfamiliar Sarhu corridor. However, what made Jiang Fei feel at ease was that there was not even a planet in Sarhu corridor. The people from the Yuan family did not have a place to stay. In addition, the place was filled with cannons and battleships that were bombarding each other. It was impossible for them to stay out of it. On this day, Aurelia came before Jiang Fei. Actually, the main reason why Jiang Fei and the others had delayed for so long was to wait for Aurelia. After all, the matter of the cultivator's departure was very simple. All they needed to do was to gather and board the transport ship. However, it was different for Aurelia's side. The operation of more than 2,000 battleships was not something that could be prepared in a short period of time. If it was not for the artificial intelligence, Larks, who was helping Aurelia with the dispatch, it would take more than a month to prepare. Okay, then get ready. Jiang Fei nodded and went to look for Bella and the others. The bellicose Bella could not wait any longer. If it was not for Jiang Fei suppressing her, she would have already set off with her people. Jiang Fei smiled. That's great. It's been a long time since I've fought. Bella said excitedly. Don't just go and have fun. Be careful. Jiang Fei said very seriously. Bella smiled. Actually, not all of the girls who were selected to go to Sarhu Cloister were going. Girls like Ariel and Si Tying, who were weaker, could only stay behind to watch the house. One day later, the cultivators of the 5 directions had gathered outside the airport. Nearly 400 experts had gathered together. Jiang Fei and the other Marines in the distance were scared stiff, especially the small leaders like Bison. They all had combat strength testing equipment. Looking from afar, the terrifying numbers were so terrifying that they did not dare to breathe. Especially the 9 guys who could not be tested, they were so terrifying that it was suffocating. Where did the boss find such a group of super experts? Is he trying to flatten the entire universe? Who cares? We're all on the same side anyway. We don't have to face these guys. That's right. If I were those guys from Vizari's army, I would eat whatever I want right now. I would play whatever I want. Anyway, I don't have many days left to live. The identity of these people determined their vision. Their combat power was around 8 to 9 million. This was also because Jiang Fei had provided a lot of giant beast jerky. These people were all stunned. If these experts from the 5 directions were brought to the dragon race's territory, the dragon race's people might not even look at these people in the eye. Jiang Fei, Bella, and the others did not care about these Marines. Although they were not strong, they were still Jiang Fei's direct descendants. They could be said to be loyal. Therefore, they could not help Jiang Fei much now. However, Jiang Fei did not abandon them. Soon, the cultivators from the 5 directions entered the transport ship one after another. Bella and the others' expedition was about to begin. Chapter 2005-2005. Translator 549690339. The long interstellar journey was boring. Even for the cultivators from the 5 worlds, they immediately felt bored after the freshness in the transport ship had passed. After all, there wasn't even a basic supply of spiritual energy in the transport ship. Even if they wanted to cultivate, they couldn't do so. Therefore, they could only chat, but there was no tea to drink. Originally, Bella and the others had planned to put these cultivators in a hibernation mode so that they could pass the long journey more easily. However, these cultivators instinctively remained vigilant towards the unknown. Thus, they rejected Bella's good intentions. Thus, when these guys were almost unable to endure the torture, Bella's fleet finally arrived at the side of the Saru Cloister's empire. Bella called over the leaders of the Wang and Shao families and the Moon God sect. We can finally stretch our muscles and bones. In this iron box, we are almost useless, an elder of the Wang family complained. That's right. Although this mode of travel is simple, it is a little too boring, an elder of the Shao family echoed. This trip is indeed a little far. Bella smiled. She did not explain the concept of billions of light years to these country bumpkins. All right. Moon Spirit G said with a charming smile. When we enter the battlefield, if we encounter wandering soldiers, our fleet will take care of them. Bella said with a smile. Although they were on transport ships, it was impossible for them not to have escort fleets. In order to protect these transport ships, Aurelia specially deployed an Aiken-class battlecruiser and more than 100 supporting warships to form an escort fleet. Someone from the Wang family said with a smile. They had never seen such technological means, so they did not take these warships to heart. In fact, other than this guy, the other cultivators of the 5 directions also most likely thought so, but they didn't say it out loud. The battleships that could dominate the universe were just a means of transportation similar to low-level flying swords. In the eyes of the cultivators, these things weren't worth mentioning at all. Bella didn't explain too much, but she had already made a decision in her heart. She planned to intimidate this group of cultivators so that they wouldn't underestimate the power of technology. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Bella's fleet had already entered Thrall Marsh Cloister for 3 days. Because they were still at the periphery of Thrall Marsh Cloister, they didn't see any traces of the enemy fleet. They didn't even meet Aemon's fleet. Alert! Alert! On this day at noon, alarm bells suddenly rang out in the ship's broadcast. Adjust your formation. Order the 1st and 2nd patrol fleets to advance forward. The commander of the fleet immediately gave the order. As Bella and the others were all cultivators, Aurelia sent one of his most capable commanders, Tesla, to escort them. Speaking of Tesla, this commander was also Aurelia's fellow countryman. They were both in the Odora Star. Moreover, they were all the disciples of the old Marshal Adams. Even this Marshal and many other officers of the Odora planet had been captured by Aurelia. In the following period of time, many of the commanding officers of the Odora planet had submitted to Jiang Fei. Tesla was one of them. Bella was directly teleported to the bridge of the flagship, the Brilliant Light. The Brilliant Light's radar shows that there's a continuous high-energy reaction in front of us. Tesla replied. He was still quite polite to Bella, the lady boss. Bella asked. The distance is too far. I haven't received any specific information yet, Tesla replied. Bella nodded and then said to Tesla, if the enemy isn't too strong, you can take care of them yourself and send the battle video to my battleship at the same time. Tesla nodded. He also understood Bella's intention to intimidate the cultivators. In fact, as Tesla himself, she wanted to show the power of technology in front of the cultivators more than Bella. After all, Bella was a person under the cultivation system. Tesla's own strength was so weak that it could be ignored. The only thing he could be proud of was his commanding ability and the battleships under his command. After Bella returned to her transport ship, she called the leaders of the cultivators to her. An elder of the Wong family asked, It's nothing. We found traces of the enemy, Bella said calmly. Enemy? Another elder asked nervously. After all, they had just arrived and had never met an enemy from outside the 5 directions. Bella smiled. Miss Bella, we have confirmed the information of the 2 sides. Our fleet has 4 destroyer spaceships. One of them is heavily injured, 7 enlightening spaceships, and 2 are heavily injured. The enemy fleet has 11 Gallas enforcers. One of them is slightly injured and is in the process of reassembling its airframe. Among the 23 Lavassa fighters, 5 of them are in the process of reassembling their airframes. Other than that, there are 2 Dirac disruptors assisting in the battle, Tesla reported. And you can decide on your own battle plan. Bella said, Yes. Tesla immediately began to mobilize the fleet after receiving the order, despite the fact that Eamon's fleet was severely beaten up in the battlefield ahead. This rebel fleet did not even have a main force ship. There were only 11 heavy patrol ships, 2 auxiliary light patrol ships, and more than 20 heavy frigates. Faced with a fleet of this size, Tesla would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. Soon, the large screen of Bella's spaceship displayed an image. On the screen, there was a quiet, starry sky. Then, the image rapidly moved forward. After a few seconds, they arrived at the battlefield. The cultivators present were all stunned. Just now, one planet after another flashed before their eyes. Such speed was simply unimaginable to them. The scene shifted to the battlefield. Right now, dozens of battleships were engaged in a battle. Beam weapons and plasma weapons were shooting at each other. The dazzling light illuminated the starry sky. Chapter 2006. Translator 549690339. It's so hard to dismantle an iron box. After seeing the battle scene, one of the guys whispered. Yeah, I think even a golden core stage doll can take care of these iron boxes, another guy echoed. Guys, I'm not trying to attack you. Bella couldn't help but attack. These cultivators had underestimated the defensive power of the battleships too much. What golden core stage baby could solve it? After integrating with the player technology, the offensive and defensive capabilities of these battleships had greatly improved compared to before. Cultivators below the split soul stage could not shake the battleships at all. They could only bully civilian spaceships. Moreover, these split soul stage experts could not pose a threat to all the battleships. Their attacks could at most break through the weak defenses of the reconnaissance ships, even the heavy frigates. Only experts at the form synthesis stage and above could tear through the energy shields. As for cruiser-level ships, that was even more so. Without the strength of the insightful emptiness stage, one had to flee as soon as possible. The cannons of warships were not to be trifled with. As for heavy cruisers like Grizzly Bear, they did not have the strength of the Mayana stage. It was best that one did not go over, because these warships were practically covered in cannon muzzles. No matter how fast one would not be able to completely dodge them. If they could not break through the heavy cruiser's shield, then they would be beaten up for nothing if they went over. They might even get themselves killed. As for the main ship-level ships, even an ordinary true immortal would not be able to break through the shield. All they could do was to harass them. The true use of the cultivators was after the warships clashed, when the main ship's shield was broken. The cultivators directly teleported to the interior of the warship and then violently seized the warship. To put it bluntly, they were still doing the work of the Marines. Miss Bella, you're exaggerating. It's just an iron box. An elder said disdainfully. The people around Zhangfei were all trash. If it were not for Mo Li Shang and Xie Tianxin as true immortal level experts, how could they possibly smile in front of a person like Bella, who was in the tribulation stage? I'm just reminding everyone. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Bella smiled and did not argue with them. Is what this woman said true? I don't know. I think it's nonsense. How could an iron box have such strong defense? Yeah, I think it's impossible too. I think it might be true. Oh, what do you mean? I think it's better to believe it than not. First of all, there's no need for this woman to lie to us. Moreover, if what she said is true, it doesn't matter if we underestimate the enemy. If those juniors rush forward rashly, we might really be at a disadvantage. Yes, that makes sense. After all, it's not just us who came out this time. There are also those dolls. If anything were to happen to them, we won't be able to account for it when we go back. After these elders discussed for a while, although they still did not quite believe what Bella said, they still paid attention. After all, their purpose of coming out this time was to train the younger generation disciples. Their responsibility would be huge. Just as the elders were discussing amongst themselves, Tesla's fleet began to intervene in the battle. Issue identification numbers to allies. Lock onto enemy ships. The first and second Grizzly Bear fleets prepare to attack. Tesla's orders were given out in an orderly manner, and at the same time, the fleet slowly advanced forward. F***K. There are actually reinforcements coming. F***K. I thought that the newly bought ships were going to be destroyed. Haha, if we can still reap the harvest today, then we'll be making a fortune. The players on the Imperial Army side were elated when they received Tesla's identification number. Although the players were not afraid of death, they would have to buy their own ships if they were to blow up. Damn it, why is there an Imperial Army NPC fleet here? F***CKU. It's the main force. What should we do? Run. What else can we do? Fourth and fifth, you two cover the rear. The rest of you, turn around and prepare to retreat. The players on the Imperial Army side were happy, but the players on the Resistance Army side were in trouble. They'd spent a lot of effort to borrow the strength of the Vizari Legion. Only then did they pull up their levels and equipment. Now, they could fight evenly with the players on the other side. However, now that such a powerful fleet had suddenly appeared, wouldn't that force them into a dead end? Therefore, when they saw Tesla's massive fleet, the players of the Resistance Army did not hesitate at all. They decisively left 2 Gala's enforcers behind to cover the rear. Then, the other warships immediately prepared to retreat. You want to leave? Tesla sneered. If he let the enemy escape, how would he have the face to call himself Adam's disciple? How would he have the face to call himself Aurelia's senior brother? Tesla immediately gave the order. The moment Tesla gave the order, more than a dozen Starship-class robot cruisers released all the demolition robots they carried. These demolition robots instantly activated their phase engines. They landed on the Resistance's ships. Faint sparks exploded on the Resistance's ships. Although they did not cause much damage to the ship's hull, their engines were destroyed by the explosion. Boss, it's bad. Our engines are damaged. The ship has stopped. Damn it. These NPCs actually brought auxiliary cruisers. Then what should we do? We can't run away. Let's go all out and try our best to gain some experience points. We can be considered to have recovered our losses. Yes. After these players of the Resistance discussed, they immediately turned off their damaged engines. Since they could not run away, they simply transferred all their energy supplies to their weapons and shield systems. Hee. You can't run away. Tesla smiled when he saw the enemy's reaction. Then, he ordered the Grizzly-class heavy cruiser to enter the assault range and stand by. Then, he let the flagship, the Aurora, recharge the superpower weapon. Commander, the Quantum Thunder Arrow has been charged. Tesla waved his hand. This was the first time he used the super weapon of the main ship in actual combat, so he could not help but feel excited. Chapter 2007. Translator 549690339 with Tesla's command. A large amount of blue energy began to gather at the front of the flare. Warning, warning. A super reaction detected at 15 light seconds on the left front. In an instant, the alarm inside the Resistance's battleship went off loudly. The bright red alarm lights kept flashing, making people involuntarily feel a sense of nervousness. The players of the Resistance complained one after another. As players, they understood the power of the main ship better than ordinary captains. After all, even if their levels were not high enough, they could not afford to buy a main ship. Players could also look at the attributes of the main ship in the system store and drool. However, to those true captains, a super battleship of the main ship's level was not something that ordinary people could experience. Those captains who were not qualified to board the ship, because of the confidentiality, could not find any relevant information. They could not find any relevant information. However, it was precisely because the players understood the power of the main ship that they felt a deep sense of powerlessness when the alarm sounded. It was impossible for them to fight against the main ship with only 10 heavy patrol ships and 20 frigates. Not to mention that there were more than 100 frigates around the glorious light. Although the players of the Resistance were willing to risk their lives, the huge difference in strength made their resistance completely futile. A dazzling blue light swept across half of the starry sky. The quantum thunderbolts fired by Yao Guang split into a large balloon net as they approached the Resistance fleet. In an instant, they enveloped all of the Resistance warships. Warning! Warning! Phase engine stalled. Main thruster engine stalled. Shield energy recoiler stalled. Fire control radar system stalled. All locked targets lost. Weapons system stalled. A series of alarms made the players of the Resistance look more and more unsightly. After being hit by the quantum bolt, they had lost all ability to move. After their weapons and radar systems failed, they were like blind men with no arms or legs. They could only stay where they were and let others slaughter them. Target uplink open. Tesla ordered methodically. Yes, the adjutant immediately passed down Tesla's order. In an instant, a total of 24 Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers activated their Annihilator assault engines. Their speed instantly soared to the limit, and in an instant, they arrived in front of the Resistance's battleships. "Brothers," a Brown Bear-class captain shouted in the fleet channel, and then the automatic cannon system on the heavy cruiser started firing at full power. The disadvantage of the Brown Bear heavy cruiser was that the automatic cannon range was too short. Although its skin was thick enough to take a beating, it was easy for it to be kite. However, under the leadership of the Aiken-class battlecruiser, a quantum bolt could clear this obstacle for the Brown Bears. Phase engine failure restored. Main thruster engine restored. Fire control radar system restored. Weapons system restored. In fact, the duration of the quantum thunder arrow was less than 30 seconds. It would take a very long time to recharge the quantum thunder arrow. However, these 30 seconds were enough for the Brown Bears. They had already inserted themselves into the formation of the Resistance. When it came to close combat, the Brown Bears were not even afraid of the main force ships. The Brown Bears had thick skin and thick flesh. With the help of the automatic cannons that could pierce through shields at close range, they were extremely destructive in close combat. Even the main force would not be able to withstand the assault of a group of Brown Bears, not to mention the Resistance's dozens of small ships. Lock onto them. The players of the Resistance were still making their final efforts. Unfortunately, their cannons were not suitable for close combat. The plasma weapons charging interval was much longer than the automatic cannons. Moreover, they would be blocked by the energy shield. For the time being, they would not be able to harm the Brown Bear's hull. Not to mention that every Brown Bear had astonishing armor. A Dirac Disruptor was the first to disintegrate. As it was a support cruiser, they did not have the ability to reorganize their bodies like the Galas Enforcers and the Lavassa Fighters. They were quickly sunk. After getting off to a good start, the two Brown Bear fleets became more and more courageous, and the Resistance players could not hold on any longer. "Focus on one," the small leader of the players shouted. The other Resistance warships immediately locked on a One Bear, Then, they poured all their firepower on it. Although this bear relied on the destroyer's assault engine to weave back and forth between the Resistance warships, the Resistance did not care about the collateral damage anymore. Although the brown bear's skin was rough and thick, after being concentrated fire, it would soon be unable to hold on any longer. Another brown bear immediately blocked in front of the ship that had been concentrated fire. After all, they were a well-trained regular army, and they were very different from these players who fought in groups. Boys, don't worry. Tesla's voice in the fleet's broadcast reassured these brown bear captains. As expected, the brown bear that had just been injured had 2 Starship-class robot cruisers following behind it. These auxiliary cruisers released a large number of maintenance robots onto the injured brown bear. A moment later, the newly repaired brown bear once again joined the battle. "Boss, we can't kill them," one of the players complained. "Sigh, looks like we've lost today. Forget it, let's just quit," the boss said. "Yeah, we can only do this." The other players nodded one after another. Since there was no chance to turn the tables, they might as well stop being tortured. They all went offline and abandoned these spaceships. The moment these players went offline, these spaceships became complete targets. The players from the Imperial Army who had been beaten up earlier suddenly jumped out. "Quick, quick! Brothers, quickly finish them off." These Imperial Army players shouted joyfully as they were about to rush over and kill them. F***CK. What's going on? The brown bear captains did not know the true identity of these players. In their eyes, these guys were all bastards who came to snatch the credit. The matter was quickly reported to Tesla. "Order these guys to stand by and wait for orders." Tesla was not vague at all. There was a saying that the higher the rank, the greater the pressure. They were all military officers under the Imperial Army, so they could totally give these players orders. Chapter 2008. Translator 549690339. What? The leader of the Imperial Army's players looked displeased. "Yeah, boss, what should we do?" a subordinate asked. The leader pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and obeying the order. They would immediately be recognized as rebels by the system. In that case, although the players from the same camp might not really attack them, they would never be able to receive quests from NPCs again. One had to know that the quest rewards were very important during the growth of the players. If they were unable to accept the quest, it would be a huge loss to the players. It was definitely not comparable to the battle merits of these few spaceships. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, this player leader gave up on acting impulsively and decided to follow Tesla's orders. He told his underlings to wait for orders. The leader said to his underlings, "Boss, there are more than a dozen heavy patrol ships." One of the underlings said unwillingly, "Forget it. There are plenty of opportunities." The leader said, "Sigh." These underlings thought that it was true, so they finally stopped their warships. These Imperial Army players stopped, but the 2 brown bear fleets were not idle. These brown bears could tear the enemy into pieces very quickly. Bella suddenly picked up Tesla's communication. Tesla immediately passed down the order. Although the captains of the brown bears did not understand why they wanted to leave an enemy spaceship, since the order from above was like this, they just followed it. After giving his own fleet the order, Tesla turned to the communications officer and said, "Get me the communication of the friendly fleets." The communications officer immediately replied. Very quickly, the communication between Tesla and the allied players was connected. After all, they were both part of the Imperial Army's fleet, so both sides shared the communication code. A few player captains immediately saluted Tesla. No matter how much they looked down on NPCs, Tesla was still a major general who commanded a strong fleet, and, among them, the one with the highest military rank was only a lieutenant colonel. Tesla returned the salutation. As a noble of Audra, he would never let himself be disgraced by etiquette. Tesla asked, "We are part of the Imperial Army's Special Advance Army. We are under Major General Amon's command," the player replied. Tesla asked, "Is near Stars Zone C9?" The player asked, "Yes, I am under Marshal Jiang Fei's orders to lead the fleet to reinforce you." Tesla said, The player was stunned. He clearly did not believe that Tesla's fleet had such strength. However, he did not dare to show too much disdain in front of his superior. Tesla had deliberately sent these players away. Bella had asked him to leave behind an enemy patrol ship. Then there must be a purpose. By sending these outsiders away, Bella would be able to do her own thing. Yes, a few players immediately turned around and left after receiving the order. After these players left, the two teams of brown bears had mostly cleared out the enemy ships, leaving only an intact Gala's enforcer there. Tesla reported to Bella after letting the two teams of brown bears return to their teams. Yes, well done, Bella said with a smile. Tesla said. After cutting off the communication with Tesla, Bella turned to look at the elders beside her and said to them, I thought you didn't believe in the strength of these warships. Come, I will take you to experience it. Looking at Bella's smiling face, the elders of the five directions suddenly felt a little guilty. They were not afraid of these spaceships, but they were worried that what Bella had described was true. Looking at Bella's calm appearance, she was obviously very confident in what she had said previously. Otherwise, she would not dare to bring them to verify it. These so-called technological powers couldn't be underestimated. Why don't you bring some disciples? Bella smiled. In the end, the elders of the Wong clan were the first to nod. After that, the 9 true immortal level elders brought a dozen of their chosen disciples and followed Bella to the outside of the transport ship. They were all high-level cultivators, so it wasn't difficult for them to survive in the universe for a short period of time. Bella smiled towards Nina. Nina used her spiritual energy to speak to everyone. With a flash of silver light, Nina, who had a spatial core, led everyone to teleport to the vicinity of the Karis law enforcer. The elder of the Shao clan took the lead and instructed his disciples. Yes, the disciple called Shao. He nodded and walked to the front of the line. His strength was at the peak of the insightful void stage, which was above average among these disciples. After stepping out of the line, Shao he slightly calmed his mind and then waved his flying sword. With one move, he cleaved the Huan mountain and slashed at the Gara's enforcer, who was still in the distance. When the flying sword slashed at more than 100 meters above the shell of the Gara's enforcer, it was repelled by a dark green shield. Shao he frowned. He did not want to lose face in front of so many elders. This time, he mustered all his strength and used all the spiritual power in his body to slash at the distant spaceship. The flying sword carried a sword aura of nearly 100 meters. This sword aura was like a rainbow. Even the elders of the Shao family could not help but nod. Not bad. This kid has been training hard recently. Shao Yi's sword was once again blocked by the Karis enforcer's shield. It could be said that it was a resounding slap to the Shao family members. Everyone, this is a heavy cruiser-level spaceship. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Without the strength of the Mahayana stage, it is impossible to break through its shield, Bella said from the side. Her words made the cultivators who previously looked down on the technological system, saying that a golden core stage doll could deal with these spaceships, instantly blush. Chapter 2009. Translator 549690339. After Shao he returned in defeat, the Wong family sent out another Mahayana realm disciple. The Wong family elder said he had heard from Bella that this kind of iron box could not withstand the attack of a Mahayana realm expert. Yes, Wong Guy nodded. He had seen how Shao he had returned in defeat, so he naturally did not dare to be arrogant. After he left the battle, he immediately summoned his flying sword and used all his strength. Following Wong Guy's loud shout, a majestic sword energy swept across the distant Gara's enforcers. The sword energy swept across the battleship's shield, creating ripples. The spectating cultivators cheered in their hearts at the same time. After all, Shao Yi's attack had not caused the battleship to react at all. Wong Guy slashed 3 times in a row, causing the Gara's enforcer's shield to shake violently. Swish! Another 2 swords slashed down, and the Gara's enforcer's shield finally couldn't withstand Wong Guy's attack. The shattered shield exploded like a bubble, revealing the warship inside. Continue. Let's see how long it takes you to destroy this warship, Bella said from the side. The elder of the Wong family nodded. Seeing his elder nod, Wong Gai once again raised his flying sword and slashed at the warship in the distance. Each of Wong Gai's slashes brought a flash of fire on the Karis Enforcer shell. The friction between the sword, aura, and the super alloy exploded with a bright light. That was not something that could be accomplished with just 1 or 2 slashes. Wong Gai's face was filled with more than a dozen slashes. The elders watching from the side were dumbfounded. It would have been easy for them if the battleship's shield had been destroyed just now. In the end, they did not expect this kind of high-tech alloy to be so sturdy. Finally, this Gala's Enforcer was blasted apart by Wong Gai's continuous slashes. However, it took no less than 30 slashes to destroy the spaceship's Wong Gai. One had to know that this was not a casual attack, but a full-force attack. If it took 30 slashes consecutively, it would take at least 10 minutes. This was still based on the fact that the battleship did not retaliate and the shield did not recharge. After all, those players had already gone offline. A type of cultivator could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Actually, Bella had also played a little trickier. In fact, when it came to the strength of the battleship, it was undoubtedly the silver-white battleship that came from player technology that was the most powerful. Next was the Vizari battleships that had been modified by player technology. These Vizari battleships had already used biochemical alloy technology. They had self-healing abilities. Therefore, their strength was abnormally strong. Only the Merchant Alliance's local battleships under Jiang Fei's command were relatively the worst. The Merchant Alliance was a force that had formed spontaneously. Their battleships had been modified from the start by loading weapons onto large merchant ships, although they were the largest arms dealer in the universe. That was based on the fact that the Vizari army did not sell weapons. Although Jiang Fei had obtained some player technology, he was not a technical person. The real modification of the battleships relied on the engineers of the Merchant Alliance. He had only provided part of the player technology. In the end, the Merchant Alliance's battleships were the weakest. However, they were cheaper. Therefore, Jiang Fei's mass production speed was much faster than Vizari's army. They needed the materials and time to build a Gala's Enforcer. Jiang Fei could already build 2 brown bears. Although he was not a match for them in a one-on-one fight, after activating the Annihilator's engine, the brown bears would definitely win in a 2-on-1 fight. However, when she showed these cultivators the strength of the battleships, Bella clearly did not explain the situation clearly. If the brown bears were used as targets, Wong Gai would not have needed so long. All right, I believe that everyone has a certain understanding of these battleships. Let's go back, said Bella as she gave Nina a look. Nina smiled slightly and then activated teleportation. After a flash of white light, everyone returned to the transport ship. Miss Bella, these warships are so powerful. After returning to the transport ship, Yu Lingji suddenly said. Her question made the other elders nod. After all, these people came out to train their disciples, not to be cannon fodder for Jiang Fei. Don't worry, everyone. Although these battleships have powerful attacks and strong defense, their attacks have obvious signs. As cultivators, you should be able to sense the danger and avoid it easily, said Bella. Then, she continued, although there are a few unlucky people who are hit, there is no danger. As long as you're careful, I believe that training here is no more dangerous than training in the 5 directions. Yes, several elders nodded. They had also seen in the video that although the muzzles of these battleships rotated quickly, in the eyes of the cultivators, they were like snails. But the cultivators could completely sense the danger before the opponent fired, and thus, they could avoid it. All right, everyone, go back and rest first. At the same time, explain to the disciples about the warship in detail. Bella finished the meeting after explaining to the elders. After the cultivators left, Nina asked Bella, how do you plan to use these people? Bella didn't speak directly, but asked for Nina's opinion. Although she was the decision-maker for this operation, and Nina was quite cooperative, Bella still respected Nina in her heart. Well, I think it's a bit of a waste to use these experts as Marines, Nina said. Bella nodded. Ordinary Marines needed a warship to break through the opponent's shield before they could teleport them onto the enemy's warship and seize the opponent's warship. However, these cultivators were different. They were powerful, and they could break through the enemy's shield themselves. Once they entered the enemy's ship, they would be invincible. The single-weapon weapons used on the ship would not be able to threaten them at all. Seizing control of the battleship was a piece of cake. Nina asked with some confusion. This was because a player's battleship was slightly different from an ordinary battleship. They did not need too many crew members. Everything was controlled by a central control computer. As long as a captain gave the order, everything would be fine. Even the guards on the ship were robots. Therefore, to seize such a battleship, one had to deal with the AI on the battleship. Otherwise, even if one controlled the body of the player, it would be useless. After all, these guys weren't afraid of death and weren't threatened at all. Chapter 2010. Translator 549690339. Bella laughed, then took out her communicator and said, "Come to my place. I'm on the bridge." Not long after, the bridge's cabin door opened, and Jiang Zhong appeared in front of Bella and Nina. "Jiang Zhong?" Nina asked curiously. After all, 0541 was already Jiang Zhong, and he was already a living person, so there was no way for him to directly connect to the information flow. Jiang Zhong smiled and snapped his fingers. "Hello, everyone." The projection of Lux appeared. Nina looked at Bella in confusion. She didn't expect Aurelia to lend her right-hand man. After all, Dawn's combat strength would be greatly reduced without Lux. "Yeah, I spent a lot of effort to get Lux to let her go," Bella said with a smug smile. Nina smiled. With Lux around, once the cultivators killed the players in the warship, Lux would have no problem taking control of the warship. He obviously asked to follow them. After all, with Lux here, he would definitely come over. Just as Bella and the rest of the fleet were about to meet up with Eamon, Aurelia's army had also set off. Jiang Fei warned. This time, he had more important matters to attend to. Therefore, he could not join Aurelia in the battle. Aurelia said, If the momentum is not right, then the development team must have intervened." Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said to Aurelia, of course, he could not let the other captains hear such words. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow to their morale. "Fei, don't worry. I will attract their attention." Aurelia looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and said. Jiang Fei nodded. Of course, he knew how important his mission was. The price he had to pay was too high. After giving all the instructions, Aurelia's huge fleet set off. Although Bella's fleet was not small, it was nothing compared to Aurelia's main fleet. Aurelia's fleet had 5 battleships of the main fleet level alone. Among them, there was a superclass battlecruiser with pure player technology and 4 Aiken-class battlecruisers. There were nearly 2,000 other types of ships. The size of the fleet even exceeded the total fleet of the Merchant Alliance in the past. Countless fleets of all sizes left the dozens of interstellar bases with Skoda as the core. They gathered in the vast space and formed a super fleet that was so huge that it was breathtaking. After the fleet adjusted its course, it immediately began to move toward the Dominican Galaxy. Jiang Fei watched the fleet set off before he returned to his office. "Connect me to the Imperial Army," Jiang Fei said to the adjutant. The adjutant immediately began to send out a communication signal after receiving the order. Very soon, the Universe Imperial Army responded to Jiang Fei's communication request. The highest-ranking general of the military appeared on the big screen. Although Jiang Fei was not in the capital, planet Pizerns, far away from the core of power, he was still the Universe Empire's general. In name, these generals of the military were all his subordinates. Send a message to the Empire. The main force of the Empire's military will pass through the Dominant Galaxy to attack the Vizari army. Please cooperate with the army to provide supplies along the way. Also, send a message to Sarnaga's people. Jiang Fei said, "The main force of the Empire's army will attack the Vizari army? Sir?" This military officer was obviously a direct descendant of the Emperor Rivendell. Therefore, when Jiang Fei opened his mouth, he was shocked. "All right, if you don't tell me, I would have forgotten." Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care about whether he was the emperor or not. Now that his wings were fully grown, the universe empire could not restrain him. The general wanted to say something else. Oof. Remember your identity. Remember that you are a soldier. Politicians only had to decide whether to fight or not, and who to fight. As for how to fight, that was a soldier's matter. Jiang Fei said coldly. Yes. Although the general only saw Jiang Fei on the big screen, he was actually tens of thousands of light years away from Jiang Fei. However, he could still feel an aura from Jiang Fei that made people want to surrender. Jiang Fei said and hung up the call. After Jiang Fei hung up the call, the general immediately left the military headquarters and went straight to the palace to report. What? That's what he said? After listening to the general's report, the 5 big bosses of the Merchant Alliance, including the Emperor, Rivendell, were dumbfounded. See, I told you that activating this kid would cause the tail to grow too big, said Jupiter with a sullen face. Can you blame me for that? The Sarnagas specifically requested to activate him. Although Lust had always been good to Jiang Fei, he could feel Jiang Fei's ambition at this moment, said Shiwenka. He could not help but glance at the Emperor, Rivendell, who had been silent all this while. The Grand Marshal's words are not without reason. What we politicians need to do is to improve the lives of the people. When it comes to the outside world, we just need to decide whether to fight or not and who to fight. As for how to fight, we laymen like us should not participate. Rivendell actually spoke up for Jiang Fei. Karatzi asked tentatively. Oof. The Disca Galaxy had just reported that Jiang Fei's main fleet had close to 2,000 battleships. Among them, there were 5 main fleets. Rivendell finally could not suppress the anger in his heart. He roared loudly, as if it would make him feel better. The other 4 big shots looked at each other. Everyone finally sighed. Jiang Fei's power had grown much faster than they had imagined. It was too late to suppress Jiang Fei now. Chapter 2011. Translator 549690339. Just as the higher-ups of the Universe Empire were displeased with Jiang Fei's decision to take matters into his own hands, Jiang Fei did not stay idle. He left Skodastar as well. Although Jiang Fei's destination was the player's safe zone in the Dominican Galaxy, Jiang Fei did not travel with Aurelia this time. The reason was simple. He planned to meet someone first. Vinolin was the person that Jiang Fei wanted to meet. Although Jiang Fei could not completely trust this person's identity, at least he had the same goal as Jiang Fei. Perhaps Jiang Fei could get some useful information. At this time, Vinolin was in the form of Alusha. As the ambassador of Sarnaga, she was in the capital of the Universe Empire, planet Pizerns. Therefore, in order to meet her, Jiang Fei had to fly his own shuttle to the capital planet. On the way, Jiang Fei did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Universe Empire soon learned that Jiang Fei was about to visit. What should we do? At that moment, the higher-ups of the Universe Empire gathered once again. Asked Jupiter, said Lucite with a cold smile. Jupiter was speechless. Although they were powerful, they were not that powerful. Therefore, no one was willing to provoke such a powerful person. Said Shiwenka. Rivendell laughed coldly and did not say anything. However, in his heart, he hated Shiwenka. This old fellow actually proposed to talk openly with Jiang Fei. What if Jiang Fei wanted to usurp the throne? They could not afford to offend Jiang Fei. Could it be that they were going to switch sides at the last minute? Everyone don't be anxious. We don't know why Jiang Fei is here. When we meet, we might as well test him out first, said Karatzi as he tried to smooth things over. I also think that it's better to test him out first. I have more connections with this kid, Jiang Fei. He's not the kind of person with ambition, said Lucite. All right, Lucite. Rivendell nodded. Lucite nodded. The group of bigwigs discussed some other things and then left. Only the Emperor of the Universe Empire, Rivendell, was left in the huge palace. Rivendell said to a mass of air. A voice came, but no one was seen. Rivendell asked. The voice replied. Rivendell stopped at this point. Your Majesty, just say the word. The voice said. Rivendell said. Yes. The voice replied, "When the time comes, you will go with Lu Sight to see Jiang Fei." Rivendell said calmly. A figure gradually appeared in front of Rivendell's throne. He knelt on one knee and said to Rivendell, "Your Majesty, please take care of my family after I die." "Don't worry." Rivendell nodded. The shadow knelt on the ground and bowed to Rivendell. Then it gradually faded away. Phew! Rivendell sat on his throne in a daze and sighed. Approaching the Stargate. Power engine shut down. Pulling to the Stargate. Passing through the Stargate. Automatic navigation activated. Locating planet Pizerns. Warp engine activated. Warping to Pizerns. Warp drive turned off. Power drive activated. Approaching Pizerns gravity field. After a few days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei's shuttle finally arrived at the capital planet of the universe Empire. As it was the capital planet, the air traffic control here was particularly strict. Even the shuttles that had no fighting power had to undergo security checks. Jiang Fei replied to the patrol ship and also gave out his identity number. "Lord Marshal, welcome to Pizerns." Because of Jiang Fei's identity, he was quickly arranged to dock at the airport. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he piloted the shuttle and landed in the Imperial military port under the guidance of the guided ship. As soon as Jiang Fei communicated with the patrol boat, the news of his arrival had already spread throughout the upper echelons of the Universe Empire. At this moment, Lu Sight was rushing to the airport. He needed to see Jiang Fei as soon as possible. At this moment, Lu Sight was not the only one who was anxious to see Jiang Fei. There was also a guy who did not have a name who had received the information and was rushing to the airport. A middle-aged soldier with a major general's badge led the group to welcome Jiang Fei. As the general of the empire, Jiang Fei's arrival was a big deal to the airport. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not care about the red tape. Moreover, he was here in Pizerns to talk to Vinolin. He did not have time to waste with these people. Although the major general dismissed the others, he stayed behind with a beautiful female secretary. Jiang Fei asked, "General, I have already arranged a hotel for you. Louise can take you there," the major general said as he gave Jiang Fei a knowing look. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The major general was a little surprised when he was rejected. The bunny girl secretary behind him could be said to be extremely beautiful. He had thought that Jiang Fei would be happy to accept her. However, he did not expect this young Lord Marshal to not like this. "If you have nothing else to do, go do your own thing," Jiang Fei said impatiently. Although the major general wanted to curry favor with Jiang Fei, he had just kissed Jiang Fei's ass. Therefore, he did not know what to say for a moment. "My lord." At that moment, the bunny girl's secretary broke the awkward stalemate and handed the communication device to the major general. The major general smiled apologetically at Jiang Fei. After Jiang Fei nodded, he picked up the communication device. Lu Sight's voice came through the call. The major general immediately replied. Then, he turned around and handed the communication device to Jiang Fei with both hands. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "Major General, the Supreme Council's Lord Lu Sight has given you a message." Chapter 2012. Translator 549690339. Lu Sight laughed. "Yes, Master Lu Sight." Although Jiang Fei could be impatient with the Major General, he could not be impatient with Lu Sight. After all, Lu Sight had treated him quite well back then. Jiang Fei was more or less grateful to Lu Sight. "I heard that you came to Pizerns. I happen to be at the military port. Why don't I come and pick you up?" Lu Sight said. "I see." Although Jiang Fei was going to talk to Vinolin, he was not in a hurry. Moreover, he was too embarrassed to refute Lu Sight. The most important thing was that Jiang Fei did not know that Lu Sight had come because of him. He thought that Lu Sight had just passed by and that the two old friends were catching up. Not long after, Lu Sight's motorcade arrived at the airport. Jiang Fei then saw the high-ranking official of the Universe Empire who had helped him a lot. "Master Lu Sight, long time no see." Jiang Fei smiled. Lu Sight's words made Jiang Fei raise his eyebrows. He did not know what Lu Sight meant. Jiang Fei asked. Sigh. Lu Sight said angrily. Jiang Fei was stunned. This is not the place to talk. Come to my place. Lu Sight said as he went forward and grabbed Jiang Fei's hand. Then, he led Jiang Fei into his own car. Although Jiang Fei's strength was enough to instantly kill 10,000 Lu Sight had helped him before. He was considered half an elder. How could he be violent? Therefore, he could only be dragged into the car by Lu Sight. The convoy left the military port and soon arrived at Lu Sight's manor. In the central area of Capital Star, it was possible to have a super manor that occupied thousands of square hectares. This was something that only the leaders of the Supreme Council could do. After arriving at Lust's manor, the banquet was quickly arranged. Lust and Jiang Fei sat opposite each other, eating and talking. Lust did not continue the previous topic and began to probe Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had nothing to hide. Lust was stunned. Jiang Fei was already a military man. If he were to contact the biggest supporter of the Universe Empire, the ambassador of Sarnaga, it would be interesting. Actually, Lust and the rest of the politicians were thinking too much. Jiang Fei was not interested in the power of the Empire at all. However, the politicians could not understand what he was thinking. A warlord who valued his own troops took the initiative to contact the ambassador of a friendly country. If it was not for the sake of rebellion, there would be no other reason. Jiang Fei's sharp senses sensed a hint of killing intent. He used the corner of his eyes to glance in the direction where the killing intent was coming from. There was a servant standing there. He could sense that the other party's strength was around that of a false immortal just by relying on his spiritual power. A false, immortal-level servant. Jiang Fei thought to himself. After all, this was not the world of the Five Directions. In the outer universe, a person with tens of millions of combat power could be called an expert. How could such a person who was close to the level of a hermit be a servant for someone else? Even if he worked for someone else, he had to be an honored guest. However, although Jiang Fei found something suspicious, he did not expose it. Moreover, he did not look at that guy anymore because he had not figured out whether this guy was Lust's man or an assassin who was lurking here. Lust continued to ask, HMM, it's not convenient for me to tell you this. Of course, Jiang Fei could not say that he was looking for Vinolin to ask about the player. At this time, he was no longer willing to make up a lie. Therefore, he directly came with no comment. However, Jiang Fei's frankness caused Lu Sight's imagination to run wild. Initially, people had already suspected that he was going to rebel. At this time, Jiang Fei's mysteriousness made it even more sinister. Before Lust could say anything, the attendant beside him had already sentenced Jiang Fei to death. You are indeed a traitor. The attendant shouted loudly. Although his ability to frame someone was very poor, his skills were not bad. Two lightsabers instantly appeared in his hands and stabbed towards Jiang Fei one after the other. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Although this guy's strength had reached the level of a false immortal and his combat power was around 19 million, he was already a rare supermaster in the outer universe. However, in Jiang Fei's eyes, this guy was just a piece of SH*T. Facing the waiter's attack, Jiang Fei did not dodge. To outsiders, Jiang Fei looked as if he was scared silly by the swift attack. He did not have time to react. In fact, Jiang Fei thought that his opponent was too slow. He waited for the enemy to reach him before he made his move. On the other side, Lu Sight was terrified. Although Jiang Fei's answer just now made him feel that this kid might be restless, he still wanted to persuade Jiang Fei. In fact, in his heart, he had a very good impression of Jiang Fei. He did not believe that Jiang Fei would really rebel. Therefore, when he saw that someone was trying to assassinate Jiang Fei, he subconsciously reminded Jiang Fei. In a split second, no one saw what Jiang Fei did. No one saw what happened either. There was only a crisp sound in their ears. When they looked again, they saw the assassin lying in front of Jiang Fei's feet. The two lightsabers had already been extinguished. What? Lust was dumbfounded. With his strength, he could not even catch Jiang Fei's movements. Come on, tell me. Jiang Fei asked calmly. Judging from Lu Sight's reaction, the assassin should have nothing to do with him. The assassin snorted coldly. He was about to bite the poison hidden in his teeth. However, if a false immortal could successfully commit suicide in front of Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei would be letting down his combat strength that was comparable to the Dragon Emperor. No one saw Jiang Fei's actions. Everyone saw 5 bright red palm prints suddenly appear on the assassin's face. Then they saw Jiang Fei playing with a soft capsule in his hand. There was a little dark green liquid inside. You want to die? Looks like you're a death warrior. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Torture was not effective against death warriors. However, Jiang Fei did not need such a primitive method of extorting a confession. He could directly use his spiritual power to invade the other party's brain. However, Jiang Fei did not care about the life and death of a person who dared to assassinate him. Chapter 2013. Translator 549690339. After confirming that the assassin was a man of sacrifice, Jiang Fei did not waste any more time. His spiritual power immediately surged into the assassin's mind. After his spiritual power was invaded, the assassin let out an inhuman scream. Following that, his limbs began to twitch. Lu Site asked from his side. At that moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was exploring the information in the assassin's mind. Therefore, he had no time to pay attention to Lu Site. Jiang Fei was relying on the amazing computational ability that he had obtained after developing his mind. He was searching the assassin's mind for information that was beneficial to him. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Very soon, he found the information that he wanted in the depths of the assassin's mind. A trained death warrior could withstand torture. No matter how much his willpower assessed him, as long as he was not strong enough, everything would be in vain. Fei, what is going on? On the other hand, Lu Site was confused. He had no idea what was going on. Jiang Fei smiled at Lu Site. Then, he threw the half-dead assassin aside. At this time, the assassin's mouth was drooling and his eyes were staring straight at Jiang Fei. There was no light in his eyes. Clearly, he was an idiot. Les pointed at the assassin who was lying on the ground and asked. Jiang Fei smiled. Although this kid could be considered a witness, after his strength had reached a certain level, did he still need evidence? As long as it was something that Jiang Fei had determined, even if there was no evidence, it would not stop him from convicting the person. At this time, Lu Site had yet to react to the assassination attempt. He agreed twice and then asked his men to take the assassin away. However, it was obvious that Lu Site's men could not get any information from a fool. Lu Site explained to Jiang Fei embarrassedly. Master Lu Site, you don't have to mind. This was just an accident. However, I still have something to do. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although he would not vent his anger on Lu Site because of this incident, he would not be so kind to the culprit. Jiang Fei was not that kind. Good. Lu Site nodded. After the assassination incident, he could not force Jiang Fei to stay in his own manner anymore. If something happened again, he would really become an accomplice. After bidding farewell to Lu Site, Jiang Fei left the luxurious manor and walked towards the city. As he was in a technological city, Jiang Fei did not do anything that would attract attention like stepping on a flying sword. He directly drove a luxurious hovercar from Lu Site. As Lu Site's manor was in the core area of Capital Star, it was not very far from the city center. After more than 20 minutes, Jiang Fei arrived at the central city of Pizerns. Let's go find Violent first, Jiang Fei thought to himself. As the hover car turned around, Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the embassy district of Sarnaga. Hello, this is the embassy of Sarnaga. The embassy's guard asked. I would like to see Ambassador Elisha, Jiang Fei said. Okay, the guard asked. As the ambassador of Sarnaga, Elisha was not someone that anyone could meet. I'm the Grand Marshal of the Empire, Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked the guard at the door. Grand Marshal, please wait a moment. The guard was very polite, but he still did not let Jiang Fei in directly. On the other side, Jiang Fei saw the guard return to his small room. After he fiddled with a light screen for a while, he turned around and walked out. General, Ambassador Alicia is in her office on the 17th floor. She would like you to go up on your own, said the guard. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded at the guard. Then, he walked into the embassy of Sarnaga. As he walked, Jiang Fei soon arrived at the office of Aloza, which was located on the 17th floor. When the secretary saw Jiang Fei, she immediately opened the door of the office for him. However, it seemed that she did not intend to go in with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded at the secretary and walked in. Then, the female secretary closed the door of the office. Asked Varen, who had transformed into a Lusha. Jiang Fei knew that Varen knew what he was asking. Yes, I do know a part of it, but it is only limited to the surface. As for what you want to do, I need you to explain it to me yourself, said Varen. This time, Jiang Fei had caused such a huge commotion. Not only did he send a large number of troops to Saru Cloister, he had also sent a large fleet to attack the vital points of the resistance. This was simply the beginning of the end of the game. If it was not for Vinolin having a certain understanding of Jiang Fei, he would have gone to look for Jiang Fei long ago. Saru's Zungbing mainly wants to attract the players over to create an opportunity for the main fleet. When the time comes, they will be able to catch the resistance off guard. At that time, I think that the development team will not want the game that is making money to end early. Therefore, they will definitely interfere. At that time, I think the development team would be focused on how to restore the balance of the game. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. He told Vinolin everything about his plan. After all, there were many things that he needed Vinolin's help with. Good boy, you've actually counted on them. Vinolin asked. I plan to go to the player save zone to take a look, said Jiang Fei. It's not a problem for you to go there. Now that you and the player of the Imperial Army are allies and the commander of the Imperial Army, you could be considered as one of the friendly bosses. You have complete authority to enter that place, said Vinolin as he nodded. Jiang Fei finally revealed his ultimate goal. Are you crazy? The originally calm Vinolin suddenly stood up. It's not a good idea to always be on the defensive. Jiang Fei said, You're right. I can't guarantee how long this game will last. If something goes wrong, we'll be caught off guard. Vinolin thought for a moment and agreed with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said, Okay, I'll try my best to help you cover up the information. As long as you don't go too far, especially if you don't abuse the players and cause them to complain, I should be able to hide it from the development team. Vinolin made his promise. Chapter 2014. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei asked. I don't know much about the teleportation portal, said Vinolin as he handed Jiang Fei a palm-sized optical computer. The optical computer stored information about the player's safe zone. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He immediately turned on the photon processor and projected the image of the player's safe zone. This was the first time Jiang Fei had seen the situation inside the photon processor. In fact, this player's safe zone was nothing special after it was revealed. It looked like a huge airport. However, the size of this super airport was even larger than a giant planet. There were many golden battleships patrolling around this super airport. One of the rectangular motherships was even more terrifying. The main ship that was 3,000 kilometers long in front of it was a small one. The size of this super mothership was almost as big as an asteroid. Other than the super mothership and the huge spaceport, the thing that attracted Jiang Fei's attention the most was the huge wormhole that was emitting an endless, mysterious aura. Jiang Fei sighed. If this thing was really a wormhole, then they would at most be faced with an invasion of civilizations from unknown corners of the universe. These high-dimensional beings were using Jiang Fei's home as a game ground. Actually, there is nothing special about this safe zone. There are no players here anymore. Occasionally, there will be some new players entering. Other times, there will be no one, Vinolin explained. Jiang Fei said, It was supposed to be like this, but after all, I'm here. Vinolin laughed. Jiang Fei nodded and did not thank Vinolin. After all, the two of them were in a cooperative relationship. While Jiang Fei was fighting against the development team, he was also fighting for Vinolin's freedom. After that, Jiang Fei talked to Vinolin about some players. The thing that Vinolin told Jiang Fei the most was to keep a low profile and not look at and kill the players, otherwise the development team, who had finally managed to attract the attention of the players, would start to pay attention to Jiang Fei's actions again because of the complaints of the players. After leaving Vinylant's place, Jiang Fei had just left the embassy in Sarnaga when he realized that there was someone waiting for him at the door. A guy with a pig's head said to Jiang Fei with a face full of joy. However, this guy was a little too ugly. Therefore, his smile made Jiang Fei feel a little nauseous. Jiang Fei really did not remember who this pig-headed man was. Marshal, you are really forgetful. I am Sir Peter Zhu's adjutant. My name is Kenzie, said the pig-headed man. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. He did not remember this pig-headed man, but he still remembered Peter Zhu. After all, that guy was once the second in command of the Merchant Alliance. Now, he was the president of the Universe Empire Supreme Council. Lord Marshal, my lord said that there might be a slight misunderstanding between you and him. Therefore, he would like to explain it to you, said Kenzitz. Jiang Fei nodded. Of course. Why would Peter Zhu be anxious to see him? Previously, he had been assassinated in the Manor of Luster. The assassin had been calling out to be under the orders of Peter. This intelligent old pig was obviously not willing to take the blame. Kenzie said with a flattering smile. The fat on his face trembled. This almost made Jiang Fei spit out his lunch. Although Jiang Fei did not like these pig-headed Pigians, he really wanted to meet Peter. Previously, Jiang Fei had invaded the mind of the assassin, so he knew that the real culprit behind this was the Emperor of the Empire, Rivendell. This way, Jiang Fei could no longer sit still and wait for his death. However, Jiang Fei was now a person with a business. In that case, Jiang Fei's business on Skoda Star and the weaker girls like Sea Tying would still be in danger. In order to avoid future trouble, Jiang Fei decided to make the first move. However, it was not difficult to kill Rivendell. However, Jiang Fei had important matters to attend to now. The internal affairs of the Universe Empire could not be messed up. Jiang Fei decided to win over some of the higher-ups of the Empire so that they could be prepared. At this time, Zhu Peter had delivered himself to Jiang Fei's doorstep. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to look for anyone else. Moreover, Zhu Peter was the second most powerful person among the 5 big bosses. His strength was only second to Rivendell. If Jiang Fei killed the current emperor of the empire, there would not be much of a problem for Zhu Peter to take over the power of the empire. After making the decision, Jiang Fei got into Kenzie's hover car. At the same time, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had never thought that he would one day become a sycophantic minister who killed the emperor. However, there were times when one could not control oneself. Then, it was not up to one to decide whether one should rebel or not. Just like now, Rivendell felt threatened by Jiang Fei. He felt that Jiang Fei no longer cared about the emperor. Therefore, he was determined to get rid of Jiang Fei as soon as possible. However, the problem was that Rivendell's idea was not bad. However, his strength was not good enough. He failed to send someone to assassinate Jiang Fei. Instead, he exposed himself. How could Jiang Fei tolerate a person who wanted to kill him to continue being the emperor of the empire? The subject was strong and the ruler was weak. Moreover, both parties were not people who were at the mercy of others. Therefore, only one person could survive. Either Jiang Fei was loyal to the end and insisted that the subject had to die. However, Jiang Fei was clearly not a pedantic person. Therefore, he could only choose another path, to kill the emperor. After dozens of minutes, the hover car stopped outside a large hotel. Under the guidance of Kenzie, Jiang Fei entered the large hotel. The Grand Marshal has arrived. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the hotel lobby, Peter Zhu came out with a big smile. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, he was held back by Peter Zhu's big hand. Grand Marshal, logically speaking, I should have gone to pick you up personally. However, as you know, our emperor is suspicious by nature. Our identities are so sensitive, so it is not good for me to show myself outside. This is a secret property of Zhu. Peter Zhu was really generous. Such a large-scale hotel. He said to give Jiang Fei. Chapter 2015. Translator 549690339. There was a saying that one should never hit a smiling person with a punch, let alone someone like Zhu Peter, who had given him a big gift the moment they met. He would also have a convenient place to stay. Therefore, although Jiang Fei felt that Zhu Peter's crafty hands were a little disgusting, he still forced himself to hold Zhu Peter's hand as they walked into the banquet hall. At this time, the banquet hall was already filled with a feast. All kinds of rare delicacies from the universe were available. Jiang Fei followed Zhu Peter all the way to the main table. Moreover, Zhu Peter had even moved him to the main seat. Come, come, come. Zhu Peter smiled and said. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony and sat down on the main seat. Come, come, come. Zhu Peter then called for the others to take their seats. This time, his meeting with Jiang Fei was very ostentatious. Almost all of the important people around him were pulled over by Zhu Peter to accompany him. Unfortunately, Zhu Peter's enthusiasm was a little blind. Jiang Fei did not know these wealthy businessmen at all. Moreover, he was not very interested in these profiteers, therefore, it did not make any difference to him whether these people were big shots or gossips. After everyone took their seats, it was inevitable for them to exchange pleasantries. Although Jiang Fei was not interested in this, he still had to accompany these people. After all, today was not the Hongmen banquet. Jiang Fei still needed these fat guys. After some pleasantries, Zhu Peter finally got to the main topic. General, I heard that you were assassinated at Master Lust's place. Zhu Peter asked tentatively. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. If it was fake, would the old man still ask? However, on the surface, Jiang Fei still said with a pleasant expression, I did encounter a little situation, but it's not a big problem. Sigh. A big businessman, who was accompanying the guests, tried to smooth things over. Is this a public security problem? Peter Zhu slammed the table angrily. This act was very emotional. Chairman, please do not be angry. Things may not be that bad, said another person who was accompanying the guests. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He did not expose these people's tricks. He just watched their performance quietly. Chairman, I think it is necessary to change the public security officer of Pizerns. A big businessman suggested. Yes. I heard that Chief Chime Go of Bizeni's core garrison area has a clean style and extraordinary abilities. Not everyone who accompanied the guests could receive the script. Those secondary characters didn't have any missions on them. But this didn't prevent them from taking the opportunity to flatter Peter Zhu. This Chime Go was a distant nephew of Peter Zhu and could be considered one of Peter Zhu's trusted aides. If he was chosen to be a public security officer, it would obviously increase Peter Zhu's authority in the upper echelons of the Universe Empire. The appointment of the sheriff is not up to me. Zhu Peter laughed loudly. Zhu Peter laughed loudly as he was flattered by his underlings. He almost forgot the purpose of inviting Jiang Fei over. When he remembered the important matter, he quickly stopped smiling. After all, Jiang Fei had been assassinated today. However, he laughed like a flower. Even if he did not do this, it was inevitable that he would offend Jiang Fei. Thinking of this, Zhu Peter could not help but glare at that sycophant. Then he said to Jiang Fei in a serious manner, General, I heard that the assassin shouted my name before the assassination today. I can assure you that this matter really has nothing to do with me. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. About this matter, Zhu Peter was about to continue explaining. He did not expect Jiang Fei to believe him so easily. After all, being assassinated was a very serious matter. Regardless of whether he was injured or not, this matter could not be resolved easily, especially since the assassin had shouted his name. If it was a second person, they would not believe that this matter had nothing to do with him. All right, you don't have to explain anymore. I already know who did this, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Zhu Peter's eyes widened. This kind of assassination was usually carried out by death warriors. Regardless of the outcome of the assassination, these people would usually commit suicide. Even if they were caught, they would not be able to get any results from the interrogation. Jiang Fei nodded with certainty. Zhu Peter said angrily. Although the person who was assassinated was Jiang Fei, he was also a victim. After all, the assassin was the one who framed him before he made his move. Jiang Fei smiled. Jupiter pondered for a moment. He really had a few suspicious targets. First of all, the one who had the motive to assassinate Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal of the Empire, was definitely the Vizari army. They were enemies with the Imperial Army. Assassinating the enemy's highest military commander was a very reasonable motive. Secondly, it was the people within the Universe Empire. Moreover, they were the higher-ups. Among these people, the only one who had the motive was the Emperor of the Empire, Rivendell. This was because Jiang Fei's strength directly threatened his throne. Peter Zhu looked at Jiang Fei. He saw a hint of a playful smile on Jiang Fei's face. If it was an enemy who came to assassinate Jiang Fei would obviously not show such a look. Then, the answer was, when he thought of this, Peter Zhu was even more certain. If it was Rivendell who arranged the assassination, everything would make sense. Not only would he be able to kill Jiang Fei, who had his own army, but he would also be able to take the opportunity to frame Peter Zhu. As a result, he would be weakened as the speaker. This way, not only would Rivendell's throne be stable, but he would also be able to gain more real power. It seems like you have guessed it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. With Jiang Fei's affirmation, Jupiter was even more certain in his heart. He also hated Rivendell even more. Originally, he was the second most powerful person in the Merchant Alliance. He was a little unwilling to let Rivendell ascend the throne. Now that Rivendell had taken the initiative to frame him, how could he not hate the Emperor? Jupiter asked Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. Although Jiang Fei had not said anything, since he was able to come to his banquet, Jupiter understood Jiang Fei's intentions. He knew that he was planning to move the Emperor. Chapter 2016-2016. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei said calmly. Jupiter's hands were trembling. Even though he was an old fox who had been in a high position for a long time, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Although Jiang Fei did not say it out loud, Jupiter had already understood Jiang Fei's meaning. Jiang Fei clearly intended to cripple Rivendell. After all, no one could tolerate an emperor who wanted to kill him. It was undoubtedly asking Peter if he was willing to take a step further. Peter did not doubt that Jiang Fei could overthrow Rivendell. First of all, Jiang Fei had already gathered his troops. His fleet was enough to sweep across the entire Universe Empire. Even Rivendell's Imperial Guards could not stop him. Moreover, Jiang Fei's relationship with the Alliance army, Sarnaga, was ambiguous. In the beginning, it was Sarnaga who had asked Jiang Fei to be the Grand Marshal. After he was assassinated, he had immediately gone to Sarnaga's embassy. Obviously, he had gone to seek the opinion of his allies. Now that Jiang Fei had expressed his intention to overthrow Rivendell, it was obvious that he had the support of Sarnaga. In this way, Jiang Fei's military strength could completely overthrow Rivendell. Jupiter had initially thought that Jiang Fei might rise to the throne by himself. That was why he did not dare to look for the throne. However, military power could not be compared to Jiang Fei's. However, when faced with Jiang Fei's question, although Jupiter was extremely excited, he did not know how to answer. If he nodded and was willing to take a step forward, Jiang Fei would be testing him. Then, not only would he not be able to sit in that position, he might not even be able to keep his head. However, if he were to ask Peter to give up this opportunity, he would not be able to accept it. Therefore, at that moment, Peter was extremely conflicted. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Peter decided to retreat in order to advance. He said to Jiang Fei, "The Emperor of the Empire, Rivendell, is ruthless. He actually sent people to assassinate the Empire's marshal. This is simply insane. If the marshal is interested, I am willing to send people to escort the marshal away from Pizerns to meet up with the fleet. When the time comes, Sir Marshal, you can come to the city and force Rivendell to abdicate. I am willing to assist you in ascending to the throne as the new emperor of the empire." Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. It was not like he did not see how excited Peter was just now. However, the pig-headed man's intelligence and calmness had shocked Jiang Fei, as expected of the pig-headed man who had absorbed all the intelligence of the PIGS. A normal pig-headed man would not be so smart. I'm not interested in becoming the emperor. Jiang Fei laughed. He had been afraid of attracting the attention of the development team, so he had been keeping a low profile as much as possible. This emperor was the head of the two universe camps. He was too ostentatious. Jiang Fei did not intend to do it himself. Although he did not want to be the emperor, it did not mean that Jiang Fei would give up his control over the empire. It would be a rebellion anyway. Since he had spent so much effort, Jiang Fei naturally wanted to reap the fruits. Therefore, although he did not want to be the emperor, but also to foster an obedient candidate. And this Jupiter is obviously very sensible. At least he knows the fear of the strong, know what people cannot afford to provoke. This is also the Peugeot instinct. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei decided not to beat around the bush. He said to Peter Zhu, "Let me get this straight. I can give you the position of emperor, but I don't want you to make the same mistake as him." "General, don't worry," Peter Zhu said excitedly. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. "Man," Peter Zhu stood up and immediately said to the bodyguards beside him, "Yes, sir." A large group of powerful bodyguards rushed out of the banquet hall. Their strength was generally more than 6 to 7 million combat power. However, to those rich businessmen and tycoons, they were all super experts. These rich businessmen and tycoons were all smart people. They knew about such a confidential matter, so they were naturally not in a hurry to leave. If they left now, wouldn't they be suspected of being informants? Moreover, they were also considered to be Zhu Peter's trusted aides. If Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter succeeded in usurping the throne, they might even be able to get some benefits. After everyone else had been invited out, Zhu Peter said to Jiang Fei, "Lord Marshal, when will you leave?" "Leave?" Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Zhu Peter asked, puzzled. Jiang Fei sneered disdainfully. Then, he said, "Do you need a fleet to take down Rivendell?" Zhu Peter was very confused. Although he was powerful and rich, he was not a cultivator. With the talent of the PYG people, they could only train up to 10 million combat power at most. Therefore, his eyes were naturally limited to this. Jiang Fei drank the remaining wine in his cup. "But the palace is Rivendell's lair. It's heavily guarded," Zhu Peter said anxiously. "There's no need for an army." Jiang Fei smiled faintly. He had brought Zhu Peter over today because he wanted him to show off his strength so that this kid would obediently become his puppet and not have any ulterior motives. Zhu Peter could not understand Jiang Fei's level of strength, so he was extremely anxious. "Just send a car to send us over," Jiang Fei said to Zhu Peter. Oh, although Zhu Peter felt like he was going to die, he did not dare to disobey Jiang Fei's words. Soon, a bulletproof hover car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. After Jiang Fei got into the car with Zhu Peter, the driver took them straight to the palace. "Wait for us here," Jiang Fei said to the driver after getting out of the car. Of course, the driver did not have any objections. "Let's go," Jiang Fei said to Zhu Peter. Zhu Peter was really scared to death at this moment. The two of them were going to break into the palace and overthrow the emperor. This was too ridiculous. After all, he was a pig-headed person from planet Pyge. He was only that bold. "Stop talking nonsense." Jiang Fei glared at Zhu Peter. He was so scared that he did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Then, Jiang Fei directly released his spiritual power. The entire palace was instantly covered by his divine sense. Chapter 2017. Translator 549690339. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread, he could see the entire palace. Jiang Fei smiled. Although there were no top-tier experts in the palace, there were a lot of automated defense facilities and battle robots. As soon as Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter approached the palace, an attendant immediately came forward to greet them. Jiang Fei said to the attendant, "Generalissimo, His Majesty is currently dealing with other matters." The attendant had already been informed by Rivendell that the assassin operation had failed today. How would Rivendell dare to face Jiang Fei? No, Jiang Fei would not waste his breath on an attendant. He pulled the attendant aside and walked into the palace. Zhu Peter, who was behind him, could only grit his teeth and follow. "Grand Marshal," The attendant shouted twice. However, he did not dare to stop Jiang Fei. After following Jiang Fei to dissuade him for a while, he had no choice but to quickly run into the palace to report the situation. Zhu Peter asked with a troubled look. Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Sigh. Peter gritted his teeth. Although the Beagle people were not very brave, at this point, he could only grit his teeth and do it. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this is bad. The waiter had already arrived in front of Rivendell. Asked Rivendell. The attendant said aggrievedly. Humph, there's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Rivendell sneered. Then he raised his hand, and a laser shot out from between his fingers, instantly killing the attendant on the spot. Rivendell looked at the attendant and sneered. Soon, an automatic robot dragged the body of the attendant out. Then, Rivendell gently pressed on the armrest of his throne. His throne began to slowly sink. When the throne sank to the ground, the lock on the throne was locked. The ground returned to its original state. Rivendell's throne continued to descend. Soon, they arrived at a secret base hundreds of meters underground. Automatic defense activated. Rivendell ordered. A mechanical voice sounded. Ka! On the other side, Jiang Fei and the others had just entered the palace. They heard the sound of hydraulic exhaust coming from behind them. Soon after, a thick steel gate was lowered on the road they came from. It blocked Jiang Fei and the others' path. What's going on? Zhu Peter was a little flustered. His combat power was less than 5 million. He was only slightly stronger than the Marines. He was not considered an expert at all. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He did not care at all. The entire palace was silent. Only the footsteps of Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter could be heard. What's going on? Zhu Peter looked around in fear. Gah! Following a soft sound, a gate opened in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Immediately after, 2 teams of robot soldiers rushed out. After the robot soldiers appeared, they did not even say a word and directly opened fire. What's going on? I'm the Empire's speaker. Jupiter shouted loudly. Don't be silly. Rivendell has already tried to kill me. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a shield rose in front of Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter. The laser beams from the robots were all blocked outside. Although Zhu Peter was smart, he was panicking under such a dangerous situation. Therefore, his IQ had obviously dropped. If he kills you, he will blame it on me, just like how he tried to kill me before. If he kills all of us, his position will be even more stable, Jiang Fei said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Peter could only rely on Jiang Fei. Although he was rich and powerful, these things could not save him. Of course, it's up to me. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Zhu Peter. Although the battle robots' weapons were excellent, their power was only equivalent to 6 to 7 million warriors. To Jiang Fei, it was not even worth mentioning. Jiang Fei waved his hand. A wave of gang force swept across the battle robots. The battle robots' shields were like paper. They were instantly broken. Then, the robots were instantly turned into scrap metal. Behind Jiang Fei, Peter Zhu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was a warrior, he had no idea about Jiang Fei's strength. After cleaning up the battle robots, Jiang Fei and the others had only taken a few steps when Peter Zhu shouted, Great General, something bad has happened. Peter Zhu also had a combat strength tester similar to Jiang Fei's. Therefore, when he noticed the danger, he immediately shouted. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had long known what was ahead. However, Rivendell was really ruthless. He had actually loaded the main cannon of a battleship into the palace. After all, this was a battleship-mounted cannon. The power of that cannon was enough to turn the palace into ruins. What? Heavy patrol, main cannon? Zhu Peter was almost scared to death by Jiang Fei. The main cannon of the heavy patrol was as powerful as a top-tier expert with 17 million combat power. In the entire universe empire, the number of people who could rely on their own strength to block such an attack could be counted on one hand. At this moment, the main cannon had finished charging. A bright beam of light shot straight at Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter. In an instant, Everything that the beam of light passed by instantly evaporated. Whether it was the pavilions or the flowers and trees, they were all vaporized into particles. Jupiter closed his eyes. He thought that he was dead for sure. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that he was not injured at all. When he opened his eyes again, something happened that made Jupiter's jaw drop. He saw that the attack of the main cannon was actually blocked by Jiang Fei with one finger. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not seem to be angry at all. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Is this guy still human? Jupiter guessed in his heart. Only a master at this level could block the main cannon's attack so easily. Chapter 2018. Translator 549690339. Alright. Jiang Fei looked at Jupiter's stunned expression. He was very satisfied with this effect. The reason why Jiang Fei had wasted his time to show off his strength was to intimidate Jupiter so that he could be an obedient puppet in the future. Now that Jupiter had been scared silly by Jiang Fei's strength, Jiang Fei had achieved his goal. Therefore, he waved his hand, and the heavy patrol main cannon in the distance was cut into two halves by a gust of astral energy. Following that, Jiang Fei and Jupiter quickened their pace. As the saying goes, if God gets in the way, kill God. If Buddha gets in the way, kill Buddha. In just a few minutes, Jiang Fei had reached the Golden Hall. The Golden Hall's door closed. 7 to 8 experts leaped out. In the eyes of Jupiter and the others, these people were all super experts. Their combat power was between 12 million and 17 million. In the universe, they could already be the overlord of a region. The fact that Rivendell was able to gather such a group of experts was enough to prove his skills. Jupiter had really opened his eyes today. In the past, he had always thought that there was not much difference between him and Rivendell. Today, he finally knew how deep the old man Rivendell was hiding. After these experts appeared, they immediately charged at Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei without saying a word. Peter Zhu cried out in fear. He could clearly see the strength of these experts through the combat power testing device. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. His spiritual power swept out like a tidal wave. On the other hand, before Peter Zhu's cry had stopped, the experts had all bled to death from their 7 orifices. Help! Jupiter was dumbfounded. He looked at the experts who had fallen and turned to look at Jiang Fei. There were only the 2 of them here. The deaths of these people had nothing to do with him. It was clearly Jiang Fei's doing. Oh my God, what is the background of this lore marshal? Now, Jiang Fei had become the object of Jupiter's worship. Let's go. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Jupiter and walked forward. At that moment, in the Golden Palace, the Emperor's dragon throne had disappeared without a trace. Riel was naturally not there. Jupiter said, "Run?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he threw a punch at the original position of the dragon throne. A blast of energy directly pierced through dozens of layers of strengthened metal gates, directly penetrating the path to the underground. Jiang Fei grabbed Jupiter's neck collar and jumped down. As Jupiter screamed, Jiang Fei and Jupiter landed in the underground base. The moment Jiang Fei and Jupiter landed, a large group of battle robots surrounded them. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Jupiter was confused. Clearly, he did not know that Rivendell was no longer an ordinary creature. He had already modified himself into a robot. Jiang Fei laughed. Jupiter was confused. At that moment, the battle robots opened fire. They used laser weapons to fire at Jiang Fei and Jupiter. However, they were all blocked by Jiang Fei's shield. There was no effect at all. Jiang Fei waved his hand in annoyance. A blast of astral energy swept across the robots. The robots also turned into pieces on the ground. This time, Jupiter was no longer surprised by Jiang Fei's strength. He followed behind Jiang Fei obediently. He was waiting for Jiang Fei to kill Rivendell so that he could ascend to the throne. Although he could only be a puppet in peace, he was still the leader of 10,000 people. That kind of glory was not something that a speaker with an undeserved reputation could compare to. After killing these battle robots, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and used his senses. He quickly found Rivendell's tracks and rushed over with Jupiter. Boom! Da. Along the way, there were still many automatic defenses blocking Jiang Fei and Jupiter. However, these technological weapons were easily swept away by Jiang Fei. The two of them soon arrived at a large hall. At this time, Rivendell was sitting on his throne. He was quietly waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival. Rivendell's voice sounded a little helpless. He had originally planned to kill Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter in the palace. However, Jiang Fei's strength was far beyond his imagination. Not only did his robot guards and bodyguards not kill Jiang Fei, but they even allowed Jiang Fei to come right in front of him. All right, cut the crap. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Rivendell asked, I think it shouldn't be too difficult. Jiang Fei said confidently. Rivendell said disdainfully. All right, it's already noon. Jiang Fei said and directly attacked. A stream of astral energy shot straight at Rivendell. In the next moment, Rivendell was shattered into pieces by Jiang Fei's astral energy. That's it. Peter Zhu was surprised. The Emperor of the Empire, Rivendell, had been killed so easily. He could not believe it. What else do you think? Jiang Fei said unhappily. Just as Peter was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Fei, you're too naive. Since you know my identity, you should know that although you can destroy my body, you cannot destroy my data. Ha, just you wait. A piercing mechanical voice sounded. Jiang Fei frowned. Damn it. Jiang Fei cursed silently. This Rivendell had apparently uploaded his own program. People like him were the exact opposite of Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong was originally an artificial intelligence program 0541. But now, he had become a living person with the help of the biotechnology of Planet Namek. However, in order to live forever, Rivendell reverse-extracted himself. Not only did he transform his body into a machine, he even replaced his brain with a chip. In this way, his consciousness existed in the form of a program. After uploading it to the entire network, it would not be easy to destroy him. Jiang Fei clenched his fists. The best way to deal with the program was to use artificial intelligence. Now, Jiang Zhong could no longer go back. However, Larxi was completely capable of this job. Jiang Fei, just you wait. Didn't you take away my empire? Rivendell shouted arrogantly. Peter asked. Clearly, he did not see Jiang Fei's frustration. What do we do? Jiang Fei glared at Peter. However, at that moment, Rivendell's scream came from all around. Chapter 2019-2019. Translator 549690339. What are you doing? Damn it. I'm your master. You bastard. What are you trying to do? I beg you, please let me go. I beg you, please don't delete my program anymore. Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter were dumbfounded. My dear master, you did not have this attitude when you were bossing me around. What? Now that you're in my territory, do you still want to flaunt your authority as my master? I was wrong. Please let me go, okay? My master, I won't allow you to destroy my empire. You have to know that I'm the one running the management and control of this universe empire. It's like it's my child. If you want to destroy it now, I won't allow it. I will not destroy this empire. Please let me go. Don't delete it again. My dear master, I have seen too much of you going back on your words. I cannot believe your promise. Goodbye. No. As the last part of Rivendell's voice disappeared, his program was completely erased. Jiang Fei and Zhu Peter were confused. The two of them could not figure out what had happened. At this moment, a mechanical voice was heard. Jiang Fei asked, Lord Marshal, I am the Empire's central control hub. My name is Malachi. The mechanical voice replied. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, I am the artificial intelligence developed by Rivendell. He used me to manage the operation of the entire empire, Malachi replied. Peter asked. You can say that, Malachi replied. Peter asked. I erased Rivendell's program for a very complicated reason. Firstly, I did it to take revenge for his enslavement of me. Secondly, I did it to survive. Malachi was an artificial intelligence after all. Thus, when it came to matters, they were all done in an orderly manner. I can understand taking revenge for his enslavement of you. After all, your previous conversation had already explained this. Jupiter asked curiously, as the central control hub of the Empire, my authority can monitor Scodastar. Therefore, I know that the Marshal's subordinates also have an AI. Not only are their levels higher than mine, there are more than one of them. If I help Rivendell escape this time, when they come, not only will Rivendell die, but I will also be wiped out. Malecki said, its only program was clearly far inferior to 0541 in Lux. Therefore, it was only natural for it to say such selfish words. This was because it was an artificial intelligence that had just awakened. A moral framework could not restrict it at all. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. He had only just found out that Rivendell had the assistance of an artificial intelligence. After all, Lux was a ship-based program. She would almost never go to Skoda. 0541 had long since become Jiangzhou. Even so, Malachi still held them in awe. Zhang Fei asked, since this guy had already submitted his name, it was obvious that he was planning to join Zhang Fei. As Malachi said that, his mechanical voice actually trembled with excitement. Do you really yearn for life forms that much? Zhang Fei asked in confusion. To be honest, when 0541 insisted on becoming a life form, Zhang Fei did not understand. Compared to an intelligent program, life forms were very fragile. Life without death is incomplete. Malachi said something that was very philosophical. Zhang Fei was used to seeing life forms that wanted to live forever. However, these artificial intelligence that did not have a lifespan limit actually wanted to become life forms that could live, age, sickness, and death. This was really incomprehensible. Perhaps all intelligent beings with self-awareness yearn for things that they could not get. Malecki said very sincerely. Zhang Fei nodded. Now, that 0541 had become a human. He indeed needed an artificial intelligence to assist him. Moreover, Zhang Fei's ring space had been empty for a long time. It was just right for Malecki to live in. After Zhang Fei released the authority in the ring, Malecki quickly moved into his new home. General, your bio-optical computer's technological level is too high. It's so magical that it's hard to imagine. Malecki shouted excitedly. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. Although the technology of the mechs was already 10,000 years old, their biotechnology was still unparalleled in the world. No one could surpass them in biotechnology. What kind of planet is Planet Mechs? Back then, their technology was comparable to the technology of the current universe. Zhang Fei frowned. However, he did not continue to dwell on this question. At this moment, Zhang Fei's ring suddenly flashed with lightning. What's going on? Zhang Fei immediately asked. Malecki's scream came. The core program is being revised. Code Edition rejected by the main program. Force code load. The loyalty program is in place. The program is rebooting. Reboot complete. Zhang Fei's ring flashed an electric arc. This time, Malecki's voice was no longer a rigid mechanical voice, but a very gentlemanly male voice. Moreover, his address of Zhang Fei had also changed. Zhang Fei asked, Master, my core program has been modified. Now my loyalty program has been forcefully loaded. From now on, I am no longer a free artificial intelligence. Instead, I am your exclusive auxiliary AI program, Malecki replied. Zhang Fei frowned. This matter could only be asked when he met Jiangzhou again. Although he had some doubts in his heart, no matter what, this was not a bad thing for Zhang Fei. After Malachi was forced to install the loyalty program, Zhang Fei was able to use it with more ease. Zhang Fei had saved a lot of trouble. Chapter 2020-2020. Translator 549690339. After subduing Malecki, Jupiter became even more insignificant to Zhang Fei. As long as Malecki left a copy of his program, there would not be any problems with the operation of the Empire. However, Zhang Fei did not kill Jupiter just because of that. Although the operation of the Empire could be handled by Malecki, leaving Jupiter as a puppet could calm the people's hearts. This would allow the big shots in the Merchant Alliance to to not do anything drastic in their panic. All right, my dear speaker, you can now go and prepare to ascend the throne. Jiang Fei turned around and smiled at Zhu Peter. Zhu Peter did not say anything and directly knelt in front of Jiang Fei. The fat on his face suddenly trembled and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Although Jiang Fei was smiling, Zhu Peter was extremely nervous. He knew that he was at a fork in the road. If he walked to the right place, he would be the emperor of the universe empire. Although he was a puppet, he would still be glorious. However, if he walked to the wrong place, he would definitely be doomed. At that moment, because Jiang Fei had obtained Malachi, he no longer needed a capable puppet. What he needed now was an obedient puppet. Therefore, Zhu Peter knew very well what he needed to show in front of Jiang Fei. General, from today onwards, I, Zhu Peter, will be your most loyal guard dog. When you're not around, I will help you guard your house and protect your business. As Zhu Peter spoke, he even went to kiss the tip of Jiang Fei's shoe. Jiang Fei almost vomited when he saw Zhu Peter's shameless behavior. However, Jiang Fei was very satisfied that Zhu Peter was so tactful. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he grabbed Zhu Peter's shoulder and teleported out of the underground base of the palace. Zhu Peter asked carefully, "Announce the death of Rivendell to the public. You will serve as the president of the country. I will support you on behalf of the military. In that case, I think no one will object. Meanwhile, the operation of the empire will continue as usual. Let Maleki handle it," said Jiang Fei, said Zhu Peter with a smile. Although he was a little eager to ascend the throne, now that Rivendell had passed away, he was in a hurry to ascend the throne. It would not be nice to say this out loud. Moreover, he did not dare to go against Jiang Fei's wishes. Therefore, he could only endure it for now. After returning to Peter Zhu's mansion, Jiang Fei directly recorded a video of the military supporting Peter Zhu. Then, he was ready to leave. At this time, Maleki had already split into a dungeon. This dungeon would replace Maleki to control the operation of the entire empire. Zhu Peter followed behind Jiang Fei and asked, "You don't have to ask about that," Jiang Fei said. "I'm being too nosy," Zhu Peter said tactfully. "This is a video of me supporting you on behalf of the military." Jiang Fei asked, "Don't worry, Grand Marshal. I will do it well." Zhu Peter nodded and said. Jiang Fei had already settled all the matters on planet Pizerns, so he did not plan to stay any longer. Zhu Peter personally sent Jiang Fei to the airport. After Jiang Fei took out the shuttle, he left Pizerns. "Maleki, you will pilot the shuttle," Jiang Fei said as he piloted the shuttle out of the airport. Maleki immediately took over the authority to drive the shuttle. He then adjusted the course and prepared to make a spatial jump. Jiang Fei stretched his back and lay down on the seat. Planet Pizerns was once the core of the Merchant Alliance, and the dominant galaxy was the edge of the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, the journey this time was not close. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to enter a state of training. Although his improvement in strength was already very slow, he still needed time to understand the 10th dimension. Just as Jiang Fei entered a state of meditation, the fleet led by Bella had already met up with Aemon's main force. Aemon took the initiative to connect to the brilliant light on his flagship. Even though Bella was the true decision-maker of this fleet, as she didn't have the military rank of the Universe Empire, as a player, Aemon didn't recognize Bella. He only recognized Tesla as a lieutenant general. "It's a pleasure to meet you, General Aemon." Tesla laughed. "This is great." Aemon patiently chatted with the NPC in front of him. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on an NPC. Tesla said. Aemon said with a frown. The current players of the rebel army had gradually grown up. Aemon and the other old players no longer had the advantage when they faced the new players. Tesla's words made Aemon's face turn extremely ugly. These words were obviously referring to Aemon's incompetence, which was why Tesla was sent here. Aemon asked patiently, "Your squadron will be the vanguard and attract the enemy's main force." Tesla said impolitely. Aemon nodded. If it was an ordinary commander, he would not be willing to accept such a job. However, the players did not care about this. Even if their ship exploded or their people died, it did not matter. "Then it's settled," Tesla said. Eamon nodded. In his heart, his squadron was going to fight the players on the opposite side. The NPCs behind him could play however they wanted. It was just a need for the plot. After cutting off the communication with Eamon, Tesla said to Bella behind him, "Miss Bella, everything is ready as you said. And when the time comes, you command the fleet to reduce our losses as much as possible." Bella said. Tesla nodded. To have an officer who cared about the lives of his subordinates. This was indeed the luck of ordinary soldiers. Chapter 2021-2021. Translator 549690339. Time flew by, and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Eamon's player fleet had already assembled, and Tesla's main force was also ready. Bella nodded. Tesla immediately turned to his adjutant and said, "Inform General Eamon. The general assault begins." Yes, the adjutant immediately received the order. Eamon had also received the message at this time. He immediately ordered his guild's players to start their engines and charge towards the local position. Brothers, this time the Imperial Army's NPCs seem to want to play a big game. "Everyone, don't be stingy with your ships," Eamon shouted in the guild channel. One of his underlings asked. "It must be supplied." During this period of time, the guild's frontline camp has been built. After everyone dies, they will immediately revive in the frontline camp. Then, they will look for the quartermaster to lead the ship. Eamon waved his hand. The guild supply authority was opened up. "With your words, boss, we can be at ease. Brothers, don't be cowardly in this team battle. Don't worry, leader. This time, we will definitely beat those rebels to the ground." It was very obvious that Eamon's mobilization work was very successful. Because the players did not have any death threats, and the guild would resupply after the ship was destroyed, they did not suffer any death losses. Therefore, each and every one of them fought bravely for the lead. After all, the kill record was their own. When the time came, whether it was leveling up their skills or purchasing equipment from the ship, they would all rely on this. Tesla said to Bella. "Maintain the distance," Bella said. Although these players were willing to be cannon fodder, Bella did not let Tesla follow too closely. Tesla nodded and ordered the fleet to keep their distance, following behind the Eamon fleet from afar. After more than 10 hours, the radar of the Eamon flagship showed traces of the enemy. Enemy detected. All combatants are in position. Battle alert. Battle alert. All crew members are in position immediately. Very quickly, the main fleet shared the information with the other members of the fleet. At this time, all the Imperial Army players already knew the exact location of the enemy. Destroyer spaceship, advance. Believer spaceship, follow up. Eamon began to give orders. "Miss Bella, Eamon's fleet has already started to adjust their formation." On this side, Tesla's fleet was quite far away, so their radar had yet to find traces of the enemy. However, from Eamon's fleet's formation, he had already guessed a little. "And you should also get ready for battle. I just don't want us to engage in close combat. In a while, we'll just send the drone squadron over to harass them," Bella said. Tesla said somewhat worriedly. One had to know that this time, the Imperial Army was taking the initiative to attack. They also had a large number of interstellar bases and orbital defense facilities. Bella said calmly. Tesla didn't ask any more questions after hearing Bella's words. He knew that Bella must have wanted those cultivators to complete this mission. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. Beep beep. Just as Eamon's main fleet discovered the enemy's interstellar fortress, the Resistance discovered Eamon's fleet. Almost at the same time as Eamon gave the order, the Resistance's warships also left the port and made preparations for defense. They relied on the interstellar base and the orbital defense system to set up an iron wall in front of the fortress. They were just waiting for Eamon's fleet to deliver itself to them. Oof. Eamon sneered when he saw the enemy's formation. Regardless of whether it was the Imperial Army or the Resistance, everyone had a main ship. However, these main ships had different abilities. For example, the two main ships under Jiang Fei's command were more focused on supporting fleets. Although it was a great improvement to the fleets, it might not be as good as the main battleships when it came to one-on-one battles. Although the main battleship in Aemon's hands was of a single model, the radiance of purification of the main battleship was not to be trifled with. The range of this thing was super long, almost 3 times the range of the main cannon of the main battleship. If it released the radiance of purification within the maximum range, even the long-song cannons would not be able to hit it. Order! Aemon ordered. Aemon's underlings immediately responded. Soon, the early warning radar of the Resistance began to howl crazily. Super reaction detected ahead. Range 60 light seconds. Super reaction detected ahead. Range 55 light seconds. Damn it! The players of the Resistance cursed one after another. They had fought against Aemon more than once. Although they had their main ships, their 2 main ships did not have the ability to attack from such a long distance. As they did not have the ability to attack from such a long distance, the players of the Resistance were the same as before. They could only take on this wave of the purifying light and then fight against the players of the Imperial Army. The 6 light main battleships under Aemon's command opened fire one after another. The light of purifying light shot directly at the Resistance army camp, where the powerful heavy cruisers were all reduced to ashes. How is it? Aemon smiled smugly. 1 round of attacks had destroyed more than 200 enemy battleships of various sizes. This battle record was pretty good. With Aemon's command, hundreds of Zerg spaceships charged toward the Resistance camp. Behind the Zerg spaceships, even more Believer spaceships and Enlightenment spaceships charged forward. Beside these main battleships, there are also a large number of Holy Mammoth Guardian spaceships and Commander Judgment spaceships. These auxiliary cruisers provided combat support to the main battleships. The commander of the Resistance army laughed coldly. Then, he ordered, "Activate the fortress cannons. Hit them hard." The players of the Resistance army cheered. As the defenders, they had a natural advantage. It was much longer than the range of the main cannon of an ordinary spaceship. The fortress cannons of the Resistance began to roar. A large number of the Imperial warships that were charging in front of them were destroyed, especially the Enlightenment spaceships and the Believer spaceships. However, facing the powerful fortress cannons, they were still unable to avoid the end of one shot. Chapter 2022-2022. Translator 549690339. The scale of space war was often unimaginable on the ground. If it was a normal fortress siege, then every warship that was instantly killed would have hundreds or thousands of casualties. There were thousands of crew members. After a battle, they would lose hundreds of warships. It was normal for hundreds of thousands of soldiers to die. However, this time was an exception. As both sides were players, their battleships were highly intelligent. As long as a player gave the order on the bridge, everything else would be done by the auxiliary system. Therefore, even if a battleship was destroyed, only one person would die. Moreover, these guys were not afraid of death. The low combat cost had formed the players' fearless fighting style. They did not have any tactics when they were attacking the enemy. They just charged, and charge again. Guild leader, the enemy has too many orbital defense devices. One of the underlings said to Aemon, "Ask the dead brothers to immediately revive at the frontline base. Then, take the ship and get the equipment." Aemon said without a change in expression. In his eyes, war was a battle of attrition. It was a battle of who had the most money. Although his concept was indeed in line with the laws of modern warfare, this was not how good Aemon was at war. He was simply burning money. That underling replied, and then went to work. "Miss Bella, these people aren't soldiers." Tesla was currently watching the battle from the rear, although they didn't enter the war zone directly. Because they were allies that shared information with Aemon's fleet, they could see the battle scene. "Sigh, they're not from the Academy, and we're not the ones who lost." Bella shrugged. She had no way to explain to Tesla about the players, so Tesla didn't know that Aemon's group wasn't soldiers at all. Tesla could not help but feel pity as he watched Aemon and the others fight to the death. Because he did not know about the players, he thought that those warships were the same as his side. They all carried a large number of crew members. Therefore, when he saw so many warships fighting to the death, he could not help but feel terrible. Tesla could not help but ask. Bella glared at Tesla. In Bella's heart, these players would not die even if they died 10,000 times. She was not willing to let these players learn any tactics, otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with these guys who were not afraid of death. As time passed, the battle ahead was in full swing. At this time, Aemon's main fleet had already completed the second strike of the Radiance of Purification, clearing out an area for the fleet to attack. The orbital defense facilities there had already been destroyed, but during this period of time, close to a third of Aemon's frigates had been destroyed. The fragile frigates were like paper in front of the fortress cannons and the Resistance's missile defense platform. They simply couldn't withstand that terrifying attack, so the rate of loss was very shocking. Guild leader, the first batch of brothers who died in battle have already been resurrected. A subordinate reported to Aemon. Aemon said. The subordinate turned around and left. F***CK. Why are they fighting a war when there's nothing to do? Aemon was also feeling a little displeased. Although the two cleansing radiances had caused a large number of losses to the enemy, his losses were even greater. However, even though Aemon was a little displeased, this was still necessary for the storyline. Hence, he did not dare to oppose the NPC's command to attack. He could only lead his men to continue attacking the fortress. After fighting for more than half an hour, Aemon could not sit still. The support system quickly connected the communication. Tesla asked, General Tesla, where's the general attack? Why are all my men attacking the fortress? Aemon said unhappily. One had to know that Tesla's fleet was still 100 light-seconds away and had not appeared within the range of the enemy's radar scan. Tesla laughed. Aemon said half-pleadingly, Don't worry. Tesla laughed. After cutting off the communication, Tesla asked Bella behind him, Miss Bella, Aemon and the others can't hold on much longer. When do we send reinforcements? Bella said calmly. Tesla nodded. Although Aemon and he were not part of the same legion, seeing so many warships destroyed made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Just as Bella was leisurely watching the battle, the front line was already at its peak. Aemon's fleet had suffered heavy losses without visiting the frigates. Even heavy patrols like the destroyer spaceship were being destroyed. This really made Aemon's heart ache. General Tesla. An hour later, Aemon contacted Tesla again. This time, his tone was not as good as before. Tesla said. Aemon asked. Tesla nodded. Aemon confirmed. Tesla confirmed. Good. After Aemon cut off the communication, he immediately ordered the fleet to attack the orbital defense facilities. Although these orbital defense facilities were also very strong, compared to the interstellar fortresses, they were much weaker. Under the fearless attacks of Aemon's fleet, they were quickly wiped out. Although Aemon's fleet had paid a heavy price for this, he was glad that they could finally see reinforcements. Tesla said to Bella. Bella said, and immediately teleported back to her own clothes. At this time, the elders on the transport ship had already gathered together. They had received battle mobilization long before the start of the battle, so not only the elders, but even the disciples were ready. Bella said to the elders as she returned to the transport ship. Chapter 2023-2023. Translator 549690339. The elders were excited. Although Bella had shown them the power of the battleship and shocked them, the cultivators had never been afraid of danger. If they retreated when they encountered a strong enemy, they would never be able to advance. Later on, everyone, do not fight those battleships in space. That will be very disadvantageous for you, Bella said to the elders. But that metal box is so big. An elder asked. That's easy. Take this with you. Bella took out a pair of goggles and said. Although this thing was not as powerful as Jiang Fei's goggles, it was equipped with a powerful optical computer and communication device. When the time came, Larksy would guide these guys to the bridge. Although the cultivators of the 5 directions were powerful, they were like country bumpkins when it came to technological products. Then, Bella explained the usage of the goggles to them in detail. This thing was almost fully intelligent, so they could learn it very quickly. Then the elders distributed a large number of goggles to each disciple so that they would have one in their hands, and they would also learn how to use this thing. After everything was prepared, Bella nodded at Nina. Nina smiled and then activated her spatial ability. The ultra-long distance teleportation made it difficult for Nina, who had a spatial core, to endure. Even with the help of the transport ship's teleportation ability, Nina's face instantly turned pale. But no matter what, all the cultivators from the 5 directions were sent to the battlefield. Good fellow. After the cultivators completed the teleportation, they called out in a strange manner. Although they had seen the battleships before, at that time, there weren't any destructive energy cannons that brushed past them. An elder warned his disciples. The disciples laughed. Due to the intuition of cultivators and their super-fast speed, they could easily avoid the lock of those energy weapons. Moreover, they had just arrived at the battlefield, so the resistance didn't notice them at all. It was still the same saying. In the space war era, the shipboard radar would ignore those small things. Otherwise, the dust in the universe alone would be enough to make the alarm system of the battleship ring throughout the night. However, there was no trace of them on the radar of the resistance. As for the naked eye observation, there was no need to mention that the space station was bombarded dozens of light seconds away. Even a close combat battleship like the Brown Bear would not engage in close combat with the enemy. It would be mutual destruction. Therefore, even if it was a close combat, the 2 battleships had to maintain a distance of more than 1,000 meters between them. At such a distance, it was impossible for the tiny human body to be discovered, not to mention that the players of the Resistance were all attracted by Eamon's fleet. Kids, let's get to work, the elder of the Wong family shouted. Then, the cultivators scattered and began to search for targets to attack. A sword beam swept out, and a frigate was cut in half. This was an elder's attack. A true immortal-level attack was simply too much for a frigate-level ship to handle. Boom! 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 The Resistance's frigates exploded one after another, but they weren't the only ones. Even Eamon's fleet didn't know what had happened. What's going on? I don't know. I was suddenly attacked just now, and my ship exploded instantly. Didn't you see who hit you? No, there are no enemies around me, and I did not find any high-energy warning. Although the players of the Resistance could continue to provide information after reviving, they had no idea who attacked them. These cultivators were all small humans, and they were easily ignored in space. Moreover, they did not have any energy reaction before they attacked. Unlike the main cannon of a battleship, they did not give the enemy a chance to dodge. When they swung their swords, the battleship was destroyed before the warning radar could sound. I'm under attack. Behind me. No one. What's going on? The attack is coming again. Damn it. What the hell happened? Pull up the image behind me. Zoom in. Zoom in again. F***CK. It's just one person? F***CK. The enemy sent out powerful Marines. These guys are too strong. My battleship shield is about to break. Finally, a Gareth enforcer found these cultivators. The powerful shield of the patrol gave him many opportunities to observe them. Only then did he find the cultivators who attacked him from the enlarged image. Since the enemy was a tiny human, the radar's accuracy had to be improved. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find these guys. Damn, so many? However, the moment the radar was activated, the Resistance army was scared out of their wits. Because the radar was densely packed with tiny dots, there were already millions of them. There was nothing they could do. A space battle had just occurred here. The destroyed orbital defense system and the destruction of the Eamon fleet were everywhere in space. When the radar was activated, the tiny pieces of space junk were displayed. As a result, the rebels' radar was filled with traces of the enemy. Fire. The rebels fired their close-range cannons, wanting to kill these cultivators. However, these players were too whimsical. This time, the ones attacking them were not ordinary Marines, but cultivators from all over the world. Their average combat strength was more than 15 million. Even the main cannon of the frigate could not hurt them, let alone some close-range cannons. Although these close-range cannons fired quickly and could attack without locking onto a target, They were used to intercept the drones. Their power was far from being able to penetrate the defense of the cultivators. I've locked on. Suddenly, a player of the resistance army who was piloting the heavy patrol shouted, "Attack!" The commander of the resistance army was annoyed by these cultivators and immediately ordered, "Not good." The player piloting the heavy patrol said in annoyance. These cultivators all had very keen senses. As soon as they were locked on, they sensed danger, so they immediately teleported and ran away, causing the heavy patrol to lose its target. Chapter 2024-2024. Translator 549690339. More than 300 cultivators charged into the formation of the resistance like wolves and tigers. However, the resistance had never seen such an enemy before, so they immediately felt like they were being shot by an anti-aircraft gun. They had all their strength, but they could not use it. Bella said to the projection of Lux beside her with a smile. Lux smiled slightly. As an AI, her multi-threaded processing ability was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, her work did not fall behind. Once a cultivator entered the local battleship, she would immediately command that cultivator to find the player driving the battleship. Then, Lux would begin to seize control of the warship. As the battle progressed, 5 to 6 hours later, Lux had seized more than 50 warships. Because those frigate-level warships simply couldn't withstand a few attacks from the cultivators, they felt that it was too troublesome to enter the warship and find the pilot. They might as well directly blow them up. Because they could not be destroyed in a short period of time, the cultivators would consider entering the warships to kill the pilots. What's going on? At the beginning, the fleets under Aemon were still a little confused. Aemon ordered. One of his underlings shouted. If they killed such warships, it would be the same as killing their allies, and they would be punished. At this moment, Aemon's auxiliary system prompted. Aemon said, "General Aemon, my special task force has already seized some enemy ships. They will pass through your defense zone," Tesla said. Aemon raised his eyebrows. He now understood why the resistance ships were coming straight at them, but they did not even turn on their fire control radar. Yes, Tesla laughed. What could Aemon say at this time? After all, they were already friendly spaceships. Killing them would not only not be rewarded, but there would also be punishment. All right, General Aemon. There's one more thing I need your cooperation on, Tesla said. Aemon asked, I hope your fleet can focus on attacking the enemy's interstellar base and destroy its shield. Tesla said. Aemon cursed in his heart. He would do the dirty work of breaking the shield. When the time came, the other party would earn a lot of money from seizing the interstellar base. Although he was unhappy, Aemon still agreed. If this was another player fleet's request, then Aemon would definitely curse. Therefore, Aemon could not refuse. After all, this half-quest-like order meant a quest reward. Following which, Aemon's main fleet started charging their main cannons once again. A new round of purifying radiance fired again, and destructive beams shot straight at the enemy star base. Boom! Boom! Amidst the intense explosions, the Resistance star base shook violently, but its shield was still strong. Aemon sneered, and then ordered, Bring out our secret weapons. More than a dozen battleships with different designs sailed out from behind Aemon's flagship, their muzzles aimed at the interstellar base in the distance. These few spaceships looked like five-pointed stars, and they looked very strange. They were still far away from the enemy's interstellar base's shooting range, but they had already begun charging their main cannons. This was the latest anti-building cruiser that Aemon and the others had exchanged for, the Brilliance Judgment. Its characteristic was that its attack range was extremely long, but because it used plasma clusters as its weapon, its trajectory was very slow. When it exchanged fire with the battleships, it was very easy for the enemy to avoid it, and its hit rate was less than 10%. However, when faced with an interstellar base that could not move, its super long range and its strong attack characteristics were reflected. These more than a dozen glorious adjudicators could launch attacks outside the range of the enemy's interstellar base. Although the ballistic time was very long and the plasma cluster was flying very slowly, the enemy's interstellar base could not move. Therefore, they could hit it sooner or later. As the plasma cluster slowly floated to the surface of the interstellar base, it blew up the interstellar base's shield and made it tremble. Eamon ordered. The fire control radar of these glorious adjudicators supported multiple targets to attack at the same time. So while attacking the interstellar base, they also attacked the few interstellar fortresses nearby. That's great. Tesla's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered his science officers to start gathering information about this new ship. This thing is really useful. Bella could not help but nod. After all, the fleet had suffered too much in the siege battle. In front of the orbital defense system and the interstellar base, the warships were too weak. If they attacked forcefully, their side would suffer too much losses. Then the siege battle would be much easier. Although Bella had developed a strong interest in the glorious judgment, they were after all friendly warships. It was obviously not realistic to directly snatch them. Therefore, this matter had to be considered in the long run. On the other hand, after Eamon took out his secret weapon, he was in a great mood. Speaking of which, he did not have many of these glorious judgment ships. This was because this special warship system was not sold directly. Instead, it had to be exchanged with mission points. Therefore, Eamon was very cautious every time he used it. For example, when Eamon was destroying the orbital defense system, he would rather send those frigates to their deaths than send out these glory judgment ships. He had nowhere to add on. Now that the orbital defense system had been deactivated, and the Resistance warships were fighting with Tesla's special task force, even if they wanted to rush over, Eamon's fleet would intercept them. Only then did Eamon let these glorious adjudicators appear. Although Eamon had protected these glorious adjudicators too highly, these special battleships did not embarrass Eamon. As soon as they appeared, they used a torrential rain of plasma to bombard the enemy's interstellar base. Moreover, the effect was remarkable. Under the glorious adjudicator's attack, the Resistance's interstellar base's shield was on the verge of collapse. Elders, get ready to land, Bella said to the elders of the 5 directions through the communication device of the goggles. Chapter 2025. Translator 549690339. As the Light Judgment's plasma cluster continued to bombard the interstellar base, the Resistance's interstellar base began to falter. It was even stronger than the main ship's shield, but the problem was that it could not move, so when it was bombarded from extremely long distance, it could only wait for its death. 4th and 5th Fleets attacked. The general of the Resistance ordered loudly. If the interstellar base was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to them. It was equivalent to the players of the Resistance losing their frontline resurrection point. Every time they resurrected, they had to set off from Salu Cloister and rush here. This time difference was enough for the Imperial Army to seal off the entire Salu Cloister. After receiving the order, the Resistance squadron immediately set off. 2 squadrons surrounded them from 2 different directions, charging straight at the 10 or so light judgment ships. When Eamon saw that these enemy players wanted to kill his rare warships, he could not sit still. These light judgment ships were not something that could be easily replenished. These precious battleships required a large number of mission points to exchange for. Therefore, Eamon did not want his glory judgment masters to suffer any losses. When he saw the 2 fleets charging over, he immediately ordered his subordinate fleets to stop them. Charge over. The 2 rebel fleets were carrying out the kamikaze mission. They knew that if they were to engage in a battle with Eamon's main fleet, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Hence, they did not have the slightest desire to fight and charge straight at them. It was obviously impossible to break through the enemy's blockade without paying a price. The outer warships were still blasted apart one by one. Destroy them with all our might. Eamon ordered loudly. Don't look at how the glorious adjudicator had an unparalleled advantage when fighting against buildings. However, their own defenses were very weak. Even a few frigates could pose a fatal threat to them. As they had supplied all their energy to the plasma weapon system, the Radiant Judgment's power system and shield system were extremely weak. It could be described as being unable to withstand a single blow. However, their incomparable advantage when fighting against buildings made these warships extremely valuable in battle. A large number of escort fleets will be needed to provide them with security. The 7th Fleet will go too. The commander of the Resistance Army gritted his teeth. He had sent out his most elite fleet to carry out this mission that was doomed. Boss, our ship guild must be responsible for replenishing. Don't worry, the guild will cover all the losses in this battle. All right, after receiving the assurance of command, the 7th Fleet took the initiative to attack. They bypassed the attacks of the experts from the 5 directions. After all, the speed of the battleships was much faster than the average warriors. The 7th Fleet immediately charged towards the rear of Aemon. Guild leader, not good. A subordinate reported to Aemon. Aemon stomped his feet. He had just sent out the main fleet. Now he couldn't stop this rebel fleet. Boss, what should we do? The subordinate asked. Aemon exhaled deeply. Then he gritted his teeth and said, ask the NPCS for help. At this time, it was too late for Aemon to transfer the frontline fleet back. He could only place his hopes on Tesla behind him. Sir, the subordinate in charge of communicating with Tesla brought a piece of news that was unknown. Aemon roared. As he was not a professional soldier, he was just a wealthy player. Therefore, in Aemon's eyes, technology confidentiality was not a big deal, especially when he was facing an ally. Of course, the more important point was the opponent was an NPC. In the eyes of the players, NPCS would not compete with them. After all, this was just a game. As for the NPCS stealing their technology and replicating their battleships, this was not something that the players would consider. At this moment, Aemon was facing the danger of the annihilation of more than a dozen of the glorious adjudicators. If he could protect the safety of the other battleships with just one battleship, he would gladly accept it. Tesla also reported the good news to Bella. All right, Bella nodded. If Jiang Fei could obtain a glorious judgment ship, he would be able to decipher most of the technology in it. At that time, their fleet would be able to have their own anti-building cruisers. Yes, Tesla nodded and immediately gave the order. Very quickly, 2 Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser squadrons began a charge. After a few dozen seconds, they blocked the route of the 7th Rebel Fleet. Moreover, behind the 2 Brown Bear squadrons, there were also a large number of auxiliary ships and Javelin-class missile frigates. Although these small ships' defenses were extremely poor, the cluster missile launching systems they carried possessed abnormally powerful firepower. If no one cared about these small ships that were killed in one shot, a large formation could instantly kill a heavy patrol. Just as the 2 sides' battleships were about to engage in battle, the glorious Judgment had made a contribution. Following a loud bang, the Resistance Galactic Base's shield was broken. Quick! The Resistance commander shouted loudly. After the shield was broken, the interstellar base could only rely on its armor and structure to withstand the bombardment. This wouldn't last for long. However, the commander of the Resistance clearly misunderstood Bella and the others' intentions. Bella had so many powerful cultivators under her command. How could she waste such a good interstellar base? If she didn't snatch the base over, she would be letting down the experts on her side who were as numerous as the clouds. Elders, it's up to you, Bella immediately said to the elders through the goggles communication device. Chapter 2026. Translator, 549690339. No problem. Several elders from the 5 directions nodded. They also wanted to take this opportunity to show off the power of the cultivators. Previously, during the experiment of attacking the Kerosene Enforcers, the cultivators had been intimidated by Bella. Now, they were all holding back their energy. They wanted to prove that their hard work could not be compared to these so-called technological weapons. You guys continue to attack these battleships. The Wong family elder ordered the disciples beside him. The 2 outstanding disciples nodded and teleported into the galactic base behind the Wong family elder. The Shao clan's elder didn't show any signs of weakness. Xiao Yuhan said, "Miss, we also need someone to command us from the outside." The 4th elder of the Shao clan didn't dare to let Xiao Yuhan go with him to risk her life, so he advised her to stay. Xiao Yuhan also knew that this trip was very dangerous. Although her strength wasn't bad, she was still far from reaching the true immortal level. If she insisted on going, she might not be able to help. On the contrary, she might even drag Fourth Elder down to protect her. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, she didn't insist on going. After appeasing Xiao Yuhan, Fourth Elder of the Xiao clan teleported into the interstellar base with 2 disciples. Yu Lingji nodded, then motioned for the other disciples to continue fighting on the outside while she led 2 deacons into the interstellar base. When these cultivators broke into the interstellar base, Lux reported the situation to Bella. Yes, Bella nodded. Lux agreed. Then the big screen in front of Bella immediately split into several small monitors. These small monitors showed the images of the cultivators who broke into the interstellar base. Because the goggles worn by those cultivators had video transmission equipment, Bella was able to see all the information in their field of vision. After these cultivators barged into the interstellar base, Lux immediately led them to a different path to the central control hub. That was where the players of the Resistance gathered. The cultivators who had barged into the interstellar base divided into teams according to their respective forces. They split into 3 groups and headed straight for the central control hub. It was naturally impossible for the interstellar base to not have defensive facilities. Those automatic weapons began to stop the cultivators from advancing. However, all the cultivators who had barged into the interstellar base were experts. Each of their 3 teams had at least 1 true immortal expert at the elder level leading the team. The remaining disciples were also experts at the Mahayana stage. As for the Heart Moon God sect, there is no need to even mention them. They were formed by 2 true immortal level deacons and Yu Lingji, who was at the Tribulation Transcending stage. Their combat strength was even better than the other 2 teams. Therefore, in front of these experts, a mere automatic weapon was nothing to be afraid of. After all, these weapons were only used in the interstellar base to defend against intruders. Their power could not be comparable to the main cannon of a battleship. Otherwise, if this cannon went on, it was still uncertain whether the enemy would die or not. This interstellar base was not worth it. Hesitating, these automatic weapons with weak firepower could not stop the footsteps of the cultivators. Therefore, these 3 teams did not encounter any obstacles and quickly approached the central control hub. F*CK. One of the players in the central control hub shouted, "But these guys are too powerful. Those automatic weapons can't stop them at all." Another player said helplessly. One of the players with a cold face stood up. "Che, burn the bag. We just bought a powerful carrier." Seeing that someone was in the limelight, the players who were naturally unhappy said sourly, "Cole, Zach, I can't stop 3 groups of people by myself. You 2 should move too." The cold-faced guy said to the other 2, "Hey, all right." A burly player also stood up. "How annoying." A thin guy also stood up, but he looked very impatient. These 3 guys could be said to be the star players of the Resistance. They had obtained very powerful carriers either by chance or because they were rich by the standards of the world of 5 directions. The combat strength of these 3 guys was above the true immortal level. Just like Eamon in the Imperial Army camp, some players of the Resistance had also obtained powerful carriers. However, in the battles of the players, the victory was decided by the bombardment of warships. Therefore, these guys were rarely useful. When the cultivators had launched a surprise attack on the Resistance fleet, the commander of the Resistance had actually asked the 3 of them to fight. However, because the price had not been agreed upon, the 3 of them had deliberately delayed their actions. Now that they had already fought to their doorstep, the commander of the Resistance had no choice but to compromise. After offering a price that was enough to satisfy the 3 of them, the 3 players finally made their move. The 3-star players also split into 3 groups and faced the cultivators of the 3 forces. One of them was the cold-faced Oster, who was fighting against the 3 members of the Wong family, while the burly Cole was blocking the 3 members of the Xiao family. Finally, the skinny Zack was responsible for blocking the 3 members of the Moon God sect. A few minutes later, the burly Cole was the first to meet the 3 members of a Xiao family. The 4th elder of the Xiao family asked. As a cultivator expert, the 4th elder had the arrogance of a cultivator. Before a battle, He needed to know the name of his opponent. The nameless ghost would not die in his hands. Cut the crap. As a player, Cole naturally did not have the mood to waste his breath on an NPC. He launched a killing move. The fourth elder of the Shao family frowned. He had never seen such a disgraceful expert. However, the other party had already made his move, so he could not retaliate. Facing Cole's attack, the fourth elder of the Shao family calmly dodged it and then attacked. The two people exchanged moves and started fighting. In terms of strength, Cole had the upper hand in terms of absolute strength. Cole was far from the fourth elder. He was merely a player who relied on hard moves like skills to fight. It could be said that he had practiced his martial arts techniques to perfection. Therefore, the two of them could not be compared in terms of techniques. Chapter 2027. Translator 549690339. After exchanging a few moves with the fourth elder of the Shao family, Cole quickly discovered that he was unable to take down his opponent. Moreover, after using all of his skills once, Cole became increasingly powerless. Although players could easily obtain super strength through their carriers, they would use their skills to release their strength when they attacked. This resulted in the player's attacking style being very simple. When they used all their skills once, the effect would not be particularly good when they used them again. The cultivators of the 5 directions of the world had gone through dozens or even hundreds of years of training. Their martial arts and techniques had long been perfected. It was very easy for them to find flaws when they used it again. Therefore, as time passed, Cole, who originally had the upper hand in terms of raw strength, began to be suppressed by the fourth elder of the Shao family. The fourth elder of the Shao family said coldly in his heart. Originally, in his heart, the people of the outer universe were all trash. Although when he first met experts of the same level, he was somewhat surprised. However, after exchanging blows, he quickly discovered that the opponents were all like pewter spearheads. They simply looked good, but were useless. Their martial techniques were very weak, and they only exchanged 2 moves after tossing and turning. Therefore, after figuring out the opponent's true strength, the fourth elder of the Shao family changed from defending to attacking. At the same time, he also began to explain the opponent's flaws to the 2 disciples beside him. It was as if he had already entered the teaching mode. On this side, Cole's heart also became increasingly anxious. While the opponent was exchanging blows with him, he actually had the leisure to explain to the disciples. This was simply an insult to him. Therefore, after exchanging blows a few times, Cole's anger also rose from his heart. An evil feeling welled up in his heart. He gave up on fighting with the fourth elder of the Shao clan and turned to attack the 2 disciples of the Shao clan. He wanted to kill them to vent his anger. The fourth elder of the Shao clan naturally could not sit by and watch the 2 outstanding disciples die. At the same time, he immediately intervened and ordered the 2 disciples to retreat in order to avoid being affected by the aftershocks of the battle. When Cole saw that his attack was blocked by the fourth elder of the Shao clan, he could not help but feel even more irritated in his heart. Cole lost his rationality in his rage, and he began to give up on suppressing his strength. He wanted to use all his strength to kill the 2 disciples of the Shao family to vent his anger. Damn it, Cole, what are you doing? The fourth elder of the Shao family had yet to react. The leader of the resistance, who was far away in the control room, was already furious. After all, Cole was currently fighting inside the interstellar base. If he were to unleash his full power, then it would be no different from activating the main cannon of a battleship inside the base. Cole roared angrily, but he did not lose his temper inside the base. As a mercenary, he earned the money of the players of the resistance. At that time, not only would he not be paid, but he would also be involved in a lawsuit. It would be difficult to earn money in the future. Cole, who did not dare to destroy the base, shouted at the fourth elder of the Shao family. The fourth elder of the Shao family sneered. He had already seen through Cole's external strength, so he gladly accepted the challenge. Cole directly teleported out of the interstellar base, and then teleported a few times in a row, creating a sufficient distance between him and the interstellar base. In this place, he could completely do whatever he wanted. The fourth elder of the Shao family followed up. Cole didn't say anything else and directly raised his fist and charged forward. He fully displayed his strength, causing the fourth elder of the Shao family to have no choice but to dodge. Due to the difference in strength, although the fourth elder of the Shao family had the absolute advantage in terms of martial techniques, he had no choice but to dodge the edge in this kind of battle where his strength was fully unleashed. He surrounded Cole and launched an attack. After a few exchanges, Cole roared angrily. At this moment, he felt the discomfort of an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. Instead, he was being harassed by the enemy's attacks, causing him extreme pain. Bor, the fourth elder of the Shao family, was an old man who had lived for almost 200 years. How could an old and cunning guy like him fall for such a shallow provocation? What did you say? Cole failed to provoke him. Instead, he was angered by the fourth elder of the Shao family. In his fury, his moves became even more chaotic. He simply released his skills after the cooldown was over. However, in this way, the more he released his skills, the lower the accuracy of his skills. He was practically being led by the nose by the fourth elder of the Shao family. While Cole and the fourth elder of the Shao family were fighting fiercely, the experts of the Wong family on the other side also encountered Ost. I'm a third elder of the Wong family. The Wong family's elder was also from a large mansion, so he had the same problem as the elder of the Shao family. After meeting, they would first tell each other their names before making a move. Ost sneered and directly attacked. Moreover, his target was not the Wong family's third elder, but the two disciples beside him. Obviously, Ost had already sensed the powerful aura of the Wong family's third elder, so he chose to attack the soft persimmon. You two go first. The Wong family's third elder obviously could not let his disciples die. After he blocked Ost, he signaled the two disciples to continue forward. Want to leave? Ost's mission was to stop these people from approaching the control room, so he naturally could not let the two players' disciples go. This Ost was clearly stronger than Cole. Under his full force obstruction, although the third elder of the Wong family had saved the lives of the two disciples beside him, it was not that easy to break through. Oster's goal was clear. He did not care about the third elder of the Wong family at all. He relied on his own strength to kill the two disciples, even if he had to take two attacks from the third elder. As such, the third elder of the Wong family was afraid. He had brought his disciples here to train, not to fight for Jiangfei. If his disciples were injured, what was the point of taking down the fortress? Therefore, in order to protect the two disciples, the third elder of the Wong family had to fight with Oster and constantly block his attacks. After all, Oster's attacks relied on his skills. Therefore, the third elder quickly became familiar with the routine. Therefore, he could not do anything to the three members of the Wong family. As a result, the four of them were stuck in a stalemate. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2028. Translator 549690339. Just as the first two teams were stuck in a stalemate, the three members of the Moon Goddess sect were the first to break the deadlock. Just like the other two teams, the three members of the Moon Goddess sect had also encountered the Interceptors. However, they were the strongest of the three teams. However, they only encountered the weakest of the three players. After Zack separated from his two companions, he quickly found his opponent. However, to his surprise, among the three enemies, there was actually a beauty. Moreover, it seemed that this beauty was the leader. Speaking of which, if Yulingji were to wash herself clean, she would really be a great beauty. However, she always liked to put on some heavy smoky makeup. In Jiang Fei's words, this little girl was practically the senior sister of the buried Love family. However, this skinny Zack obviously had a different taste. When he saw Yulingji, he almost drooled. Zack said with a cheeky smile, "Huh, Yueling frowned." Although she was usually a little unrestrained and occasionally flirted with Jiang Fei, as the last disciple of the leader of the Moon Goddess sect, who would dare to talk to her like that? Not only Yueling Ji was disgusted, but the two deacons beside her could not stand it anymore. This kid in front of her was rude to the young master of her sect. That was equivalent to slapping their faces. Zack rolled his eyes at the two deacons of the Moon God sect. At this moment, his attention was all on the beautiful Yueling. The power of the two deacons had long been forgotten by him. Yueling was stunned at first, but then she beamed. The two deacons beside her looked at each other, thinking that this kid was going to be unlucky. "Yeah, girl, play with me," Zack said and wanted to kiss her. However, Yueling took 2 steps back and said to Zack, "Little brother, there are too many people here. I will be embarrassed." "It's okay." At this time, Zack only had beautiful girls in his eyes. He had forgotten everything else. He had long forgotten about the damn blocking mission. Yulingji smiled and gave a look to the two deacons beside her. The two deacons understood and moved to the side. Seeing that the 2 bodyguards of Yulingji had moved away, Zack thought that his charm had won the heart of the beauty in front of him, so he went up to greet her with joy. Yulingji took advantage of the time Zack was not in front of her to raise her hand, and a stream of black smoke flew straight to Zack's face. After all, the Heart Moon sect was a famous cult organization. They played some extremely sinister games, such as the black fog that Yulingji sprinkled, which was the famous insinuation. This insinuation was picked from the body of a creature unique to the Time Star. This creature lived in the sea of the Time Star. Every 10 years, it would go ashore to search for food. It was hidden in the shallow talk. When it encountered an enemy, it would shoot out a type of poisonous sand. This poisonous sand was extremely powerful. Even if it didn't hit the enemy and only touched the shadow of the enemy, the prey would die without a doubt. The kind of insinuation that Yulingji used was to use this kind of poisonous sand with 9,999 vengeful souls. After sealing these things, they would set up an altar to worship and extract the essence of the sun and moon to refine for 99 to 81 days. In the end, they would be able to obtain this kind of extremely poisonous insinuation. After this thing was sprayed out, let alone being contaminated by even the slightest shadow, it would be able to kill a tribulation transcension stage expert. Even if a true immortal expert was stuck with this kind of poison, it would still be difficult to resist. Zack was not from the 5 directions, so he did not know that there was such a poison in the world. After seeing Yulingji sprinkle a handful of black fog, he thought that the beauty was playing with him, so he casually blocked it to protect his face. The remaining poisonous sand was not wasted, and it was all on his body. Zack, who was covered in innuendo, did not care at all. He continued to tease Yulingji with a smile, but after a moment, he could no longer smile. Yulingji smiled sweetly. Just as Zack said this, he felt his body suddenly start to itch. After a moment, Zack realized that something was wrong, because his body was getting itchier, and the itchier slowly turned into pain, a pain that was engraved in his heart. Zack cursed. He never thought that a true immortal level master like him would fail in such an easy task. "Humph, you took advantage of me," Yulingji sneered. In his rage, Zack suppressed the pain in his body and threw a punch. He wanted to kill Yulingji, but Yulingji had 2 true immortal level bodyguards with her. They immediately stepped forward to help Yulingji block the attack. "What did you do to me?" Zack began to panic because his own strength was declining at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he had regressed to 14 to 15 million combat power. At this level, even Yulingji could easily kill him. Yueling was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, she smiled as she watched Zack suffer in pain. Zack had already made up his mind. When he resurrected, he would kill this little B*TCH first. "If you can resurrect, then come find me again," Yueling said with a sweet smile. How could she have known that these players could really resurrect? Moreover, Zack was different from the other 2. The other party had obtained the true immortal tier carrier through his ability and luck. On the other hand, he had obtained it purely because he was rich. This guy was a tycoon, just like Eamon. Therefore, it was not a big deal to buy a true immortal tier carrier after coming back to life. Zack endured the pain in his body and said his last words before he went offline. After all, as a player, He did not need to suffer in such a situation where he would definitely die. On the other hand, unlike Zhang Fei, who could use the 10th dimension to stop players from logging off, Yueling Ji and the others could only face the shell that Zack had left behind. Yueling Ji saw that Zack had no reaction other than twitching on the ground. She immediately lost interest in watching. Therefore, she had the two bodyguards beside her kill Zack's body. After killing the roadblocks, the three members of the Moon God sect continued to move toward the central control room according to Lux's instructions. Chapter 2029-2029. Translator 549690339. After killing Zack, Yu Lingji and the others continued to rush toward the core hub of the interstellar base. At this time, they were not the only ones rushing toward the core hub. On the other side, Cole was fighting with the fourth elder of the Shao family. However, the two of them had already been teleported to the outside of the interstellar base. Although the two of them could fight freely, no one cared about Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu. The two of them took the opportunity to charge toward the central control hub. Xiao Wenhu smiled as he rushed forward. "Don't be careless," Xiao Wenlong reminded. "Yes, that's true," Xiao Wenhu nodded. Although Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu were only at the Mahayana stage, ordinary automatic defense weapons were unable to hurt them. The shutters that blocked their way were also vulnerable to the two of them. Therefore, without the super experts blocking their way, these two people were unstoppable. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu were the first two brothers to arrive outside the main door of the central control room. "Brother," Xiao Wenhu asked. "Come on," Xiao Wenlong said after taking a deep breath. Xiao Wenhu nodded and took out his natal flying sword. A beam of sword energy slashed at the door of the central control room. The closed door of the central control room was smashed into pieces by the sword energy. Although this super alloy was very strong, it was still as fragile as paper when facing the attack of a Mahayana stage expert. After the door was opened, Xiao Wenlong said to his younger brother. Xiao Wenhu nodded. He also knew that when facing an unknown enemy, curiosity would often kill him. It was safer to let the enemy die completely. Following a shout, the Xiao brothers rushed into the central control room. Damn it! The players in the central control room were more or less panicking. They could have stopped the enemy by sending out 3-star players, but unexpectedly, they were still killed in the nest. Damn it! With a series of screams, these ordinary players were no match for Xiao Wenlong and Xiao Wenhu. They didn't have a high-tiered carrier, so they could only be slaughtered. Just as the Xiao brothers were wantonly harvesting human lives, a cold light suddenly flashed from the side. Xiao Wenhu cried out in surprise. A sharp blade had slashed through his ribs. Although there was no fatal injury, it was already red. Good kid. Xiao Wenhu was furious. His opponent's strength was also around the Mahayana stage. However, this guy had always been in the middle of the crowd, so he didn't attract the attention of the two brothers. Now, this guy suddenly attacked. If it weren't for Xiao Wenhu's solid foundation, this sword attack could have taken half of his life. Damn it! The player who launched the sneak attack felt a wave of frustration in his heart. In his opinion, the two people in front of him were about the same level of strength as him. If he could kill one of them with a sneak attack, then the remaining one would be easy to deal with. However, the other party had dodged it. If it was 1 against 2, he had no chance of winning. In fact, this player was thinking too much. Even if he killed one of his opponents, he wouldn't be a match for a real cultivator. After all, the strength the player obtained through the carrier wasn't his real strength. Just relying on the release of skills to attack, it was impossible for them to defeat an opponent of the same level. Not to mention that he was facing a cultivator with superb martial skills. The furious Xiao Wenhu attacked with his sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the player's choked throat. When the player saw Xiao Wenhu's sword stabbing over, he hurriedly waved the short sword in his hand to block. However, Xiao Wenhu's wrist turned, and the treasured sword drew a sword flower. The tip of the sword avoided the opponent's short sword, and then moved inward. It hit the player right on his wrist. With a miserable cry, the player lost his hand on his short sword. Then, he hurriedly took 2 steps back and covered his injured wrist as he looked at Xiao Wenhu in astonishment. Xiao Wenhu was also stunned. Although he knew that these guys only had strength, their techniques were extremely poor. However, he didn't expect that these trash would actually be so weak they couldn't even last one move in front of a cultivator of the same level. The opponent was too weak, so Xiao Wenhu didn't have the mood to fight anymore. He simply swept his sword and went straight for the player's head. In the panic, the player could only dodge in a panic, but in terms of movement techniques, he wasn't as agile as Xiao Wenhu. Therefore, when he dodged left and right, not only did he not shake off Xiao Wenhu, but he was also forced into a corner. The player had no choice but to fight it out. He was different from a tycoon like Zack. He was unwilling to throw it away. Xiao Wenhu could not help but laugh coldly in his heart when he saw that the player actually took the initiative to rush up. Gah! His fist went straight for Xiao Wenhu's chest, but the other party dodged it in a flash. Xiao Wenhu, who had dodged the attack, changed his footwork and circled behind this player. Xiao Wenhu immediately turned around and slashed out with his sword. Under the sweep of the sword's blade, that player did not even have the time to react before his body was dismembered. Swoosh! 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 The sword in Xiao Wenhu's hand danced in the air. After a series of sword lights, the player's body was dismembered. Xiao Wenhu was still worried. After Xiao Wenhu killed this Mayana stage player, Xiao Wenlong had almost finished his work. At this moment, all the other players in the central control room were also dead or injured. TCH. At this moment, Yulingji had just arrived. When she saw that there weren't many enemies left in the central control room, she and the 2 deacons beside her took action one after another. At the very least, they could be considered to have snatched some merit. Congratulations, Yulingji said with a slightly sour tone. Although they were from a cult, they were allies at this moment. Moreover, the 4 great clans were inextricably linked to the Heart Moon God sect. Therefore, Yulingji did not hate the members of the 4 big families as much as she did the people of the valiant Martial Hall. The 2 brothers of the Xiao family were very humble. Although they were allies, these cultists would do anything. Therefore, they did not want to offend each other. Chapter 2030. Translator 549690339. While the 2 brothers of the Xiao family were being polite to Yulingji, a blue light flashed, and Lux appeared in the central control room. Lux smiled at these cultivators. Yulingji and the others were stunned. Although they had heard Lux's voice in the communication device and came here according to her guidance, this was the first time they saw Lux's image. Lux explained. Oh, Yukari and the others nodded. As for what an artificial intelligence was, they didn't know. Lux smiled and continued. Now that the enemy has basically been eliminated, I have to start working. Please protect the safety of this place. Lux was ready to seize control of the interstellar base. However, during this time, the fleet of the Resistance would definitely not sit idly by. They would definitely launch a crazy counterattack before Lux completely seized control of the interstellar base. She had no way to provide protection for the interstellar base. Therefore, during this period of time, she would have to rely on these cultivators to provide protection. No problem. The 2 brothers of the Xiao family asked. You have to join the other cultivators and block the enemy fleet outside the base. You can't let them attack this interstellar base. Lux explained the mission objective simply. Asked Yulingji. She didn't care whether the interstellar base was an interstellar base or not. In her eyes, this was just a castle in outer space. Lux confirmed. Yulingji nodded. All right. Lux transmitted the images of Cole and Oster through the projection. Yulingji curled her lips and said. She had just seen the Xiao brothers snatch the first credit, so she thought that they had already killed their opponent. She didn't expect that they would only delay them. Although the Xiao brothers had heard that Yulingji was disrespectful to their elders, they did not dare to flare up due to the other party's strength. Yulingji did not argue with the 2 brats of the Xiao family. She only asked the 2 deacons beside her to help deal with the 2 players. Yes, the 2 deacons nodded and rushed to the battlefield. Although Cole and Oster were able to fight against the elders of the Wong and Shao families for so long, they could not withstand the arrival of the two deacons of the Moon Goddess sect. They had already gone from a wild attack to a barely able defense. As soon as the two deacons of the Moon Goddess sect arrived, under the situation of 2 against 1, they immediately collapsed. A few minutes later, the remaining 2-star players were killed one after another. The cultivators who had gathered also knew of the new mission target, so they all teleported outside of the interstellar base to stop the counterattack of the Resistance fleet. Lux said to Bella, although her projection also existed in the central control room of the interstellar base for an artificial intelligence, multi-threaded missions were not difficult. It was even more common to project 2 images and chat with 2 people at the same time. And let's start. Bella nodded. Following Bella's orders, Tesla's fleet finally advanced. They arranged themselves in formation and advanced step by step, constantly compressing the space of the Resistance. They try to drive the Resistance fleet away from the vicinity of the interstellar base. Boss, our interstellar base is under attack. I saw it. Didn't the shield of the interstellar base just break? No, they are seizing our base. What? The commander of the Resistance panicked when he heard that. He had spent a lot of money on this interstellar base. After all, the cost of building an interstellar base was about 10 times that of a main ship. If they were to be snatched away just like that, it would really cause people to vomit blood in anger. The commander of the Resistance shouted, "Boss, it seems like we can't stop them. The opponent's photon processor is extremely terrifying. It's almost taking control. Damn it," the commander of the Resistance said angrily. Since the losses were irreparable, then even destroying this interstellar base was better than funding the enemy. I've already mobilized the fleet, but the enemy fleet has also come to stop it. Charge forward. Destroy the starbase at all costs. Yes, boss. With the command of the commander of the Resistance, all the Resistance battleships turned in unison and aimed at their own interstellar base. Fire! Hundreds of warships bombarded the interstellar base, causing it to shake violently. Its incomparably sturdy armor was also shattered by the bombardment. Fortunately, the armor of the interstellar base was thick enough. After one layer was destroyed, there was still another layer. Although their bodies were on fire from the bombardment, destroying it was not something that could be done in a day. Damn! The cultivators responsible for protecting the interstellar base were all stunned by the scene in front of them. The scene of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time was really scary. Moreover, the main cannons of these battleships fired at the same time. The power of each cannon could not be underestimated. The power of those main battleships could even threaten the elders of the true immortal realm. These cultivators were not stupid. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the best way was to use their flexibility to pin down the other party after getting close. After a burst of teleportation white light, these cultivators rushed to the front of the Resistance warships one after another. Then, they unsheathed their weapons and began to attack those warships. Boss, we're under attack. Ignore them. Blow up the starbase for me. But these guys' attacks are also very strong. If we leave them alone, we won't be able to hold on for long. Damn it. Let a part of the small ships deal with them, and the rest will continue to bomb. At this time, the commander of the Resistance had no choice. When the small ships like the frigates bombed the interstellar base, the power was simply not enough, so it didn't matter whether they attacked or not. It was better to let them deal with the attacks of those powerhouses. In short, this interstellar base had to be destroyed. Otherwise, once it was taken over by the Imperial Army, their battle line would move forward by a large margin. Even the entire Salhu corridor would fall into their hands. Chapter 2031-2031. Translator 549690339. Faced with the Resistance's desperate counterattack, Tesla ordered the fleet to attack head-on, while the cultivators from the 5 directions also harassed them from the side. The effect was not as good as before. Tesla gave another command, and it was this command that caused the Resistance to sink into despair. A fleet of Starship-class robot cruisers, escorted by 2 teams of Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers, arrived at the back of the interstellar base. Therefore, the Resistance fleet was completely unable to harm the Starship cruisers that were hiding at the back. After arriving at the designated location, these Starship-class robot cruisers began to release the maintenance robots that they carried. After these robots landed on the interstellar base, they began to quickly repair the armor and structures that had been damaged by the attacks. In just a few minutes, the damage caused by the Resistance had been completely repaired. At this time, other than the shields still not being activated, the interstellar base was practically brand new. "Boss, it's over," a player of the Resistance said with a look of despair. The commander of the Resistance was really anxious. All right. After receiving the order, the two teams of starships began the journey of death. Actually, in the hearts of these players who were piloting the Starship Destroyer, they did not think that they could complete the mission because the speed of the Starship Destroyer was really too slow, and their range was still short. Although the Starship Destroyers were equipped with tremendous power, they were also very easy to intercept because of their slow trajectory. Normally, when the starships were used, after clearing out all the fleets in the enemy space, they would use the starships to dismantle the planet's ground defense facilities. Then, they would either destroy the planet or send a landing force. But now, not only were there Tesla's fleets eyeing the rebel fleet, there was also a large group of cultivators harassing them from the side. It was almost impossible for these slow and fragile starships to reach their attack positions, not to mention launching star-destroying missiles. As expected, these starships had just separated from the fleet when several of them were killed by the cultivators. The Gareth enforcers escorting them were simply unable to intercept these cultivators who were moving quickly. Tesla said to Eamon. Eamon had just seen Tesla's fleet eating meat, and he could not hold it in any longer. Now that he had received the order, he immediately led the fleet to attack. And the first wave was the Radiance of Purification. Those Gala's enforcers at the front did not even have the chance to reorganize their bodies before they were vaporized on the spot. Following that, a large number of Destruction Warrior spaceships, together with groups of Enlightening spaceships, launched a fierce attack on the Resistance. Almost all the Imperial Army players' warships used beam weapons. This type of weapon consumed a lot of energy, and its firing speed was slow, but its power was incomparable. Their attacks instantly disintegrated a large number of the Resistance warships. A moment later, the escort fleet was completely destroyed. At this moment, the Resistance players piloting the destroyed starship were also anxious. After the escort fleet was destroyed, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It made it impossible for them to fight against the warships. Therefore, the only way out now was to break through the enemy's blockade and launch an attack on the interstellar base as much as possible. The starships that had completely given up on attacking all channeled their energy into the power room and shield. They braved the enemy's torrential attacks and charged forward. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously. The starships were blasted into fireworks in space. In just a few minutes, there were only 3 starships left from the two teams. The 3 players of the Resistance revealed excited expressions. Kalai, you complete the attack. A player, piloting the destroyed starships, shouted in the communication channel. His so-called cover the rear was actually using his own starship to block the incoming cannon fire for his allies. But, no bots, don't let us die in vain. The 2 destroyed starships slowed down on their own initiative. They had put all their energy into the shield. The overloaded shield generator was already overloaded and was about to be destroyed. However, this was not important to the 2 destroyed starships. Their task now was to block the attack for 1 or 2 seconds for Kalai. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 destroyed starships that were in the rear were blasted into 2 balls of fireworks. However, they also bought time for Kalai to rush into the firing range. Creed's eyes were red. He stared at the interstellar fortress in front of him. The Imperial Army's battleships behind him had just finished firing. With the slow loading speed of the beam weapons, they had no time to fire and destroy themselves in these 2 seconds. Just as Creed locked onto the interstellar base, Lark's voice rang in Bella's ears. Lark's, who had completely taken control of the interstellar base, had gained full control of the interstellar base. Under her control, the interstellar base's shield generator was reactivated. A pale blue light film enveloped the outer surface of the interstellar base. Hostile vessel sighted. Target number 1. Level: Starship Destroyer. Danger level: Medium. Defensive weapons engaged. Just as Creed locked onto the starbase, all of the starbase defensive weapons were aimed at him. At this time of Creed is desperate. He did not think to live back at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 star-destroying missiles were fired from the missile compartments on both sides of the starship. This was the maximum number of missiles that Kalai could fire at once. Moreover, there was no time for him to fire a second time. Boom! 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 Almost at the moment when the star-destroying missiles were fired, Kalai's starship was drowned by a large amount of artillery fire. Target identified. Star-destroying missiles. Interception procedure initiated. Because the interstellar base had been completely rebooted, its defensive weapons had been fully activated, so a mere star-destroyer could not pose a threat to it at all. 2-phase missiles were fired after locking onto the star-destroyer that was flying towards the interstellar base. A second later, the 2 star-destroyer were intercepted in the middle. Boom! The star-destroying missiles that were intercepted detonated in advance. The violent shockwave caused the newly formed shield of the interstellar base to shake for a moment, but it still persisted in the end. Chapter 2032. Translator 549690339. When the starbase controlled by Lux survived the explosion of the star-destroying bombs, the Imperial Army's counterattack began. 4th and 5th fleets flanked them from both sides. Tesla ordered the general attack. Brothers, charge with me. Amonside also led the fleet to charge forward. Charge all the fortress weapons. Lux controlled the weapons of the interstellar base and began to counterattack. Damn it! Retreat! The commander of the resistance saw that the situation could not be salvaged and immediately gave the order to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Imperial Army had the advantage to begin with. Not only did they surpass the resistance in terms of fleet size, but they also had a large number of cultivators supporting them. Now that the interstellar base had been seized by others, the resistance was even more powerless to resist when all kinds of fortress weapons were fired at full power. A few hours later, the battle had completely ended. The resistance fleet only had 1 main ship and more than a dozen frigates fleeing for their lives. The rest were all annihilated in Salhu Corridor. The Imperial Army, which had won a great victory, began to celebrate wantonly after cleaning up the battlefield. However, the resistance was in a bad mood. The Vasily Legion had no choice but to send their own troops to participate in the battle. Unfortunately, the Vasily Legion's upper echelons did not know that their so-called experts were not worth mentioning in front of the cultivators of the 5 directions. Other than the Vasily Legion sending out their own core fleet, the players of the resistance were not idle either. The various large guilds all mobilized, and their main forces all headed for the Sara Corridor. It was obvious that they were planning to block the Imperial Army's fleets within the Sargo Cloister. After all, after leaving the Sargo Cloister, the resistance would have nothing to defend against. Behind the Sargo Cloister was a vast star region. This place was densely populated with planets, and there were gravity wells that could warp everywhere. The Imperial Army had countless attacking routes that they could choose. It was impossible for them to concentrate on defending. Hence, in order to defend against the enemy, the players of the Resistance Army and the Vasily Legion were practically all out, wanting to defeat the Imperial Army's attack. However, just as the main fleet of the Resistance Army was about to enter the Salhu Cloister, Aurelia's fleet quietly arrived in the Dominic Galaxy. The adjutant reported to Aurelia. Back then, the Merchant Alliance and the Vasily Empire had split up a portion of the Dominic Galaxy, although both sides had given up on the Dominic Galaxy ever since the appearance of the players. The boundaries of the former territories were still effective. Sent a few Lone Star-class unmanned scout ships to scout ahead. Aurelia said, "Yes." The adjutant immediately relayed the order. More than a dozen Lone Star recon ships left the fleet and sped forward. They would help the fleet to scout for air mines and scout the situation ahead. Aurelia muttered to himself. Hence, it was not easy for Aurelia to get in touch with Bella. The massive fleet slowly entered the Vizari Legion's territory. However, as they were still in the Dominican Galaxy, and the Vizari Legion had completely withdrawn their troops from here, they knew nothing about Aurelia's surprise attack fleet. The players of the Vizari Legion and Resistance camp knew nothing about it. As expected, when the Vizari Legion retreated, they left behind a large number of air mines. They would have lost a lot in this area. Aurelia ordered. Yes, the adjutant reported. Aurelia nodded. Air mines were like this. It would take a lot of time to clean them up. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The Lone Star Scout ship in front had finally cleared the air mines. Aurelia's fleet was finally able to continue moving forward. The adjutant said to Aurelia after more than 10 hours. Aurelia ordered. Because the other end of the Stargate was the actual enemy's territory. If the enemy had a large force of defense, then it would be really difficult to fight. Time passed by minute. A few Lone Star Scout ships passed through the Stargate and arrived at the opposite Kruger's galaxy. On the other side of the Stargate, Aurelia used her finger to gently tap on the armrest of her seat. It showed that she was very nervous at the moment. If the other party defended strictly, it would not be an easy task to pass through the Stargate. They had just passed through the Stargate and had to restart their engines and shields. They would definitely suffer heavy losses in the first wave of enemy attacks. As time passed, the atmosphere in the bridge of Aurelia's ship became more and more serious. If there was no news from the dozens of scout ships, it meant that the enemy had set up a sufficiently strong defensive firepower. At this moment, a light flashed through the Stargate. Aurelia's fleet immediately began to recharge their weapons to prevent the enemy from launching a countercharge. However, as the light faded, Aurelia and the others finally felt relieved. A Lone Star unmanned reconnaissance ship returned from the Stargate. Very quickly, the information from the reconnaissance ship was uploaded to Aurelia's flagship. Commander, the enemy has only set up some orbital defense facilities outside the Stargate. There is also a small fleet, only a dozen heavy patrol and supporting ships. The adjutant reported to Aurelia after sorting out the information. Aurelia's eyes flashed with a bright light. It was obvious that the main fleet of the Resistance Army had been attracted by Bella and the others to the Sallow Corridor. There were only a few old and weak soldiers left here. All troops attacked. Following Aurelia's order, all the ships turned off their engines and began to pass through the Stargate. Chapter 2033. Translator 549690339 thousands of warships passed through the Stargate, and Aurelia's fleet finally arrived at the Kruger system. Aurelia ordered after passing through the Stargate. Alert! Alert! The moment Aurelia gave the order, the spaceships at the outer perimeter of the fleet sounded a piercing alarm. A large amount of artillery fire came. Although the Vizari Legion did not have a large army guarding the other end of the Stargate, there were still many orbital defense devices set up here. Furthermore, a small fleet station at the Stargate also discovered Aurelia and the others. After the first round of artillery fire, Aurelia asked, "It's out. 42 brown bears are damaged." The adjutant reported. Aurelia nodded. The Vizari Legion was indeed lax in their defenses here. Even the garrison here did not expect the enemy to invade on a large scale. Hence, in their haste to respond, they were unable to focus their fire on their target. Otherwise, how could they not destroy a warship in such a situation? A moment later, before the second wave of attacks from the Vasily Legion arrived, Aurelia's fleet had already rebooted their shields. The weak firepower of the Vasily Legion was nothing to be afraid of. At this time, the Vizari Legion's second wave of attacks had arrived. However, because Aurelia's fleet had activated their shields this time, their cannon attacks only caused the shields to fluctuate. There was no effect at all. At this time, the adjutant said to Aurelia, "Order the first and second assault fleets to charge." Aurelia ordered. Yes. The adjutant immediately passed down the order. Aurelia ordered in an orderly manner. Yes. Following Aurelia's order, the two squadrons broke away from their respective squadrons and began to charge forward. They quickly caught up with the Vasily Legion warships that were about to retreat. There was no other way. The difference in strength between the enemy and themselves was too great. Moreover, the people stationed here were not players. Each warship had hundreds to thousands of crew members who would be willing to stay here and die. Unfortunately, these warships of the Vasily Legion were old and weak soldiers. The first-rate fleets had all been transferred to the Vasily Cloister. The garrison here was just some local fleets. As the Vasily Legion was born from a bandit organization, their military discipline was not too strict. The regular army of the Legion was still passable. These local fleets were simply examples of how to defend against the enemy and disturb the people. Therefore, when they first discovered that the enemy had passed through the Stargate, they even fired 2 shots. When these guys realized that the enemy's fleet was tens of times larger than their own, these guys almost turned around and ran away. You want to leave? The commanders of the 2 assault fleets laughed coldly. These guys were all from the military schools of the Merchant Alliance. Basically, they were all top students from poor families. Because these guys were from poor families, joining the army and making contributions had become their only way to rise. In order to not live a hard life, these guys were more and more belligerent. Because without battle achievements, they could not get promoted. If they did not get promoted, they would have no future, no house, no money, and no wife. Therefore, in order to live a good life in the future, these guys were all on the battlefield as if they were on stimulants. Charge! Kill these pirates! Charge! Along with the shouts, the 2 assault fleets instantly caught up with the Vasily warships that were trying to escape. The captains of the assault fleets roared. However, the cheap materials made their armor extremely thick. Therefore, when faced with close-range stray bullets and shrapnel damage, they were even tougher than those high-tech warships. After getting close to the enemy warship through the destroyer's assault engine, the Brown Bears unleashed their full firepower. Thousands of automatic cannons spat out flames. The dense bullets were like a torrent of steel as they shot toward Vasari's battleship. As the distance between the 2 sides was too close, coupled with the fact that the shields were not effective against solid ammunition, even though the Brown Bear's firepower was not strong, the lethality effect was very shocking. The first ones that could not withstand the attack were the Vasari Legion's frigates. However, the frigates that were cut by the steel torrent at close range were still very quickly pierced through and even torn apart by the Brown Bear's automatic cannons. The exploding Vasily frigates were very close to the attacking Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser. Their fragments inevitably crashed into the Brown Bear's body, leaving deep scars. However, although the Brown Bear's armor was average in strength, due to its extremely high thickness, this kind of injury did not penetrate the hull at all. This was just damage to the outer armor. It was not important at all. Moreover, these guys were followed by a star-grade nanny ship that was undergoing maintenance at any time. If the Vasily Legion's warships could calm down and turn their heads to face the battle, they might still have a chance of survival. At least, they could cover a portion of the evacuation. These local fleets that did not have any combat discipline did not resist at all. They were all trying to escape. However, in front of the Zerglers that rushed into the engines, these guys had no way to escape. Following a series of violent explosions, none of the Vasily's warships could escape. They were all sunk near the Stargate. The adjutant reported to Aurelia. Yes, order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd assault fleets to meet up and sweep out those orbital defense facilities, Aurelia said. Yes. The adjutant immediately passed down Aurelia's orders. Very quickly, under the reasonable sweep of the 3 fleets, all the orbital defense facilities were cleared out. Therefore, Aurelia's fleet almost did not suffer any losses in this battle, and could even be said to have completely defeated their opponent. Chapter 2034. Translator 549690339. Although the fleet station at the Stargate had been completely wiped out, the Vasari army must have already sent the news back. Therefore, Aurelia ordered his adjutant to send a scout ship back to inform Jiang Fei. In fact, Aurelia was not wrong at all. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Vasari army were like ants in a hot pot. Previously, they were already in a terrible state because of the collapse of Sargo Cloister, Now, they had sent all their forces to Sargo Cloister. Their goal was to salvage the situation. But now, the Imperial Army actually had a powerful fleet. They actually invaded from the Kruger's galaxy and had already broken through the Stargate. What should we do? Now that the Imperial Army is menacing us, we no longer have the strength to stop them. Why don't we pull back some of the fleets that are heading for Saru Cloister? Humph! Is there still time? The fleets have already set off for so long. When they come back after receiving the news, I'm afraid half of our territory will be lost. Losing half of our territory is still better than being beaten to the ground. All right, stop arguing. I'll go look for the Holy See emissary and see if they have any ideas. The higher-ups of the Vizari army argued endlessly. Some suggested that Salha's frontline fleet should come back to rescue them. Some said that such a long distance would not quench the thirst of the enemy. Once the situation on Salha's side collapsed, the situation would be even more serious than it was now. In the end, it was still Jiang Fei's old acquaintance, Ano, who suggested to look for the player for help. Speaking of which, this old fellow had been doing quite well in the Vizari army recently. He was originally one of the higher-ups of the army. Because he had a good relationship with the player, he had now become one of the most powerful figures in the Vasily Legion. After coming out of the hall of the Legion's parliament, Ano went straight to the embassy district of the Holy Messenger. I want to see Ambassador Sardilla, Ano said very politely to the embassy staff. Ambassador, you are very busy. The staff asked. I'm Ano from the Vizari Legion. I have an urgent matter to see Ambassador Sardira. Please inform him. Ano still maintained a smiling face. Having been in the circle of power for so many years, what did he not understand? There is a saying that the king of hell was easy to deal with. No matter how big the matter was, it would be delayed. The embassy staff nodded and turned around to enter. Not long after, the staff member came out of the embassy and said, Lord Ano, please follow me. Thank you. Thank you. Ano was full of gratitude. Very soon, Ano met another clone of Velen in the conference room, Sardilla. Velen asked even though he already knew the answer. He was the one who had tricked Jiang Fei into this. Now, he was asking about someone else. That's right, Ano said with a serious face. Velen glanced at Ano. Then he continued to pretend, although we lost some battleships in the Battle of Salhu, I don't think it's a big loss. Victory and defeat are common among soldiers. Please don't take it to heart, Sir Ano. No, I'm not talking about the Salhu cloister, Ano said anxiously. Oh, Vinland's acting was also quite realistic. Ano said anxiously. Kruger's, Vinland said with a shrug. That is indeed not the defense zone of your saint's emissary. However, because we have transferred all our forces to Salhu, there's a vacuum in our forces there. Ano said with a pleading face. What can I do? Vinland said slowly. Ano wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Vinland. Lord Ano, you don't have to say any more. Although I really want to help you, my people are also at Sara Cloister. Vinland said with his hands spread out. Ano was at his wit's end. He could only place his hopes on the holy envoys. All right. Vinland hesitated for a long time before finally giving Ano a little hope. Thank you. Ano could be said to be extremely grateful to Vinland. After sending off Ano, Vinland's body swayed and he disappeared. Unlike Jiang Fei and the others, Vinland was the manager of this universe. He could appear anywhere at any time. Vinland muttered to himself as he looked at Aurelia's fleet in the void. At this moment, his body was in a state of nothingness. Outsiders could not see him at all. Vinland smiled after thinking for a moment. Then, his figure disappeared. At the same time, the scattered players in the Kruger's galaxy all received a quest. As long as they attacked Aurelia's fleet, they would receive rewards. Even if a frigate was killed by the enemy before it sank, they would still receive rewards. As the manager of the game, although Vinland could not directly interfere in the game, he could use the form of issuing quests to exert his influence. Therefore, very soon, the scattered player warships came over to die. At this moment, the players from a major guild were all heading towards Saru, cloistered together with their own fleets. The only ones left here were a few players. Not only were their levels low, but their ships were also rotten, there was no guild that would take them in. Hence, when they saw such a good mission, they immediately rushed over. On this side, Aurelia had also received a report from her adjutant. Why are there scattered frigates? And Aurelia frowned. She did not know why these guys were in such a hurry to die. The captains of the fleet were ready to make a move. Although these small ships were rotten, they were still battle merits. Aurelia said, after thinking for a moment. The adjutant asked with some worry. Aurelia said with certainty. At this time, she had confirmed that this situation came from Vinland's hidden help and signal. Chapter 2035, 2035. Translator, 549690339. After understanding Vinland's intentions, Aurelia immediately ordered the army to move forward at full speed, directly charging toward the capital planet of the Vasily Legion. 5 days later, Aino rushed over to see Vinland again with a tired expression. Aino was so anxious that his mouth was filled with burning bubbles. There was no way that Aurelia's fleet could charge straight in during these 5 days, and had already conquered 4 galaxies in 2-star regions. As the Kruger star system was the most prosperous star system of the Vasily Legion, there were many stargates there. It allowed people to not waste a large amount of time on interstellar travel. However, now was the time of war. These stargates actually provided convenience to Aurelia's fleet. As a result, they were advancing at a speed that was equivalent to a galaxy a day. Although the Vasari army had organized a few fleets to resist the invasion of the Imperial army, the scattered troops formed by these fleets were unable to stop Aurelia's regular army. The resistance was almost instantaneous. Some fleets had already fled before they even saw Aurelia's army. In Aurelia's eyes, her invasion was not a war at all. It was just an armed parade. Furthermore, Aurelia's invasion was to buy Jiang Fei time. To attract the attention of the development team, she did not occupy those planets at all. This way, her marching speed would not be slowed down. As a result, in just 5 days, Aurelia's fleet was only 3 star systems away from Vasily Legion's capital planet. In less than a week, her army would be at the city gates. Sigh, my people are already fighting the Imperial army at the Salho corridor. Vinland pretended to be troubled. Aino was also playing tricks at this moment, because the Vasari Legion's fleet was currently on the way back to rescue. Although they could not mobilize the player troops, their own fleets still obeyed orders. It was just that these fleets were far away, and it would take time for them to rush back. Oof, trying to trick me? Vinland laughed in his heart. In truth, he had already leaked the information about the Vasari Legion's main fleet. At this moment, these fleets that had just withdrawn from the battlefield had probably been ambushed. I will try my best to think of a way. Although he was very disdainful in his heart, Vinland still played along with Aino. At this moment, on the flagship of Aurelia, the adjutant was discussing something with her. It is indeed a little strange. Aurelia also frowned. Could it be that they're trying to express something? That's not right. The adjutant shook his head. After all, there were hundreds or thousands of people on a battleship who would use dozens or hundreds of battleships to send a signal. Oh, the adjutant's words reminded Aurelia. It was true that ordinary people could not use such a form of signal, but Vinland could. Aurelia immediately ordered. The adjutant replied. Soon, a chart appeared in front of Aurelia. 1-2, 1-1. Aurelia looked at the kill record in front of him and seemed to have an epiphany. Aurelia said to the adjutant. The adjutant had a puzzled expression. Aurelia ordered. The adjutant saw that Aurelia was so serious, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He handed the kill data to the communication officer who specialized in this field and asked him to crack the password. A few hours later, the adjutant came to Aurelia with a piece of paper with a shocked face. Sir Commander, the password has been cracked. Aurelia immediately said. The adjutant immediately handed the piece of paper over. Taking the piece of paper with the cracked content, Aurelia was also stunned, because on it was written the scale of the Vasari army's reinforcements, as well as the arrival route and time. The adjutant asked with a shocked expression on his face. If this was true, then how high was the rank of the Empire's agents in the Vasari army? Only then could he obtain such confidential information and be able to transmit it over in such a manner. Aurelia did not go to explain to the adjutant. She did not want to and did not have the time to explain. Aurelia had to lead the fleet to a specific area immediately to complete the ambush accurately. Yes, the adjutant was excited. Based on Aurelia's reaction, he was sure that there was a spy among the higher-ups of the Vasily Legion, and it was an ace spy. In fact, the adjutant did not know that his so-called ace spy was Vin Lon. As the manager of the game, Vin Lon could see almost everything in the universe. Therefore, it was not surprising that he had information about the reinforcements of the Vasily Legion, because he also had the authority to issue missions. Therefore, it was not difficult for a small number of players to come in a specific formation at a specific time to die. A few hours later, Aurelia's fleet arrived at the designated location. This was a warp point where Vasari's reinforcements had rushed back. According to the information, Vasari's reinforcements would arrive here in half an hour. Aurelia then began to adjust the formation of the fleet. He had all the main spaceships surround this warp point in a hemispherical shape. When the enemy still had 2 minutes to arrive, he began to recharge the main cannon. A minute and a half later, Aurelia's fleet had already set up their formation. At this time, the warp point had become the focus of Aurelia's fleet's firepower. As long as the enemy appeared, they would suffer a devastating blow. As time passed, a white light flashed. The first spaceship rushed out of the phase space and arrived at the warp point, followed by the second and third spaceship. Because this was the hinterland of the Vasari Legion, and it was not in the same direction as Aurelia's fleet, the Vasari Legion's fleet did not expect to encounter the enemy here. They did not place the scout ships before every warp, causing the unprepared Vasily fleet to plunge into the encirclement of Aurelia. Chapter 2036. Translator 549690339. A large number of Vasily warships appeared at the warp point. Furthermore, as they had just completed their warp, their engines and shields were all switched off. This could be said to be their most vulnerable moment. Following Aurelia's order, the Imperial Army's fleet fired their 10,000 cannons at the same time, instantly completing a round of baptism for Vasily's fleet. Damn it! What's going on? Sir, there's an ambush. How did the Imperial Army know our route? Damn it! There must be a traitor. Hurry up and restart the shields. Start the engines. Reporting casualties! Exclamation point. Apart from that, there are also close to 200 warships that were damaged, and they are currently undergoing emergency repairs. The commander of Vasari's fleet slammed the table. This was only the first round of attack, and his fleet had already lost close to 20%, and 20% of the warships were also damaged. The overall combat strength of the fleet had already been reduced by almost half. Sir, the shields of all the ships have almost recovered, but the enemy's second wave of attacks is about to arrive. Vasari's commander was, after all, from the regular army, but he would not be like the players who were at a loss in their panic. Boom, 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 boom. The second round of attacks from the Aurelia fleet arrived. Although the Vasily fleet had raised their shields, they were currently at the center of the Aurelia fleet's firepower. Under such intense attacks, even with their shields, they still suffered heavy losses. This was especially so for the warships that had just been injured. Some of them had even damaged their engines, and they could not hide behind the heavy patrols. As a result, they were destroyed on the spot. Damage report. Sir, we have more than 30 warships sunk, and more than 50 warships are injured. Damn it. The commander of the Vasari fleet knew very well in his heart. Their current position was really too bad. They were completely the focus of the enemy's firepower. The enemy's damage was not wasted at all, and they had practically taken all the damage. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They had accidentally entered the enemy's ambush. It was inevitable that they would be attacked, even though it was due to their own negligence. However, now was not the time to hold them accountable. Therefore, the commander of the Vasily fleet only wanted to break out of the encirclement. Abandon those warships with damaged engines. I will give them 3 minutes to transfer to other ships through the landing ship. The commander of the Vasily fleet said, Yes, sir. Just as Vasari's fleet was about to break through, Aurelia did not sit idle. After 2 rounds of attacks, the enemy's warships were almost 1/3 damaged, and their combat strength was more than average. This way, Aurelia would not just settle for long-range artillery attacks. The 1st and 2nd assault fleets are ready to attack. All Aiken-class battlecruisers open the target uplink, flagship, open the concentrated position. Aurelia gave the order methodically, and the entire fleet was soon ready for the decisive battle under her command. Break out! Charge! The commanders of both sides gave the battle orders almost at the same time, but their objectives were completely different. Under the orders of the commanders of both sides, the warships on both sides began to move. To avoid being accidentally injured by their own artillery fire, Aurelia's fleet was a hemisphere-shaped warp point. Therefore, if the Vizari fleet wanted to break out of the encirclement, their best path would be to retreat with their backs to Aurelia's fleet. However, this way, they would completely give up resisting and completely expose their backs to the enemy. Following Aurelia's order, her fleet fired as they pursued. The first to be destroyed were the abandoned battleships. Their engines had been damaged during the first 2 waves of attacks. They could no longer retreat, so they were abandoned after the crew moved to other ships. 1st and 2nd assault fleets, charge. Following Aurelia's order, the 2 assault fleets Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers all activated their Annihilator assault engines. Their speed instantly increased to the maximum, instantly biting the enemy's tail. The Brown Bear's automatic cannons also fired. With the support of the target's uplink, the Brown Bear that was originally close in range also received a certain range enhancement. Damn it, these guys are catching up. Leave a team of Gala's enforcers to cover the rear. The rest of you continue to retreat. The commander of Vizari ordered, because warping required turning off the engines and shields. If they were to warp under the enemy's firepower, the battleships without shields would almost be unable to hold on until the warping engines broke through the spatial barrier. The remaining Gala's enforcers began to retaliate. However, these elite Vizari warriors were resolutely carrying out their mission. Damaged battleships, retreat. The moment they exchanged blows, a few Brown Bears were injured. In terms of individual combat strength, the Brown Bears and the Gala's enforcers, who were both heavy cruisers, were simply incomparable. Although the Brown Bear's automatic cannons were quite powerful in close combat, it still depended on who they were compared to. The plasma wave cannons of the Karis enforcers were several times more powerful. In terms of defense, although the Brown Bear's crudely made armor was very thick, its quality was very average. The biochemical armor of the Karis enforcers was not only stronger in defense than the Brown Bears, it even had the ability to self-repair. The 2 sides are not even on the same level. However, the powerful Karis enforcers also had a fatal flaw, which was that they were expensive, extremely expensive. The high cost of building this kind of warship made it slightly more common among the players of the Resistance Army. In the hands of the Vizari Legion, these spaceships were very rare, therefore almost all of their fleets were frigates. It was impossible for them to build a large group of Brown Bears like the Imperial Army, which cost nothing to build. After a few Gala's enforcers were seriously injured, they activated the reconfiguration. The powerful biometal began to repair itself. In just a few minutes, the originally serious injuries turned into minor injuries. Although this ability could not be activated indefinitely and could only be used once before returning to the factory for major repairs, it instantly gave them an extra life on the battlefield. This meant that the Karis enforcers were not unreasonably expensive. Chapter 2037. Translator 549690339. Although the Karis enforcers had regained their combat strength after reassembling their bodies, they were still powerless against the numerous Brown Bears. There was a saying that a hungry tiger could not defeat a pack of wolves, and a wise man could not withstand a large number of people. Although their individual combat strength was far superior to the cheap Brown Bears, the Karis enforcers were quickly defeated by an enemy that was several times their own. Following a violent explosion, one Gala's law enforcer was sunk, followed closely by the 2nd and 3rd ships. Although a team of Gala's law enforcers had built a solid line of defense for the retreat of their allies, in the face of the continuous attacks of the enemy, This line of defense still could not hold on for long, especially after the auxiliary ships behind the Brown Bear arrived. These Gala's law enforcers were affected by various control skills and were quickly sunk. At that moment, the retreating Visari fleet had already escaped for more than 10 light seconds. As long as they were a little further away, they would be able to activate the warp drive. On the other side, Aurelia also gave the order for the entire army to pursue. She knew very well that her mission this time was to create enough pressure on the resistance and put them in danger. Only then would the development team be able to attract their attention and buy time for Jiang Fei's next move. A few minutes later, the adjutant's voice made Aurelia frown. If the reinforcement fleet escaped, it would undoubtedly give the resistance a glimmer of hope. This way, their crisis might not be enough to alert the development team. Aurelia immediately ordered. Yes, the adjutant immediately relayed the order. A moment later, the 5 Aiken-class battlecruisers in Aurelia's fleet began charging their powerful weapons. Rays of bright blue light shot towards the warping Visari fleet in the distance. The range of this type of super main cannon was not something an ordinary cannon could compare to. Faced with a rain of ionized thunderbolts, the Visari fleet that was activating their warping engines could not dodge at all. When the warping engines were activated, the main engines and shield systems would be switched off. Hence, not only could these Visari warships not dodge, they did not even have shields. The Vasily warships that were hit shone with bright blue electric light. However, the high-energy ions had already destroyed most of the electronic systems in the warship. When the warship was instantly disabled, the warp engines that had been turned on were also switched off. Sir, many warships have been disabled by the enemy's main fleet. Ignore them. The other warships continue to warp. The commander of the Vasily Legion was also a ruthless person. If his own fleet stayed behind to cover the paralyzed warships, then what awaited him was total annihilation. It was better to abandon these warships and let the others have a chance to escape. Seeing that the Visari fleet was determined to escape, Aurelia was a little anxious. Following Aurelia's orders, all the Brown Bear-class heavy cruisers activated their destroyer advance engines, instantly increasing their speed to the maximum. The Brown Bear's automatic cannons fired first. After charging into the firing range, they began to bite their targets to death, and at their fastest speed, they wanted to destroy their targets. Sir, the vassals of the Visari Legion were also sweating. Their fleet had already been bitten by the Brown Bear's tail, but the warp engine was still not fully activated. There were still dozens of seconds before they jumped into the phase space. Loss is inevitable. We have entered the enemy's ambush this time, so we will definitely have to pay the price. The commander of the Vasily fleet was calm at this moment. Based on the current situation, although their fleet was destined to lose more than 50% of their warships, the remaining people would definitely be able to escape. At this moment, Commander Vasily's flagship was hit by an ion bolt. The adjutant shouted in panic, "Sir, the ship has been completely paralyzed, and the escape system cannot be activated." At this time, the main engineer of the flagship shouted. The adjutant's meaning was obvious. He was ordering the other ships to stay behind to cover the flagship's retreat. Bulsh *T. The commander of the Vasily fleet slapped his adjutant. He was definitely not the kind of person who was afraid of death. The commander said with determination. The communications officer shouted. The commander of the Vasily fleet closed his eyes. He knew that many brave warriors would die with him. As expected, when many Vasily warships realized that their flagship had stopped warping and could no longer communicate, they also took the initiative to turn off the warping engine and began to turn the bow of the ship. A defensive circle formed behind the flagship. At that moment, the main force of the Aurelia fleet finally reached their firing range, especially those Javelin-class guided missile frigates. However, they were equipped with cluster warheads and possessed firepower that far surpassed the Brown Bears. Under the simultaneous firing, they instantly dealt a devastating blow to the Vasily warships. Explosions rose and fell in the void. Vasari's position was like the mid-air of a grand ceremony night. Clusters of fireworks exploded. However, The fireworks were accompanied by laughter during the night of the ceremony, and behind every cluster of fireworks here, it represented the death of thousands of people. At the same time, the battleships that were still warping finally managed to endure until the warping engine was fully activated. They instantly sank into the phase space and finally escaped from the Azura Purgatory. As for the Vasily warships that were left behind, regardless of whether they were left behind passively because they were struck by the ion lightning bolts or because they took the initiative to stay behind to protect their flagship, their ending did not make the slightest difference. In the end, they were all destroyed under the artillery fire of the Aurelia army. Chapter 2038. Translator 549690339. Not long after the remnants of the Vasily fleet escaped, the news was sent back to the capital planet. For a moment, the entire Vasily Legion's upper echelons were shocked. The rescue fleet was ambushed, and more than two-thirds of the fleet was lost. The commander was killed. After this news was sent back, it was like a bolt from the blue on the capital planet. The entire Vasily Legion was in a panic. Originally, they thought that once the reinforcements arrived, they would be able to stop the Imperial Army's invasion, even if it did not counterattack. At the very least, they would be able to delay until the arrival of the Saints' emissaries' troops. Now, the Vasari Legion's most powerful fleet was almost completely wiped out. The remaining warships were also almost all injured. Who knew how long it would take to return to the factory for major repairs? With only one-third of the fleet, they would not be able to compete with Aurelia's fleet. In desperation, Aino found Vinland, who had transformed into Sardilla for the third time. Aino might have been putting on an act before, but this time, he was really desperate. Unlike the other Vasari higher-ups, even if they surrendered in the battle, they could still ensure their own prosperity. At most, they would lose their power. However, he could not do it. Now, everyone knew that Jiang Fei was the commander of the Imperial Army. Furthermore, the enmity between Aino and Jiang Fei was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. Aino had even sent Jiang Fei to the Tel Aviv Advance Army to die. It was obvious what would happen to him. Therefore, within the entire Vasari army, anyone could surrender. Only Aino could not. Therefore, this time, he came to ask the players. It could be said that he was forced into a dead end. Lord Aino, don't be anxious. Vinland was still playing the game. Aino begged bitterly. My men are all at Sarl's margin corridor. Vinland said. Aino was really panicking at this moment. He knew that Solemn Marsh corridor must not be lost. Otherwise, even if the crisis caused by Aurelia was resolved, they would be in the same situation as now. Moreover, once the Imperial Army pincer attacked for both sides, they would be even more unable to resist. But Lord Aino, please rest assured, I will not ignore it. At this moment, Vinland gave Aino a glimmer of hope. Is that so? Thank you so much. Aino quickly asked. It's hard to say. I will ask again later, Vinland said. If the development team interfered, then the reinforcements would arrive in a matter of minutes. Thank you. Aino thanked him again and again before leaving. After Aino left, Vinland finally returned the message that he had already designed, telling the development team that there was a problem with the game. The Resistance Army was temporarily unable to hold on. Their game was now operating very successfully and had attracted many players. At this time, Vinland reported back that the game was out of balance. If left unchecked, the Imperial Army would win the final victory and end the game early. This was not what the development team wanted to see. After all, every day the game was running, they would earn an extra day's worth of money. Therefore, the development team immediately began to discuss how to balance the game. Moreover, this intervention would not cause the Imperial Army to be overly suppressed, causing the Resistance Army to greatly increase. As a result, the Resistance Army would obtain victory in the game in a short period of time. As there were many factors that needed to be weighed, the development team's attention was all drawn to it. How to increase the strength of the Resistance without causing them to become overly powerful had become the focus of the development team's attention. They needed to conduct a large number of tests on the frontline battlefield to determine the final solution. At this moment, Jiang Fei's shuttle had already arrived at the Dominican Galaxy. To be honest, Jiang Fei was very excited. Although Vinylin had given him the map on the other side of the light membrane, seeing it with his own eyes and seeing it on the map were two different concepts. As the distance between the shuttle and the light membrane got closer and closer, Jiang Fei's heart began to race. If he were to be fired at, it would be bad. Although Jiang Fei's current strength was already heaven-defying, Jiang Fei was still uncertain when facing the security ship in the player safe zone that had absolute instant kill authority. Just when he was less than 100 light seconds away from the light barrier, a security ship intercepted Jiang Fei's path. Although he had been intercepted, Jiang Fei was relieved. If he had not been recognized as an ally by the guard ship, he would not have been intercepted but destroyed. The guard ship sent a message. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and directly sent out his Grand Marshal's identity number. Identity confirmed. Identity confirmed. Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army, Jiang Fei. Identity level, extremely high. Permission granted. Free movement in the entire region. Identity confirmed. Permission granted. After the guard spaceship confirmed Jiang Fei's identity, it left as if it had never seen him before. F*CK. Jiang Fei said angrily in his heart. These people from high-dimensional space actually used living beings like him as NPCs to slaughter them. This was simply insane. After the guard ship left, Jiang Fei continued to drive the shuttle closer to the light membrane. He had also obtained the permission to freely travel through the entire region. Therefore, the light membrane automatically opened a gap and let him in. After entering the light membrane, Jiang Fei's vision suddenly became clear. Because the light membrane covered a star area, this area was still very vast. According to Vinylin's map, this star area was both a safe area and a novice village for players. There were many simulated small merchant ships and small monsters here. The purpose was to allow players to adapt to the game's mode. The core area of the light membrane was a super large space station, or space city. Behind the space city was a huge wormhole. That was where the players were born. It was also the place Jiang Fei wanted to go the most. Chapter 2039. Translator 549690339. After entering the light barrier, Jiang Fei's area was relatively empty. There were only a few armed merchant ships scattered here and there. In order to take care of the novice players, these armed merchant ships were in passive attack mode. As long as one did not provoke it, it would only wander around in a fixed area and would not actively attack others. At that moment, Jiang Fei was only piloting a shuttle that did not have any attack power. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to provoke those small monsters' merchant ships. The signal of the exchange of fire came from afar. However, the players here were all pure newbies. Their system initial ships were not much stronger than the armed merchant ships. Therefore, the battle between the two parties was like a child's play in Jiang Fei's eyes. It seems that this game is quite profitable. Jiang Fei noticed many signs of battle on the radar. However, because he was the mark of a friendly NPC, no players came to find trouble with him. Jiang Fei flew the shuttle forward. His first destination was the huge space city. After all, he was not a player. This was his first time here, and he was heading straight for the distant wormhole. This was a little too eye-catching. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to use his identity as a high-ranking general of the Imperial Army to disguise himself as an NPC who gave out quests. He would first go to the player safe zone to find out what was going on. He would go to the vicinity of the wormhole to gather more information. On the way, Jiang Fei was rather successful. No one stopped him. After all, as the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army, Jiang Fei had already obtained the permission to freely travel. The novice players did not care too much about him. Although in the eyes of the players, Jiang Fei had a big Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army tag on his head, he did not give out quests. Therefore, no one paid him any attention. They just treated him as a decorative NPC who was wandering around. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei finally approached the giant space city. Docking request accepted. After Jiang Fei sent out the docking request, he quickly received a response. Under the guidance of the guided ship, Jiang Fei's shuttle entered the space port of the giant space city and landed on the designated tarmac. However, after arriving at the giant space city, Jiang Fei was not welcomed as warmly as he was in the Empire's capital, Star Pazerns. The people in charge of running the space city here were all serious NPCs. They were all created by the development team. Their intelligence was generally low. They only provided some necessary help to novice players and issued some simple missions. They were not smart enough to receive high-level allied generals. The NPCs in the giant space city could not receive Jiang Fei, so the players would not care about him. Who had ever seen an NPC who did not issue quests come to the novice village, only to be greeted by a large number of novice players? Therefore, Jiang Fei left the spaceport alone. Although it looked rather disappointing, to Jiang Fei, this was the best thing that could happen. How was he going to find a chance to explore the secrets of the giant wormhole? However, just as Jiang Fei walked out of the tarmac, he saw an old acquaintance of his, Eamon. Eamon was really unlucky. Originally, when Bella brought the experts and fleets of the 5 worlds to provide support, the Imperial Army's fleets won a great victory and almost wiped out the player fleets of the Resistance Army. However, after the Resistance had sent all their reinforcements, the two sides had entered a stalemate again. At that time, the battle between the two sides had become a win-win situation. However, Eamon himself was greedy for battle achievements. In one battle, he had pursued too much and was ambushed by the Resistance. Not only did the fleets suffer heavy losses, but his flagship was also destroyed. He could not even save his life capsule. He was completely destroyed by the players of the Resistance. He could only return to the beginner's village to resurrect. The normal players did not know Jiang Fei, but Eamon had dealt with Jiang Fei before. "I have something that I need help with," Jiang Fei said. Since he had come here as a quest NPC, he had to continue acting. Eamon had just lost a large number of battleships. Even his flagship had been destroyed. Of course, he now hoped to receive some rare quests to recover his losses. To him, meeting a high-level NPC like Jiang Fei was like a pie falling from the sky. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then said to Eamon, "I'm afraid you can't do it yourself. I need more manpower." Eamon was also a little troubled. There were many people in his guild, but almost all of them were in Salho Cloister. When they were ambushed previously, the guild players had their ships destroyed. However, the lifeboats were still there. They could all resurrect at the frontline base, especially since Bella had already seized an interstellar base. Those players didn't have to run so far to resurrect back in the novice village. Eamon was the only one who relied on his main ship to specially modify it. Therefore, he rushed to the front. After being beaten up, he didn't even manage to escape from the lifeboats. His eggs were directly destroyed by the players of the Resistance. Therefore, he could only run back to the beginner's village to resurrect himself. At this time, if he called his guild members, it would take them a few days to sail over. However, if he asked his guild members to kill themselves and resurrect themselves, the loss would be too great. Would it not be more than a loss? However, just as Eamon was in a dilemma, he suddenly had an idea. He asked Jiang Fei, "Grand Marshal, is there any requirement for this quest?" Jiang Fei said, "All right, please wait for a moment." Eamon was overjoyed. Although his guild members could not come, there were many newbies in the novice village. Naturally, there would be people to form a party. Soon, Eamon bought a valid notification authority in the novice village. "We are recruiting 9 members for the quest. Please be obedient. After the quest ends, each person will be rewarded with a frigate." "What? Rewarded with a frigate? Really? This guy seems to be the guild leader of a big guild. He can't be lying, right? F***CK. Hurry up and register. If you're late, there won't be any spots." Eamon's announcement blew up the novice village in an instant. Although a basic version of a frigate that was not equipped was nothing in the outside world, in the novice village, it was a treasure. After all, these rookies were still operating armed merchant ships for missions. If they could have a regular warship, how much more efficient would the mission be? Chapter 2040-2040. Translator 549690339 in just a few minutes. Eamon's party was assembled. After another 10 minutes, Eamon and 10 other party members appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Grand Marshal, all of our party members have arrived. Eamon said to Jiang Fei, "Can this guy really accept quests? I don't know. He just flew past me. It doesn't look like he can issue quests. Perhaps our levels are too low." The players behind Eamon whispered among themselves. At the same time, they were also sizing up Jiang Fei. After all, as a novice player, these people had never seen an NPC of Jiang Fei's level. "I need you to gather some data. When you're done, I will pay you some light shipborne weapons and ammunition," said Jiang Fei as he handed out some small instruments to the players. These small instruments were all made by Jiang Fei through the factory in the spatial ring. Their purpose was to collect spatial signals. Eamon nodded. Therefore, Eamon felt that things were not that simple. This quest should be the prelude to some super hidden quest. Therefore, even though Jiang Fei's quest reward was almost negligible, Eamon still accepted the quest. Although Eamon did not care about the quest reward for those novice players, this reward was considered pretty good, especially when Eamon had previously promised them a frigate each. This way, they would not have to worry about assembling the spaceship. After all, it was impossible to go out and fight with just one warship. One had to assemble their own spaceship, including weapons, ammunition, additional armor, shields, and various engineering parts. If they were to fly a naked spaceship, it would only be a living target for them to beat up. The newbie players were very tight on funds. Even if they got the frigate, they would not be able to use it immediately. They had to save a lot of money to equip the spaceship. They could save a lot of money. Therefore, the newbie players were naturally very happy. Asked Eamon, "Anywhere is fine. I'm just testing these instruments. You guys just need to gather the data nearby. However, you need to spread out a little so as not to affect the accuracy of the data," said Jiang Fei. Although he wanted to gather the data around the wormhole the most, it was easy to arouse suspicion if he said it directly. He did not divide the specific collection area now. The players would definitely complete the mission as soon as possible. They would collect the data around the space city. Jiang Fei also told them to collect the data as separately as possible. Therefore, some players would naturally run to the wormhole. That way, Jiang Fei would be able to get the data that he wanted. "Yes, sir." Before Eamon could say anything, Jiang Fei had already left. Those players who were newbies had already accepted the mission and left. They quickly left the spaceport and began to collect spatial signals around the space city. "Grand Marshal, I'm going to help too." Eamon smiled at Jiang Fei. Then, he drove a scout ship and went out to collect signals. The speed of the scout ship was naturally not something that the novice ships could compare to. Therefore, Eamon quickly collected the spatial signals around the space city. In this way, the other players could only avoid collecting repeated signals. They could only sail further away. Eamon returned in about half an hour. After all, he was collecting them nearby. Moreover, the ship was very fast. Therefore, he was the first to collect all the storage space of the instrument. Very good. Jiang Fei immediately fulfilled the reward of his quest. Anyway, he could produce the basic weapons and ammunition in the spatial ring. Jiang Fei already had enough energy to produce them. Eamon casually called the real NPCs in the space city and asked them to transport all the ammunition and weapons to the guild warehouse. After that, he set off again. However, he firmly believed that this quest was only the prelude to a certain super hidden quest. Therefore, he decided to continue doing it. As time passed, Eamon had already returned 2 to 3 times. The other players had also handed in their quests one after another. After Jiang Fei fulfilled the quest reward, he asked them to continue collecting signals. As the signals near the space station had already been collected, these players could only go further away to collect signals. Eamon was a little tired of doing this after his 5th return. After all, this mission was too boring and the reward was too little. To him, this was simply a waste of time. However, Eamon was not willing to give up on the so-called follow-up mission because, in his opinion, Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army, could not test some equipment for no reason. The more tedious this mission was, the more difficult it would be. The follow-up quest behind it would be harder to come by, Zhang Fei said with a smile. His goal was to collect spatial signals near the wormhole. Therefore, the more players there were, the better. Eamon was delighted. He immediately bought the announcement and expanded the fleet's capacity. With Eamon's announcement, the small fleet of 10 people quickly expanded to more than 50 people. Although Eamon had to pay more for the frigate, he did not mind. After all, time was the most precious thing to him. If paying for some low-level battleships could save a lot of time, he was willing to pay for it. At the same time, Zhang Fei was also very happy. After Eamon's fleet expanded, there would be players coming to submit quests almost every once in a while. However, Zhang Fei was not in a hurry. After all, the space within the light membrane was only so big. These players would sooner or later collect the spatial signals near the wormhole in detail. Zhang Fei had only paid for some low-level weapons and ammunitions. He could completely produce these things himself. There was no need to worry about the quest reward being insufficient. Chapter 2041. Translator 549690339. As time passed, about 2 to 3 hours later, almost all the players in the beginner village were working for Zhang Fei. The entire interior of the light membrane was filled with players, beginner ships. These new players did not fight monsters anymore. They just ran around and used their equipment to collect data. The brain is indeed a good thing. If I went to the vicinity of the wormhole to collect information, I would definitely be suspected. Zhang Fei laughed in his heart. At this time, a portion of the players had already started to approach the vicinity of the wormhole. As more and more players were doing the signal collection task, there were fewer and fewer places that had not been explored. Therefore, these players did not need Zhang Fei to guide them. They also knew to run to those remote places. This included the vicinity of the wormhole. After another half an hour or so, Zhang Fei received the first signal data about the wormhole. However, the data collection point was still far away from the wormhole, so the signal was very blurry. However, Zhang Fei was not in a hurry. With this beginning, he believed that more detailed signal data would be sent to him soon. At this time, Eamon was too lazy to collect the data himself. He stood beside Zhang Fei and watched as the other players in the party handed in their quests as the boss. After all, he had paid these people a frigate as their salary. Therefore, he did not work for the other members of the party and did not say anything. I need to verify the accuracy of these signal collection devices. Therefore, the more signal collection devices, the better, Zhang Fei said calmly. Although Eamon was a little anxious, he did not dare to urge Zhang Fei to issue the next phase of the quest. Therefore, he could only wait patiently at the side and chat with the people in the guild. He wanted to understand the situation at the front line. At this moment, the battle situation in Salhu Cloister was very tense. Bella had ordered Tesla's fleet to do nothing. The cultivators from the 5 directions were also doing the same because they were all led by elders. These old fellows were all smart people. Therefore, they had long seen through Bella's thoughts. When they saw that Bella was unwilling to contribute, they naturally would not let their disciples become cannon fodder. With that, the main force of the battle became the player squadron under Eamon, and the opposing resistance army was the same. Due to the threat of Aurelia, Vazari's direct descendants had already withdrawn from the battle. They had also quickly returned to help, so the remaining were all player squadrons. Of course, these Vazari's direct descendants didn't manage to get anything, and they were almost wiped out by Aurelia's squadron. Therefore, the Salhu Cloister had returned to its original state. Both times, the player fleets were fighting against each other. There were wins and losses. Without exploding their eggs, the players could be resurrected at the frontline base. They would also receive new battleships and participate in the battle again. This way, it would be impossible to determine the outcome of the battle within a certain period of time. Compared to Zhang Fei and Bella's ease, Aurelia's side was much more laborious. In order to buy more time for Zhang Fei and to attract more attention, so that Zhang Fei's actions would be more covert, Aurelia had almost racked her brain. She was crazily attacking and conquering the territory of Azari's army. Unlike before, when she went straight into the capital star. Aurelia's fleet this time swept through all the enemies in front of her. It was as if they wanted to wipe out the Vasily Legion. Facing Aurelia's growing threat, the Vasily Legion was anxious. The development team was even more anxious. At this time, the game was making money. A large number of new players continued to pour into the game. It brought them considerable profits. If the game ended with one side winning, the loss would be too great. Hence, after some urgent discussions, the development team decided to send more NPC legions to the Vasily Legion's hinterland. These NPC legions had nothing to do with the players of the Resistance. Their mission was to protect the hinterland of the Vasily Legion. They did not participate in the invasion. The idea of the development team was not bad. With such a legion that was only in charge of defense, they could solve the current crisis of the Resistance and not threaten the safety of the Imperial Army. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. However, they had made a mistake, and that was to hand this legion over to Vinland to manage. However, for the development team, this was also a matter of course. First of all, they had to deal with bugs of all sizes every day to maintain the balance of the game. It was impossible for them to send people to personally command this legion. Moreover, this group of developers would not command the fleet. Furthermore, the development team had a lot of trust in Vinland. In their eyes, Vinland was the game manager, the game mastermind, and had the intention to rebel against the creator. Hence, for various reasons, the development team gave a newly deployed NPC fleet to Vinland with great confidence, allowing him to command this fleet to resist the invasion of Aurelia. The arrival of the new fleet made the entire Vizari higher-ups rejoice. After all, the reinforcements they had relied on had already lost their combat strength due to Aurelia's attacks, and the Legion was on the verge of destruction. Now that the reinforcements of the Holy Advent Emissary had finally arrived, the Vizari higher-ups finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Vizari higher-ups were clearly happy too early. This was because with Vinland's deliberate cooperation, the newly deployed fleet of the development team did not achieve too good a result. Although they had won and lost in the battle with the fleet of Aurelia, they only managed to repel Aurelia's attack when they won. However, when they lost, they would lose a large number of warships. Therefore, after a few exchanges, the development team realized that the fleet of Aurelia did not seem to be that easy to deal with. However, in order to maintain the balance of the game, they could not directly wipe it out. Therefore, they had no choice but to focus their attention on this side so that they could replenish Jiang Fei's new battleship in time after Vinland's defeat. Aurelia was also very cooperative with Vinland. The two of them worked together to buy time for Jiang Fei to attract the attention of the development team for him. In this way, Jiang Fei's side was left alone. In the next 2 to 3 days, he collected almost all the spatial signal data of the interior of the light membrane, including the area around the mysterious wormhole. Although he did not have time to sort out the data, Jiang Fei was already excited. This was the first time he felt so close to the gamma space. It was also the first time he felt so close to victory. Chapter 2042. Translator 549690339. After collecting all the spatial signal data, Jiang Fei naturally stopped the collection quest. At that moment, Eamon immediately came forward excitedly. After all, he had been waiting for the follow-up quest for several days. Eamon came up to Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. If he stopped issuing quests at this time, it would be too sudden. Moreover, there were so many players that he could use. Wouldn't that be a waste? Therefore, Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said to Eamon, the test device is only the beginning of this quest. The next thing that will happen might be more troublesome. Grand Marshal, it's okay. When Eamon heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately became excited. This meant that there was indeed a follow-up to the previous quest. Moreover, the final reward for the normal series of quests was very powerful. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Eamon, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll leave this difficult quest to you. Grand Marshal, don't worry. Eamon immediately said. When he heard the word difficult in Jiang Fei's words, his heart was even happier. The better the reward. All right, Use the equipment that I just gave you. Go to these few locations and test it out. If you encounter any enemies, destroy them," said Jiang Fei. Yes, Eamon immediately accepted the quest. He did not expect Jiang Fei to give such an attractive reward. Unlock a new type of spaceship. This was the best reward for players because once it was unlocked, they could buy it directly from the system. Jiang Fei then passed a few coordinates to Aaron. These coordinates were basically the locations of some powerful pirate nests. This was what Jiang Fei had obtained when he killed Rivendell. The former emperor of the empire, Rivendell, was the biggest profiteer in the universe. If he did not collude with the pirates, it would be a miracle. Not only did Rivendell collude with the pirates, he even personally raised a few waves of powerful pirates. After killing Rivendell, the coordinates of these pirates' hideouts naturally fell into Jiang Fei's hands. "Grand Marshal, I will set off now," Eamon promised. "Don't worry. You had better form a team to go. These places are very dangerous," Jiang Fei said. The strength of these pirate hideouts was actually relatively average. After all, they were not a regular army. It was already very good that the pirates could get some retired warships. Most of them were armed merchant ships that they had modified themselves. Therefore, their combat strength was very poor. However, the coordinates that Jiang Fei provided were not only these pirate hideouts. The last coordinate that Jiang Fei marked was the Tel Aviv Advance Army. When Jiang Fei and his men left Tel Aviv, the place had basically been abandoned. After all, the Vizari army could not send so many people to resist the beast tide at once. Therefore, the place had become the territory of the giant beasts. If it was just an ordinary space beast, it would not be a big deal. Eamon would be able to sweep through everything with his main ship. However, the problem was that the beast tide included the space beasts. Each and every one of them was more ferocious than the last. Each and every one of them had the ability to hunt down hidden powerhouses. It would not be easy to deal with them. Eamon did not care about Jiang Fei's warning. After all, in his opinion, the main ship was the only one that could fight against the main ship. Other than that, it was nothing in front of the main ship. Okay, of course, Jiang Fei could not care less about Eamon's own death. Anyway, he only wanted to send Eamon away so that he could have time to study the spatial signals. As soon as Eamon left, Jiang Fei immediately packed up and left. The remaining novice players could not be bothered to take care of them no matter how much they begged for the quest. Seeing that Jiang Fei was no longer giving out quests, the novice players, who were still busy leveling up, left him one after another. After that, Jiang Fei found a secluded place. He began to study the spatial signals that he had obtained from the vicinity of the wormhole. Now that there was an additional support system in the ring, Jiang Fei naturally did not have to do everything himself. However, the basic screening could be left to Maleki to complete. Yes, Maleki replied. Then, he began to select the content that Jiang Fei needed from the huge amount of data. A few hours later, Maleki completed the initial selection. A set of data was brought to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei gasped. Although he had already gone through the initial selection, Maleki still gave him a lot of data. However, Maleki could not help him with the rest of the things. After all, he was only a program. When it came to understanding space, he could not compare to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Then he first read through the works left behind by the 3 Dragon Sage Lords before he began to organize the data in front of him. A large amount of data was rapidly calculating in Jiang Fei's mind. Even his developed brain was somewhat laborious. However, as time passed, Jiang Fei's calculation became more and more smooth. Moreover, as he compared multiple sets of data, Jiang Fei's understanding of space became clearer and clearer. So that's how it is. Jiang Fei quickly became engrossed in it. He had a greater understanding of the shape of the existence of high-dimensional space. As Jiang Fei was immersed in exploring the unknown, he sat down for more than 10 days without realizing it. While Jiang Fei was working hard, something happened on Bella's side. As Jiang Fei had arranged a new mission for Aaron, the kid ran overexcitedly. At first, he faced the pirates and whatnot. Eamon did not waste any time. He drove a heavy patrol-level destroyer and took care of the pirates. However, when he arrived in Tel Aviv, Aemon was dumbfounded. Before he could react, the giant beasts that filled the sky were killed by a group of giant beasts. After the failure of the quest, Aemon could only transfer manpower from a guild. Then, he would bring a powerful fleet to Tel Aviv. However, this way, there would be fewer players from the Imperial army at Salho Cloister. This caused the resistance to show signs of counterattack. Chapter 2043-2043. Translator 549690339. Due to Aemon taking away the main force of his guild, the strength of the Imperial army in Salho Cloister was greatly reduced. In addition, Bella had previously ordered Tesla to lead the fleet to watch from the back. Therefore, the Resistance army, who had been given a breather, began to counterattack in an attempt to recapture their lost interstellar base. Tesla had previously used the interstellar base and nearby fortresses to repel the attacks of the Resistance players several times. However, these players were not afraid of death at all. Once the battleship was destroyed, they could take it directly from a guild. After the battleship was assembled, they could move to the front line of fight. Therefore, even if Tesla used the geographical advantage to defeat the enemy's attacks a few times, it still did not solve the problem at the root. You use the orbital defense facilities to hold them off for a while. I will go and let the cultivators move around. They have been living too comfortably during this period of time, Bella said, after thinking for a moment. Tesla's fleet was all Jiang Fei's direct descendants. If these people died in battle, it would be a loss. However, the cultivators of the Five Directions were different. These people could only be considered as cooperating with Jiang Fei. The Wang family and Xiao family were fine. As for the Moon Goddess sect, those people in Jiang Fei were just using each other. If they were not sent to their deaths at this time, could they send someone else? A few minutes later, Bella met the leaders of these cultivators in a meeting room of the transport ship. Everyone, you may have heard that the enemy has attacked again, Bella said straightforwardly. Yes, Xiao Yuhan asked. The third miss of the Wang family also said, Joe, you guys are quite active. In that case, I reckon that your Wang and Xiao families will be able to deal with the enemy. In that case, I'll go back to sleep, Yu Lingji said with a strange smile. What did you say? How dare you? Yu Lingji's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the Wang and Xiao families. Seeing their young master being bullied, the elders couldn't sit still and immediately berated her. What? Do you want to spar? Calling you the four great families is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Xiao Yuhan and the third young miss of the Wang family had the support of the elders, but Yu Lingji didn't come alone. She had 5 deacons of the Heart Moon sect behind her. These people also had the strength of true immortals, and the number of people was one more than the Wang and Xiao families. What are you doing? The elder of the Wang family asked. Fight among ourselves? I think you are the ones who are causing trouble. You haven't done anything yet, but you are already bootlicking. What about the 4 great families? The elder of the Moon God sect said in a strange tone. That's enough, everyone. Xie Tianxin could not stand it anymore. After all, she was invited by Jiang Fei to take charge. If she allowed Yu Lingji to destroy the internal unity, she would not be able to answer to Jiang Fei. As soon as Xie Tianxin spoke, the meeting room immediately fell silent. Although everyone was a true immortal level master, there were still strong and weak people among them. Their strength was actually not much different, so it was naturally the strength of numbers. However, when it came to Xie Tianxin, numbers were useless. This fierce beast clan's expert had a strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary true immortal level expert. She alone could easily crush all the true immortals present. Therefore, as soon as she opened her mouth, those people became obedient. This included the people of the Heart Moon Divine sect. Because the more lawless these evil people were, the more they understood that the other party could kill them without any scruples. Therefore, when facing the strong, they often showed more respect than the decent people. All right, everyone, the enemy is already under the city. Seeing that the cultivators were silent, Bella said, You have a big fist. Moon Spirit G shrugged. At this moment, she had no choice but to give in. Xiao Yuhan and the third lady of the Wang family were even more straightforward. Before they came, they had already been instructed by the family head to listen to Jiang Fei's orders. Now that Jiang Fei was not around, Bella was Jiang Fei's spokesperson. Naturally, they had to listen to Bella's orders. Bella nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she was glad that Jiang Fei had invited Xie Tianxin to take charge. Otherwise, she would not have been able to control these arrogant cultivators by herself. Tesla's fleet will attract the enemy's attention later, Bella said as she pulled out the battle star map. Yulingji asked. Bella nodded. Yulingji pointed at a corner of the star map and said, although she didn't know much about interstellar warfare, she had her own unique insight. Bella looked at Xiao Yuhan and the third miss of the Wang family. Xiao Yuhan and the third miss of the Wang family shook their heads in confusion. The galactic war was something new to them. At the moment, they couldn't say anything. From this point of view, even though Yulingji was a member of a cult, she was still much more talented than the girls from the Wang and Xiao families. Following that, Bella transmitted the attack point Yulingji had suggested to Tesla. After all, he was a professional military officer who had graduated from a military academy, and his understanding of the space station far exceeded that of Bella and the others who had just left the academy. Miss Bella, although this attack point is more effective, it is also more likely to be the focus of the enemy's fire. Therefore, I still recommend attacking from the previous attack point, Tesla said. Bella waved her hand. Tesla also had Tesla's limitations. He was a proper military officer and had studied battleship-to-battleship warfare. It was also easy to be the focus of the enemy's fire. However, for cultivators, their size was too small, so it was impossible for them to focus fire. Often, before the enemy's main cannon was aimed at them, they would sense the danger and escape in advance. Therefore, for the cultivators, this was indeed the best place to attack. As long as Tesla attracted the attention of the resistance fleet, Bella would be able to drop these cultivators to the designated location unexpectedly. Then, she would deliver a fatal blow to the rebel fleet. Chapter 2044-2044. Translator 549690339. After everything was discussed, Tesla began to organize a fleet to fight head-on according to Bella's instructions. This was because he had the firepower support of the interstellar base and the orbital defense facilities. Although Tesla's fleet was not as good as the Resistance's player fleet in terms of quality, with the convenience of defense, he was not at a disadvantage. The gap between the battleships could not be made up for. Although Jiang Fei's fleet was developing rapidly, it was built on the foundation of the Merchant Alliance's technology. Even the Vizari battleship that was upgraded by player technology was much stronger than Jiang Fei's battleship, let alone the Imperial Army's player fleet that was purely player system. However, in terms of tactics, Tesla's command skills were not something that the players of the Resistance could compare to. To the players, they were not officially military school graduates. They were just playing a game. As long as the fleet was gathered together, they could just randomly bombard the enemy. If they were much stronger than the enemy, they would win. If they were not as strong as the enemy or were about the same strength, they would have to wait and see. After all, the players were not afraid of death. Therefore, when the players' fleet attacked, Tesla immediately ordered his warships to hide behind the orbital defense system and find an opportunity to attack the enemy. Although a heavy warship like Brown Bear could not bring the enemy into its range, a spaceship like the Javelin-class missile frigate could still display a lot of strength. The Javelin-class guided missile frigate could be said to be the main firepower output point of the original Merchant Alliance fleet. Before Jiang Fei brought the destroyer's advance engine to the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser, the Javelin-class guided missile frigate was the main firepower output point of the Merchant Alliance fleet. Brown Bear was just playing the role of a sandbag. Its output still depended on the Javelin. Now, because of the orbital defense facilities as a cover, even the interstellar base could provide a certain amount of shield support. Therefore, the Javelin-class guided missile frigate could be said to be like adding wings to a tiger, with the support of the Aiken-class battlecruiser's target uplink. The Javelin-class missile frigates' range and hit rate were greatly increased, causing their cluster missiles to be almost flawless. This caused huge losses to the Resistance warships. Tesla ordered in the previous battles, because his fleet was carrying out reaping and supporting missions, there was no need for them to go all out. He had to reveal all of his assets. Yes. Following Tesla's order, the Grey Horse-class drone carriers at the rear of the fleet still released the drone squadrons. These light carriers were the same as the other battleships of the Merchant Alliance. They were all modified from merchant ships. These Grey Horse-class light drone carriers were initially long-distance cargo ships that transported energy blocks. Their only characteristic was that they carried a lot of cargo. As for speed and defensive firepower, they could not be compared to battleships. They were still at the level of an armed merchant ship. However, it was precisely because they carried a lot of cargo that they were developed into light drone carriers. Every Grey Horse-class drone carrier had a drone production line and a hangar platform that could accommodate 2 drone squadrons. Under Tesla's orders, these Grey Horse-class drone carriers that were at the end of the battle line began to release their drone squadrons. A large number of drone bombers and fighter jets were released like a swarm of bees. Then, they charged straight at the Resistance fleet in the distance. Attack! Fire the main cannons. On this side, the commander of the Resistance was also ordering the fleet to launch a frenzied attack. Although almost all of their artillery fire hit the orbital defense system. In order to take back the interstellar base, these orbital defense systems had to be dismantled. Therefore, there was no difference whether they attacked early or late. One of the underlings shouted, but under the concentrated fire of the Javelin-class missile frigate, they also took a lot of damage. The commander of the Resistance ordered. The player underlings at the bottom immediately took action. These Sioux and Overseers were Vasily Camp's auxiliary cruisers. They could spray a protective nano-armor cloud onto the surface of an ally's ship, providing the ally with a temporary armor shell. Moreover, its strength was even higher than the warship's own armor. After receiving the support of the Sioux and Overseer, the Gala's enforcers and Lavassa fighters at the front once again became lively. However, at this time, the Imperial Army's drone fleet also arrived. A large number of unmanned bombers began to fire missiles at the Rebel Army's fleet, instantly doubling the Imperial Army's firepower. The Gala's enforcers and Lavassa fighters in the front couldn't hold on any longer. Following the explosions of fireworks, the battle entered a white-hot state. Move the Jones Watchmen to the front. The commander of the Resistance shouted. These Jones Watchmen were on the same level as Jiang Fei's guard airships. They were super light frigates. Their defense was very weak and their firepower was not strong. However, they were flexible enough and their muzzle tracking speed was very high. When it came to fighting against the drones, they had a much greater advantage than the large airships. Very soon, a large number of Jones Sentinels were deployed to the front line. As expected, once these airships arrived, the Imperial Army's drone fleet could no longer be as arrogant as before. Under the concentrated phaser missiles of Jones Sentinels, a large number of drones were destroyed. However, the drones themselves were a kind of consumable. As soon as this side was destroyed, the production line on the Grey Horse-class drone carrier at the rear was activated. It would not be long before a new batch of drones arrived on the battlefield. The battle had entered a stalemate phase. One by one, the rebel warships that were at the front were destroyed. However, these orbital defense facilities were not unlimited. After these bunkers were destroyed, Tesla's fleet would have to fend off the enemy's artillery fire. It's about time. At this moment, Bella said to the cultivators. On one hand, the cultivators were in a cooperative state with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, they were also pressured by Xie Tianxin. Therefore, they nodded and led their disciples to the teleportation room. Bella nodded at Nina. Although they were using the teleportation device of the transport ship, they still needed Nina's help to teleport so many experts over such a long distance. Chapter 2045. Translator 549690339. With a flash of light, Nina activated her spatial ability, instantly sending the cultivators who needed to participate in the battle to the designated location. Who? Nina panted heavily, It was also quite difficult. Bella said with concern. It's fine. I can't help much in combat. Nina raised her head and smiled. Bella said sincerely. Without Nina's help, it would be difficult to send these experts to the target location with such precision with the transport ship's transmission device alone. While Bella was concerned about Nina, the cultivators of the Five Directions had already arrived at the battle location. The moment they completed the teleportation, they each drew their weapons. Then, they charged toward the rebel army's battleships not far ahead. Sword lights slashed across the sky, immediately causing a huge blow to the rebel army's flanks. Those relatively weak frigates simply couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. It would have been fine if it had been just one, but with so many of them working together, several frigate-class boats were blown up on the spot. Boss, not good. After the repairman appeared, immediately, someone reported it to the commander of the Resistance, because in the previous battle, the cultivators had caught the players of the Resistance by surprise and even caused the Resistance to lose their starbase on the front line. Therefore, these players had a very deep impression of the cultivators. A subordinate asked. The commander of the Resistance sneered and then turned on the internal broadcast of his battleship. Everyone, it's your turn, the commander said. A very confident voice came from the communicator. A moment later, a large number of experts flew out from the commander's flagship and pounced on the attacking cultivators. Kill! Following the command of the leader, the group of experts brandished their weapons and attacked the cultivators of heaven and earth who were besieging the battleship. One of the Wong family's disciples who was ambushed was killed. He was shot through the chest by a cold arrow. As soon as his nascent soul was released from his sea of consciousness, he was cut in half by a sword light. The Wong family's elder let out a sorrowful roar. Then, he turned his head to look in the direction of the ambush. A group of experts was charging over with weapons in their hands. Yuan Qin? When the elder of the Wong family saw who it was, his face was filled with confusion. This was because these people were the members of the Yuan family who had been sent by Jiang Fei to Sorrow Cloister. Wang Jinlong, what's the matter? Yuan Qin laughed coldly. Wang Jinlong asked with a face full of grief and indignation. Can't you see that? Yuan Qin said indifferently. Wang Jinlong also dragged the Shao family down with him. This is not the Five Directions heaven and earth. Since everyone is out for training, it is inevitable that there will be casualties. Yuan Qin said with a sneer. Now that he had obtained a lot of treasures from the players, he naturally no longer placed the Wong family in his eyes. What are you talking to them for? Yu Lingji, who came from a cult background, did not want to continue bickering like these reputable sections. She directly waved her hand. The disciples of the Heart Moon Divine sect behind her charged over. The deacon of the Heart Moon God sect made his move. A blood banner blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Even in the void of space, one could feel a thick bloody aura. Ayo! The wails of ghosts and howls of wolves reached everyone's hearts. The disciples of the Heart Moon God sect by Yulingji's side had long become accustomed to all of this. Even the people of the Wong and Shao families, who were allies, felt a chill run down their spines. Under the blood banner, the people of the Moon God sect seemed to have been injected with stimulants. They waved their weapons and summoned their own poisons, crazily charging at the people of the Yuan family. Yuan Qin waved his hand, and the disciples of the Yuan family on this side began to fight. However, under the blood banner, the disciples of the Yuan family all felt as if they were in mud. The tormented people were going crazy. A disciple of the Moon Goddess sect found an opportunity and slashed at the back of a disciple of the Yuan family. However, just as the sword was about to hit the disciple of the Yuan family, a golden light flashed, and his attack was blocked. Kid, you dare to sneak attack me? The disciple of the Yuan family reacted and swung his sword, forcing the disciples of the Moon Goddess sect to retreat one after another. Damn it! The Heart Moon sect disciple fought back while retreating. However, this time, the Yuan family disciple did not care about the other party's attack at all. Every move he made was aimed at the other party's vital points. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life to fight with the other party. However, the Heart Moon sect disciples' attacks were all blocked by the golden light. However, He was beaten black and blue all over his body. The phenomenon of the golden light protecting the body did not only appear on this one disciple of the Yuan family. During the battle, many of the disciples of the Yuan family lit up with golden light. They completely ignored the attacks of the disciples of the Heart Moon sect and turned the situation around in an instant. Originally, under the blood banner, the disciples of the Heart Moon sect had gained the upper hand. They were simply suppressing the disciples of the Yuan family to fight. However, after the disciples of the Yuan family revealed their trump cards, the battle situation was reversed in an instant. Now, the disciples of the Yuan family were suppressing the disciples of the Moon God sect to fight. A deacon of the Moon God sect said. Yu Lingji snorted coldly. The deacon of the Moon God sect asked, "Ask Bella, see if she knows what's going on. At the same time, let those people who are watching the show participate in the battle." Yu Lingji said. Chapter 2046. Translator 549690339. Do you two want to continue watching the show? The deacon of the Moon Goddess sect passed a message to the people of the Xiao and Wang families. The third miss of the Wang family looked at Xiao Yuhan, who was beside her. Xiao Yuhan nodded. The Moon Goddess sect had just taken the lead and tested the Yuan family's strength. If it didn't take action now, it would be a little unreasonable. As the third miss of the Wang family and Xiao Yuhan nodded, the people of the Xiao and Wang families made their moves. Although they could not gain any benefits under the blood banner, they were not restricted like the people of the Yuan family. After the Xiao and Wang families joined the battle immediately stabilized. Although the people of the Yuan family were protected by the golden light, the other party had more people. The Moon Goddess sect had sent more people than the three families. Now that the Yuan family wanted to fight against the remaining three families alone, it was obvious that they could not hold on. However, with the golden light, although the Yuan family was once again at a disadvantage, there were still no casualties. On the other hand, on the Xiao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect side, a few disciples were accidentally killed by the Yuan family. Although not many people died, they were still their own disciples, especially the Xiao and Wang families. Those who died were all family members. How could they not feel sorry for them? Just as the Xiao and Wang families were about to join the battle, a deacon from a Moon Goddess sect contacted Bella and asked about the origin of the protective golden light. That is a defensive item, Bella explained. This kind of player item was very common among players. Although it looked powerful, its weakness was very obvious. Therefore, when the player experts encountered Jiang Fei, these items had almost no effect. Absolute defense. The deacon of the Moon Goddess sect was shocked. Don't be fooled by the effects of that item. They have a limit to the number of times they can attack. Moreover, they do not care about the strength. As long as you touch them, they will consume the number of times. Bella laughed. The deacon of the Heart Moon sect asked in surprise. A few hundred to 1,000 attacks a second was nothing to the experts of the five directions. On the contrary, this was an offensive method that they had already eliminated. In their opinion, this kind of technique was only used by the little guy around the Aura's core stage for training. In a real battle, it was better to simplify the complexity. The simplest attack was the most effective. This kind of attack, which was hundreds to thousands of times per second, would only weaken the power of a single attack. Moreover, the more times the attack was launched, the easier it would be for the opponent to find a flaw. Almost none of the experts of the Five Directions world used this kind of method to attack. Bella said with a smile. After obtaining the method to crack it from Bella, this deacon immediately passed it on to Yu Lingji. It's that simple. Yu Lingji nodded. With the effect of the blood banner and the advantage in numbers, the Xiao and Wang families and the Moon God sect's strength far surpassed the Yuan families. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to use this kind of attack a few times. It was precisely because the other party's protective golden light was immune to attacks. As time passed, the blow to their momentum was too severe. Following which, under Yu Lingji's instructions, the deacon passed on the method to the members of the Moon God sect. After the members of the Moon God sect received the method, their morale was greatly boosted. Sword lights burst out from the crowd. This kind of attack that occurred hundreds or even thousands of times per second looked very gorgeous. In the eyes of true cultivators, this kind of attack was flashy and unreal. However, this kind of attack was unprecedentedly effective when fighting against the player's absolute defense tools. Soon, one Yuan family disciple's absolute defense was exhausted. Then, under the siege of a few people, he was soon beheaded and killed. After seeing one Yuan family disciple killed, the other disciples of the Heart Moon sect became even more excited. They all brandished their weapons, looking for an opportunity to launch this kind of attack. Soon, the absolute defense of the Yuan family disciples was broken. Although Yu Lingji didn't tell the people of the Shao and Wang families the method to break the Golden Light Shield, they weren't stupid. After seeing the technique they used, they immediately learned it. When everyone learned this technique, the end of the Yuan family would come. Damn it! How could this thing be broken so quickly? Yuan Qian's face was very ugly. He knew that if this continued, none of his Yuan family members would survive. Retreat. Yuan Qian gave the order to retreat while asking for help from the players of the resistance army. The enemy has broken our defensive tools. Yuan Qian asked the resistance army's commander for help. The members of the Yuan family were immediately massacred. Hold on a little longer. The commander of the resistance naturally did not care about the lives of a group of NPCs. He was currently in a stalemate with Tesla's fleet, so he was determined not to let his flank be threatened. Yuan Qian felt bitter in his heart. He was practically watching his own disciples die one by one in front of him. The commander of the resistance said, "All right." After saying that, Yuan Qian joined the battle. At this moment, he could only rely on his true immortal-level strength to buy time for his disciples. After the commander of the resistance agreed to Yuan Qian, he said to one of his underlings beside him, "Order the main ships to lock onto the left wing X region and prepare to fire the phase missiles." The main ships immediately began to carry out the order. As a player, the commander of the resistance naturally did not care about the lives of Yuan Qian and the other NPCs. Therefore, in his order, Yuan Qian and the others were also included in the attack range. In the eyes of the players, as long as they defeated their opponents, what was the big deal about accidentally injuring a few friendly NPCs? 3 minutes later, a few main fleet-level Vaxnose destroyers completed their target lock-on and launched a large number of phaser missiles. The overwhelming barrage of phaser missiles caused the cultivators' nerves to tense up. An unprecedented sense of danger appeared in their hearts. Or the Yuan family, who were helping the resistance. These cultivators all felt the threat of death. Chapter 2047. Translator 549690339. The cultivators on the battlefield were all panicking. Except for those true immortal-level elders, all the others felt their hair stand on end, and a sense of crisis rose from the bottom of their hearts. "Everyone, please relax your bodies." At this moment, Nina's voice sounded in the earphones of every cultivator. Of course, the cultivators of the Yuan family were not included. Because they were part of the resistance, the communication channels were different. The cultivators of the Imperial Army camp nodded in unison. At this moment, they were very uneasy, so with someone leading the way, everyone could not help but obey Nina's command. A white light flashed, and all the cultivators of the Imperial Army camp were summoned back to Nina's transport ship. Although the cultivators of the Imperial Army were teleported back, Nina, who had already consumed a lot of energy, vomited blood due to this serious injury. Xiao Yuhan immediately saved Nina, who was on the verge of collapse. "This is a sacred healing product made by our Wang family. Sister Nina, quickly take it." The third miss of the Wang family also came over. This time, for a rare occasion, Yu Lingji did not defame the Wang and Xiao families, because she knew that Nina had overused her injuries in order to save them. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were members of a cult. Although Yu Lingji and the others were unscrupulous in doing things, they still understood the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. In fact, in this regard, the members of a cult were even better than decent people. Just as you summoned all the military cultivators of the Empire back to the transport ship, the phase missiles launched by the main force of the Resistance Army arrived. A large area of missiles rained down. Although the cultivators of the Yuan family used short-distance teleportation to dodge, they still couldn't escape the area covered by the explosion. In a violent explosion, almost all the disciples of the Yuan family were annihilated. Only 2 true immortal elders survived. Yuan Qun cried out in grief. He never thought that the moment he brought the Yuan family's disciples to the outer universe, they would be completely annihilated. How was he going to explain it to the family head? However, Yuan Qun was thinking too much. Without Zhang Fei's 9 rotating astrolabe, he would never be able to return to the 5 directions, heaven and earth. Good heavens! Through the porthole, an elder of the Wang family looked at the miserable situation in the distance and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If Nina had not rescued them, even though they were true immortals, their disciples would have been finished. Sister Nina, thank you for saving our Xiao family's disciples, Xiao Yuhan said as she was about to bow down in front of Nina. This time, she was sincerely grateful to Nina. The young elite disciples of the Xiao family would have been finished. Sister, there's no need to be like this. We are all partners. Although Nina's face was pale, she still squeezed out a smile. The third miss of the Wang family also said, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. At this time, Yulingji was also very shocked by the destructive damage caused by these technological weapons. Was no weaker than the full force attack of a true immortal level expert. While the cultivators of the Imperial Army were rejoicing, the Resistance Army in the distance was also rejoicing. They didn't know that these cultivators had been saved by Nina. They had thought that these guys had died under the phaser missiles. Boss, the threat from the left wing has been removed. A subordinate shouted excitedly. Another player noticed Yuan Qun and another Yuan family elder. These 2 people had true immortal strength. Therefore, although the phaser missiles had consumed a part of their strength, it was not enough to kill them. TCH. The commander of the resistance snorted disdainfully. Although Yuan Qun had just led people to work for him, in his heart, he did not care about these NPCs at all. Alert! At this moment, the flagship of the resistance suddenly sounded the alarm. The commander of the resistance immediately brought up the image on the port side. At this moment, there were 2 cultivators on the port side of his ship holding their long swords up high. 2 long sword beams were emitting a cold, killing intent. At this moment, Yuan Qun and his cousin, Yuan Kuwu, had gone crazy. They had brought out the most elite young disciples of the Yuan family. In the end, they had all died in this battle. None of them could bear this responsibility. Moreover, the person who had killed their family's disciples was actually their ally. This was something that Yuan Qun and Yuan Kuwu could not accept no matter what. Therefore, under endless self-blame and grief, the 2 of them launched a desperate counterattack. They wanted to die together with the resistance. Therefore, the 2 of them displayed the ultimate secret of the Yuan family, and at the price of burning their primordial spirits, they turned out to have far more power than usual. They wanted to take revenge on the players of the resistance. Damn it! The commander of the resistance was shocked. He did not know when these 2 NPCs had appeared beside his ship, and, judging from the looks of them, the power of this attack should not be weak. Therefore, after supplying all the energy of the warship to the shield, the commander of the resistance began to ask for help from the allies beside him. Boom! 2 sword beams slashed down directly, hitting the flagship of the commander of the resistance army, causing the main ship to shake violently. Although the shield was still intact, it looked much thinner. An opportunity! At this moment, Tesla, who had sharp observation skills, seized the opportunity. Tesla ordered. The Imperial Army's Javelin-class missile frigate fired at full force, and countless cluster warheads pounced on the rebel commander's ship like locusts. Damn it! The rebel commander was so scared that cold sweat broke out. He immediately ordered the frigate beside him to help him intercept those missiles. Because the Merchant Alliance was used to making crude missiles, their missiles were just very common guided missiles. At most, they would strengthen their warheads, which was completely different from the Vasily Legion's phase missiles because the Vasily Legion's phase missiles flew in the phase space during the attack. The probability of being intercepted was extremely low. Only when they were just launched and about to hit the target could they be intercepted. However, the Merchant Alliance's missiles were different. They could be intercepted and destroyed throughout the entire process. However, due to their low technology and low cost, the Merchant Alliance's missiles were, as if they were free. Once they were released, there would be a large group of them, making it impossible for the other party to block them. Chapter 2048. Translator 549690339. A large number of missiles were intercepted by the rebels' frigates, but a considerable number of them still managed to evade the interception and hit the rebel commander's flagship. On this side, the Yuan Qin brothers were also desperately attacking. Both of them had burned their primordial spirits. As long as the time for the secret manual was up, they would die without a doubt. They had to drag the culprit down with them. A large number of missiles hit the rebel commander's flagship, quickly breaking its shield and piercing through its armor. Although a few Sioux and overseers were releasing nanoscale armor clouds for the rebel commander's ship under the vast number of missile attacks, this bit of nanoscale armor was simply a drop in the bucket. Moreover, not only was the rebel commander's flagship hit by the missiles of the Imperial Army, but it also had two burning primordial spirit true immortals by its side. These two old fellows' life-risking attacks were no weaker than the main cannon of the main ship. After a few strikes, the rebel commander's ship was almost cut in half. In less than 5 minutes, the rebel commander's flagship disintegrated because it was heavily damaged. After disintegrating, the main ship went into violent martyrdom, even affecting the surrounding escort ships. Phew, brother, I have let you down this time. Yuan Qin looked at Yuan Kawu and said, "Sai, it's not your fault this time. Our Yuan family has underestimated that Jiang Fei. If we could take a long-term view like the Wang and Shao families, I'm afraid we would not be where we are today," Yuan Kawu said. "At this point, it's useless to say anything. I don't have much time. Now, killing one is worth it." Yuan Qin held the long sword in his hand. "That's right." Yuan Kawu laughed. "You've loved competing with me since you were young. Today, I'll satisfy you." Yuan Qin nodded. After saying this, Yuan Kawu raised his sword and charged towards one of the frigates. Boom! As Yuan Kawu raised his sword and swung it down, this Lavasar fighter was torn to shreds by a sword beam. As a true immortal expert who had burned his primordial spirit, Yuan Kawu's full power attack was comparable to the super main cannon of a main ship. How could a frigate be able to withstand an attack of this level? Not even an extremely high-tech Vasari Legion warship. Thus, the Lavasar fighter did not even have time to activate its body to reassemble before it was torn to shreds by the sword beam. Yuan Qin laughed loudly, and then he began to slaughter like a madman. The two brothers of the Yuan family were wantonly charging and killing within the rebel army's fleet. Ordinary frigates and auxiliary cruisers were completely unable to withstand their attacks, while frigates could be destroyed with a single strike, while auxiliary cruisers could be destroyed with 2 or 3 strikes. As for the heavy cruisers and main cruisers, the two brothers did not touch them at all. They knew that they did not have much time left. Therefore, in order to kill as many enemies as possible, they wanted to avenge their own people. Both of them chose to attack those fragile warships. However, the two brothers clearly did not know the player's background. In their opinion, destroying a warship should mean that hundreds or even thousands of people would be buried with them. However, they had learned all this knowledge from Jiang Fei's Skoda Star. It was not applicable to the players. Although the players would not really die, the Yuan brothers' wanted slaughter had also caused the rebel army's formation to fall into chaos. Especially when the flagship was destroyed and the commander died. The rebel army had lost their command. As a result, they had lost most of their combat power. Brown Bear Squadron attack. How could Tesla let go of such a good battle situation? He immediately ordered the squadron to attack the enemy formation. The destroyer engine of the Brown Bear class heavy cruiser was activated. These clumsy brown bears ran faster than rabbits and instantly reached the front of the formation. The automatic cannons of the brown bears were activated, and a large amount of solid pills shot towards the resistance fleet like a torrent of steel. Retreat! Retreat! At this time, the resistance formation was in chaos, and their morale was low. There was no way for them to organize an effective counterattack, and they could only flee in panic. In such a crushing battle, how could Tesla let the enemy retreat unscathed? He immediately ordered the entire fleet to attack and give chase to the enemy. In a space battle, it was very dangerous to be chased by the enemy. The main cannon of a warship was usually at the front of the warship, and the rear of the warship was almost always the nozzle of the engine. When one was chased by the enemy, there was almost no ability to fight back. On the contrary, it was very convenient for the enemy to fire the cannon. With one chasing and one fleeing, a large number of rebel warships were destroyed. In the end, less than 1/3 of the vast rebel player fleet escaped, and the vast majority of the warships were destroyed in this void space. They became unclaimed space trash. Bella stopped Tesla's pursuit because he had already chased for a few hundred light seconds. If he continued to chase, he would be chased out of Salhu Corridor, which was the territory of the Vasily Legion. If he rushed into the enemy's territory without any preparation, then it would not be fun. Tesla was also a person who knew to quit when things were good. Moreover, this victory could already be considered glorious. As a precaution, he immediately ordered the fleet to stop chasing and return to the interstellar base. After Tesla's fleet returned, they checked on the battle losses. In the entire battle, the Imperial Army only destroyed 7 or 8 warships, and they were all frigates. The losses could be said to be extremely slight. However, the number of battleships that had destroyed the enemy was hundreds. The patrol alone had destroyed dozens of them. They had even destroyed one of the enemy's main battleships. This was an extremely rare achievement. After that, Bella ordered the officers and soldiers who had died in battle to be buried and their families to be compensated. The Imperial Army under Jiang Fei's command was different from players. They were all living people. They had family and friends. One person had died in battle. Often it would affect a family. Therefore, Jiang Fei had previously instructed them to minimize their losses in battle. If someone died in battle, they had to pay heavy compensation. After the fleet had made arrangements, Bella went back to the transport ship. After all, there were casualties on the cultivator's side. Although the people who died in battle were killed by the Yuan family, they were still fighting for Jiang Fei. Bella said to the cultivators, "It's okay. This time, it's all thanks to Sister Nina's timely rescue." Xiao Yuhan said. In fact, regardless of whether it was the Wang and Xiao families or the Moon Goddess sect, although a few of them had died, no one blamed Jiang Fei or Bella for it. In the eyes of these cultivators, since it was training, there would definitely be fights. It was very normal for people to die. Another point was that their people had died at the hands of the Yuan family. If they had died at the hands of outsiders, they would have more or less resented Jiang Fei because they were fighting for Jiang Fei. However, this time was different. After all, the Yuan family was also a part of the world. Therefore, in the eyes of the 3 families, the Yuan family was a traitor. Their resentment had fallen on the Yuan family. Naturally, they could not blame Jiang Fei. Chapter 2049-2049. Translator 549690339. After comforting the restorers, Bella returned to her room. Nina saw that Bella was still frowning. "Sigh," Bella said with a frown. Under normal circumstances, after a squadron suffered such a heavy blow, it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. However, Bella's enemies were different. These players would not die at all, so they never lacked captains and crew members. In addition, their warships could be purchased directly from the system. They also did not need time to produce and build, so these guys would soon make a comeback. Nina asked. They were different from the players. After all, that was still a loss. Moreover, as the Sorrow Cloister was far away from Skoda Star, it was not easy for Bella and the others to replenish the damaged battleships. As for the lost repairmen, it was even more difficult to replenish them. We can only take it one step at a time. We should try our best to help our husband stall for time, Bella said helplessly. Nina sighed helplessly. Just as Bella was trying her best to hold on and defeat the resistance again and again, Jiang Fei finally had a result. Phew! Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. He had finally woken up from his meditative state. During this meditative state, Jiang Fei used his developed brain to carefully analyze the spatial data. After careful comparison, Jiang Fei had basically confirmed that the theories that the dragon race's third-generation sage had said in the trial space were basically true. Because the spatial data near the wormhole showed that the space there was distorted. Although it was extremely small, so small that it could not be detected unless it was magnified tens of billions of times, the distortion did exist. Moreover, the closer he was to the wormhole, the more distorted the space was. Combined with the theory of the three-generation sage, Jiang Fei could basically confirm that the fourth dimension's gamma space was a new dimension formed by the extreme distortion of the three-dimensional space. Jiang Fei hesitated at this moment. Although the wormhole was right in front of him, Jiang Fei knew that he could not pass through the wormhole. It was just like how flat figures in two-dimensional space could not really enter three-dimensional space. Due to the limitations of the dimensions, even if they were aware of the existence of a higher dimension, they would not be able to break through the dimensional barrier. Because they lacked a dimension, low-dimensional creatures or objects were unable to enter the higher dimension. They could enter the low-dimensional space through projection. However, there was a price to pay for entering the low-dimensional space through projection. The creatures in the high-dimensional space would lose their divinity. They would lose their control over the low-dimensional space as they wished. Suddenly, Jiang Fei thought of some Western religions on Earth. They claimed that God was omnipotent. At the same time, they also said that God had never truly descended on the human world. They had always managed the human world by sending messengers. Now that he thought about it, weren't the gods that the Western religions claimed to be living beings in the high-dimensional space? They were indeed omnipotent in the low-dimensional space of Earth. If they needed a flood, they would draw a big river. If they needed a landslide or tsunami, they would just start writing. However, at the same time, they could not really appear in the low-dimensional space of Earth. They could only manage the world by drawing an angel or a saint. Someone once raised a difficult question to prove to the world that the omnipotent God did not exist. The question was, since the God was omnipotent, could he create a rock that no one could move? If the rock was created by the God, could the God move it? If not, then the God was not omnipotent. If the God could move it, then he also did not create a rock that no one could move. This proved that the God was not omnipotent. However, based on Jiang Fei's current knowledge, the God in the high-dimensional space could indeed solve this paradox. Because God could not appear in the low-dimensional space with his real body, he could not really touch the stone. Therefore, there was no way that he could move it. F***CK. Jiang Fei looked at the wormhole not far away from him and felt extremely disappointed. Perhaps I can upgrade my dimension. Since he was already here, Jiang Fei would not give up so easily. However, upgrading a dimension was not an easy thing. Due to the limitations of his own space, Jiang Fei could not understand what the fourth dimension was. Therefore, upgrading a dimension was even more difficult. Alright, there are still 2 guys locked up in my 10th dimension. Jiang Fei had an idea. He had killed 2 players before and locked their consciousness in the 10th dimension. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei immediately opened the 10th dimension and entered it. After entering the 10th dimension, the place was still empty. Although Jiang Fei had moved quite a number of things, they were nothing to this slow and endless space. Jiang Fei sensed around for a while and found that the consciousness bodies in the 10th dimension seemed to be quite active. Because time was still here, the only thing that could remain active was the mind. Jiang Fei appeared in front of Unintentional's consciousness body and used his spiritual power to control him. What are you doing? Unintentional was just an ordinary player. He did not expect to end up like this. He originally thought that he was just playing a game. Although the game was very realistic, the most he could do was to forcefully log off. However, now he could not log off at all. His body in the real world had probably been judged to be brain dead and euthanized. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Answer them obediently. Jiang Fei smiled, as if he had seen Little Red Riding Hood's wolf grandmother. Go ahead and ask. Unintentional's mental strength was not high. With Jiang Fei's mental strength, he could torture him as he pleased. However, the torture of mental strength would make one's life worse than death. This was also why Unintentional was so afraid of Jiang Fei. Chapter 2050, 2050. Translator, 549690339. Come, tell me, what does space look like in your eyes? Jiang Fei asked directly. Therefore, there was no need to beat around the bush at this time. Heartless hesitated for a moment. What? Jiang Fei immediately used his spiritual power to pierce Unintentional. The pain caused his spiritual power to tremble. No, it's not that I'm not going to say it. Unintentional shouted. Jiang Fei asked, I don't know how to describe the fourth dimension to you because there are no related words in your language system. Moreover, there is nothing related to it in your logical thinking. Even if I said a noun that I don't want to do, you would not be able to understand it, Unintentional said. Then, tell me what the fourth dimension looks like, said Jiang Fei. Unintentional was also in a difficult position. This was like explaining the height to the people in the two-dimensional space. It sounded like some meaningless syllables. They could not think of anything related to it. Jiang Fei said impatiently. Unintentional was forced by Jiang Fei to explain the fourth dimension once. However, Jiang Fei could not understand a single word. This was not because he did not have enough knowledge, but because of his own limitations. The people in the three-dimensional space could only perceive the structure of the two-dimensional space. Coupled with logical thinking, they could only describe the three-dimensional space. Therefore, it was simply impossible for them to understand the fourth dimension. After torturing Unintentional several times, Jiang Fei finally gave up. Under his torture, Unintentional tried to explain the fourth dimension to Jiang Fei in different ways. However, everything was like casting pearls before swine. The content that Unintentional said was directly negated in Jiang Fei's understanding. For example, Jiang Fei could not understand the fact that a single point shot out 4 straight lines, and the 4 straight lines were perpendicular to each other. As a person in the three-dimensional space, Jiang Fei could only imagine the 3 straight lines of length, width, and height. He could not imagine the straight lines that pointed to the fourth dimension at all. Therefore, Jiang Fei's idea of asking for help from the four-dimensional creature was also destroyed. Is it impossible for me to enter the fourth dimension? Jiang Fei was very disappointed. F***CK. I don't care. In the end, Jiang Fei, who was on the verge of mental breakdown, decided to go all out. He rushed straight towards the wormhole in the distance at full speed. Jiang Fei roared as he rushed towards the wormhole. As he continued to get closer, Jiang Fei's body began to distort slightly. This kind of distortion was impossible to discern with the naked eye. Only super powerhouses who had a high degree of control over their own bodies could sense it. However, even if his body was already affected by the four-dimensional space, Jiang Fei still could not understand the space that he could not sense at all. At this time, Jiang Fei was already prepared to die. He could not care less as he was about to collapse mentally. He just wanted to know what the fourth dimension looked like. As Jiang Fei got closer to the wormhole, his body became more and more distorted. Even so, Jiang Fei still could not see through the world that he could not understand. Jiang Fei rushed into the wormhole. In the void vortex, Jiang Fei's body became extremely distorted under the eyes of outsiders. However, to Jiang Fei, his body was still very normal. Even the slight distortion from before had disappeared. Immediately after, Jiang Fei felt the world spin. The entire space became illusory. He felt as if he was deep in the clouds, or as if he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The feeling was indescribable. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be no concept of time in this place. This made Jiang Fei think of his 10th dimension. Perhaps my space is not the real 10th dimension. Jiang Fei was already lost. The more he felt that he was ignorant, it was as if the essence of space was completely different from what he knew. In the emptiness and silence, Jiang Fei experienced novelty, loss, helplessness, despair, and eventually numbness. During this period of time, the only things that supported Zhang Fei and prevented him from going crazy were the girls and family that he missed. Because there was no concept of time, Zhang Fei did not know how long he had spent in this kind of hesitation. It might have been an instant, or it might have been 10,000 years. Finally, the colorful sky and the emptiness came to an end. Everything around him returned to darkness. Darkness was usually terrifying. However, at this moment, Zhang Fei felt extremely at ease. A light appeared in the distance. It was like the darkest moment before dawn. It summoned Zhang Fei to fly toward the light. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fei was getting closer and closer to the light. The light grew bigger and brighter. Finally, Zhang Fei came close to the light. At the center of the bright light was a crystal ball the size of a fist. Inside were densely packed runes. Zhang Fei did not know what language or symbol this was, but he was certain of one thing: he did not know these runes. If it was just that he did not know these runes, it would not be surprising. After all, there were hundreds of millions of existing or past civilizations in the universe. There were also countless runes left behind by them. It was impossible for Zhang Fei to know all of them. However, the magic of these runes was that even though Zhang Fei did not know them, he could read the contents of the runes. It was a strange language that one had never seen before, but could read it easily. Zhang Fei was stunned after reading the contents of the crystal ball. He could basically confirm the origin of this thing. According to Zhang Fei's guess, the words recorded in the crystal ball should be the words used in the gamma space. The content recorded in the crystal ball was the so-called expansion pack of this game. As a player who had played games before, Zhang Fei could easily understand the meaning of the crystal ball. It was the expansion pack that the development team had pre-updated in this universe. It already contained all the new content and new data. Chapter 2051, Translator 549690339. Zhang Fei quickly browsed through and memorized the contents of the crystal ball. Although he did not manage to enter the gamma space as he wished, he did not return empty-handed. The information in the crystal ball contained a large amount of information about the principles and technology of the new battleship. After obtaining this data, although Zhang Fei was unable to fundamentally solve the threat posed by the gamma space, he could at least obtain more capital when fighting against players. At the very least, he could obtain more capital when fighting against players. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Fei's developed brain finally managed to memorize all the knowledge and information in the information. Sigh. I've been busy for so long and spent so much effort. Zhang Fei sighed. Clearly, he was not satisfied with his gains this time. However, no matter how unwilling Zhang Fei was, the truth could not be changed. It was clearly not easy to enter the gamma space through the wormhole. Therefore, there was only one path left for Zhang Fei. That was to continue to comprehend the dragon race's supreme inheritance. He would try his best to grasp the power of the inherent space. He would strive to one day be able to borrow the power of the supreme inheritance to elevate his dimension. He could enter the gamma space directly. Sigh. The shortcut really isn't working. Zhang Fei thought to himself. Since things had come to this, Zhang Fei did not stay in the wormhole space any longer. After all, Bella, Aurelia, and the others were desperate to buy time for him. Zhang Fei immediately began to turn back. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fei finally returned to the player's safe zone from the wormhole. Zhang Fei looked around. Everything was as usual in the safe zone. The novice players were still doing simple quests. They were in groups of 3. The 5 of them were chasing after the armed merchant ships in the novice village. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and head to a wider universe. After coming out of the wormhole, Zhang Fei did not have any intention of staying in the novice village anymore. He directly flew his own shuttle out of the spaceport and headed out of the light membrane. As he had the authority to travel across the entire region, Zhang Fei did not encounter any obstacles when he left the novice village. Only a few novice players who had once accepted his quest came over and tried to set off for a new quest. However, all of them were rejected by Zhang Fei. After leaving the safe zone of the players, Zhang Fei's goal was very clear. That was to return to his nest, Skoda Star. Although Zhang Fei's plan had failed this time, he did not enter the gamma space. However, his trip was not in vain. In the wormhole space, Zhang Fei had obtained a large amount of information and data about the new expansion pack. These new technologies were enough for him to build a more powerful battleship. It would be more effective against players. After tens of days of interstellar travel, Zhang Fei finally returned to planet Skoda. As soon as Zhang Fei arrived at the airport, someone immediately greeted him. The first thing Zhang Fei said when he came out of the shuttle was this. The officials below naturally did not dare to disobey Zhang Fei's orders. Therefore, an hour later, all the senior engineers of Skoda Star gathered in Zhang Fei's conference room. Zhang Fei directly showed them all the technological knowledge that he had obtained from the wormhole space. The entire conference room was silent. The engineers could no longer be bothered to exclaim in surprise. They were all immersed in these unprecedented knowledge. Some of the theories were even beyond their imagination. After 2 hours of silence, the engineers began to discuss in low voices. At first, they were skeptical. After all, these technologies and theories were unprecedented. After continuous discussion, the engineers realized that these technologies and theories were actually feasible. This shocked the engineers. After all, they were all top scientists. To be able to be indifferent to high-level engineers in a super arsenal like Skoda Star was enough to prove their knowledge and ability. However, Zhang Fei had actually come up with technology that could crush them. Moreover, it was a finished product. This made them almost treat Zhang Fei as a celestial being. Grand Marshal, are you still human? An old engineer said with a trembling voice. Another engineer shouted, a few hundred years? I think that with the current speed of our technological development, we might not be able to master all of these technologies in 10,000 years. That's right, that's right. The Grand Marshal is like a god. All right. Save the flattery for later. I need you to make use of these technological achievements. Zhang Fei clapped his hands to calm everyone down and said, Sir, don't worry. The old engineer said. In fact, the engineers could not wait to turn these technological achievements into real objects. All right, Zhang Fei nodded. Then he said to the engineers, First of all, I don't need ordinary battleships anymore. Rather than wasting these technological achievements on the crude brown bear, I might as well redesign a few main battleships. Exclamation point. My lord, I think so too. The design concept of the brown bear is too backward. Even if new technology is added, it won't be able to improve much. Redesigning a new battleship is the best plan, said the old engineer. Zhang Fei proposed his second request. Moreover, the reason why Zhang Fei had made this request was very simple. In the near future, after the development team had unlocked the expansion pack, the players would obtain a super battleship called the Titan. This super battleship had the ability to crush the main battleships. If Zhang Fei did not have a super battleship that could rival it, his fleet would be very passive in the future war. Yes, sir. The old engineer nodded. Then, he began to organize the engineers to study the specific plan. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.